to say the least. It didn't make America safer, it didn't make America stronger, it didn't bring other countries closer to us, and it didn't save lives. Now, many of my colleagues might think that canceling these programs creates an inroad for China. And I would say that we could only hope that China is stupid enough to spend money in that way. I want to thank this administration for bringing charges against those who it appears were stealing from the State Department and USAID, and in turn the American people. And I want to thank you, Secretary Rubio, for reorganizing the State Department into a lean and effective diplomatic operation. Let's give proof of that. Just this past week alone, President Trump secured more than $2 trillion of investment from the Middle East. That is more than 10 times what Joe Biden secured from the Middle East during his entire 4 years in the White House, which is not entirely surprising considering under the Biden State Department, there was millions spent on programs like transit in Tunisia. That was the focus in the Middle East. Now, as you know, Secretary Rubio, the job is not done up until now. Over 80% of the State Department has been unauthorized. We have bureaus and offices that have grown from thousands of dollars to billions of dollars. And that changes in law when we pass the first comprehensive and standalone State Department reauthorization that has occurred since 2002. I look forward to working with the members of this committee. I look forward to working with you, Secretary Rubio, and I look forward to working with Senator Risch moving forward to make sure that one thing alone takes place. Every single dollar and diplomat that we authorize and send into the field puts America first. In that, I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Meeks for any opening statement that he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, I'm glad you are finally before this committee. Your testimony actually comes long after the State Department, under your leadership, took actions without required congressional consultation or that were contrary to the law. But I guess it's better late than never. But let me be clear, showing up months after the fact and refusing to stay until every member has questioned you for 5 minutes as entitled to under House rules are not the standards to which we hold the Secretary of State. Mr. Secretary, I've known you for a while, and I respected very much Senator Rubio, even when we disagreed. Senator Rubio was a principled statesman. Secretary Rubio, however, as we've seen in the past few months, is something different entirely. As a senator, you spoke often and forcefully about the dangers of executive overreach. You warned America not to lose its moral clarity or sacrifice democratic principles for short-term gain. Senator Rubio recognized that we cannot allow the executive branch to unilaterally determine the direction of the United States foreign policy without accountability to Congress. Secretary Rubio is doing precisely what Senator Rubio feared, withholding congressional appropriated funds, stonewalling oversight, and acting as if laws passed by this body are optional. Secretary Rubio has presided over the dismantling and destruction of everything Senator Rubio once defended. So although you may be the Secretary of State, the acting head of USAID, the National Security Advisor, the Archivist of America, the empire you have stumbled upon is not one of influence, sir. It is a kingdom of ash. So I ask, was it worth it? Was it worth it to allow the near extension of U.S. foreign assistance and USAID, which Senator Rubio said, and I quote, is a very cost-effective way not only to export our values and our example, but to advance our security and our economic interests? And lie is exactly what this administration has done again and again. Each time Elon Musk and his department of arsonists brag and mislead the American public about massively inflated savings or lie about the programs they have cut and their purpose, they're not telling you about the food that rotted on the shelves while people went hungry, or the medicine that was undistributed to children needlessly suffering, or the trust that was lost by your actions. But I believe you know better, because you've said as much, and yet here we are. In 2022, Senator Rubio warned about the urgent and growing threat posed by China and called for a fully funded State Department and USAID. Senator Rubio wrote that soft power tools and alliances were vital to our national security. And today, Secretary Rubio is here to defend an 84% cut of the foreign affairs budget. How does hollowing out our State Department and dismantling USAID help us compete with China? How does the America Alone budget project American strength? On human rights, the contrast is even starker. Senator Rubio built his political brand on the cause of freedom and dignity. You condemned autocrats in Caracas, Havana, and Beijing for silencing dissent. But Secretary Rubio, he looks the other way when strongmen commit similar abuses. Secretary Rubio even defied a Supreme Court order to facilitate the return of a wrongly detained spouse of an American citizen. And when Senator Rubio became the first Hispanic American to serve as Secretary of State, he made sure to pull the ladder up behind him. In the name of dismantling efforts to making hiring and promotion fair, as you call it, wokeness, you have unlawfully dismantled programs designed to address decades of historical exclusion. These are not political experiments. They were congressionally supported efforts rooted in bipartisan recognition that our diplomatic corps must reflect the diversity and the strength of the nation it represents abroad. These are initiatives that Senator Rubio supported. You replaced experienced career employees with ideologues and political loyalists. Under your watch, sir, America's diplomatic and development corps have suffered the greatest brain drain in history, and America has been weakened and made more isolated by the actions of an administration that has abandoned its allies, cozied up to dictators, and conducted a foreign policy driven not by interests of the American people, but in support of the personal enrichment of the president and his family. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member for his opening statement, and I would also thank the 20 members of this committee who voted in the 2024 appropriations to make sure that the Secretary and the administration had the authority to reorganize the State Department. And other members of this committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We are pleased to have Secretary of State Marco Rubio before us today. Your full statements will be made a part of the record, and I'll ask you to keep your spoken remarks to 5 minutes in order to allow time for members' questions. And I now am proud to recognize Secretary Rubio for any opening statement that you may have.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'll try to stay under the 5 minutes, and so we can get time for questions here. So when I took this job, and I said this during my confirmation hearing, the most important thing we need to do is return American foreign policy to be centered on our national interests. For far too long, that had been lost as a concept of foreign policy. In essence, in many cases, oftentimes the U.S. engaged in the world on the basis of what was good for the global order or the international community and what like. And look, for about 30 years, that made a lot of sense until the end of the post-Cold War era. So that made a lot of sense for a long period of time during the Cold War, but then we entered the post-Cold War era, and the war and the world order has rapidly changed. We entered a new era about 12 or 14 years ago, and we entered an era of near-peer competition, where for the first time since the end of the Cold War, the United States had a near-peer competitor and adversary in the state of China. And we need to confront that. And our foreign policy needs to be geared around that and on the realities of this new world. And so what that means is we have to have a State Department that can deliver on a foreign policy that is rooted in the national interest of the United States. To defend the national interest of the United States requires us, number one, to make sure that every dollar we spend and every action we take has to have measurable outcomes that deliver for the American people. They have to either make our country safer, or they have to make our country stronger, or they have to help make our country more prosperous. It has to do at least one of those three things. And ideally, whether it's a program or a measure that we take, it should do all three of them. Now, what that means is that there are some great causes in the world. There really are. There are some great causes. There are some horrifying things that are happening on the planet. America cannot solve every single one of them. What we need to focus on is prioritizing our foreign policy to those areas that are in our national interest. Now, we will still remain the largest contributor of foreign aid and humanitarian assistance on this planet by far. The United States, even under the budget that's before you today, and the changes we have made, will still contribute more in foreign aid than the next 10 countries combined, than the entire OECD. The next closest country is not China, it's Germany, and it's way behind us, even now. But that foreign aid has to be geared towards our national interests. We need to design a State Department that delivers on that. Yes, we canceled a bunch of contracts in USAID. Some were stupid and outrageous. Others didn't serve the national interest, and others we kept. And we are folding it under the Department of State. And you know why? Because we want it to be part of the toolbox of foreign policy, not a standalone. It is not charity. Foreign aid is not charity. It is designed to further the national interest of the United States. So we will do humanitarian assistance, we will do food assistance, we will do developmental assistance, and we will do security assistance, but we will do it driven by our embassies and our regional bureaus. Because what those issues mean look very different in Guatemala than they may in Chad, or in Kenya, or in some other part of the world in the Indo-Pacific. And so one of the things that we have tried to do in our reorganization is drive power and influence on policymaking and decision-making to the regional bureaus and ultimately to our embassies. Our embassies, our ambassadors, are the front line of American foreign policy. The most important thing I do every single day is not read memos, it's read cables. Every night I get 10, 15 select cables from stations around the world, different embassies. The best ideas in that building come from the ground up from our embassies. Now I want to tell you something else. Look, I did serve in the Senate for a long time, so this is a new job to me. When I got there, I'd get a memo. I still get these memos. I should have brought one today. In order for an idea to reach me, a decision to reach the Secretary of State, some of these things have to be checked off by 40 people, 40 boxes. And if any one of these people has a question, they can hold it up before the idea even ever gets to me. Now that sounds like a crazy thing to begin with. We can't afford it in the 21st century. We have to be able to move very quickly. And a case in point is what happened last week. Syria, under a new authority, granted people with some checkered background, is on the verge of collapse potentially. And if it collapses, it will devolve into civil war. And civil war will mean that it will become a playground for ISIS and other jihadists, not to mention Iranian influence coming back in. So there's no guarantee that by outreach and working with the transitional authority in Syria, things are going to work out. It may work out, it may not work out. But if we don't reach out and try, it's guaranteed to not work out. And so we had to move very quickly to action that. If we had not done sanctions relief last week, and now the EU has followed suit, then our partners in the region could not have provided donor dollars so that transitional authority could try to stabilize its governance of the country. That place could have collapsed within weeks and become an ISIS playground once again. There is no way that a traditional system could have delivered on that. It would have gone to the interagency. It would have gone to 6 to 9 months of debate. Any individual could have held it up with an information hold, and we never would have acted. We can't afford it. The world moves too quickly. And so we need to drive policy from the ground up, from our embassies and our regional bureaus, and that's what we're doing. And that's what we're doing. On the last point I would make about foreign aid has to be part of our portfolio, part of what we do, and it has to be consistent with our agenda in any region of the world or any country. And oftentimes you will find, and maybe some of you have found when you travel, you go talk to an ambassador and they will tell you what USAID was pushing and what they are pushing in the country are not just different, they're in contradiction. And in many cases, USAID programs were undermining the mission of the embassy. That's a fact, and I heard that over and over again. I've heard it in the Caribbean basin, and I've heard it in other parts of the world. I am not the first Secretary of State that wanted USAID and foreign aid to be under the Department of State. I'm just the first that's been able to do it. And I'm glad we've done it, and it will deliver better foreign policy and, frankly, more accountability and more oversight opportunities for your committee down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And I'd love to see that tree of 40 people who in the last administration signed off on things like a transgender job fair in Bangladesh for $800,000. I'd love to see that list. I'm going to defer my questions till the end, if there's time for that. And I'm going to begin by recognizing Representative McCall of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me express my deep sympathy to the family of Jerry Connolly. He's a dear friend of mine. I will miss him dearly, and the Irish twinkle in his eye. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being here today. Under the last 4 years under President Biden, the world is on fire now. From the debacle, the evacuation, poorly executed from Afghanistan, which then led, I believe, to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, the largest land invasion since World War II in Europe, to the Middle East on fire now, October 7th. I commend you for trying to seek peace in these hot spots, including the Indo-Pacific, which probably presents the greatest threat. I would be clear-eyed with Mr. Putin. I personally don't think he's negotiating in good faith. The Ayatollah cannot be trusted. In fact, it was recently reported that they got their proxy Hamas to invade Israel on October the 7th to derail the normalization talks between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Let me go to the 1961 Foreign Assistance Act. It was initially created to counter the rise of the Soviet Union. Today, I believe it should be used to counter the influence of Communist China around the globe. And that's a core mission I know you support, as do I. When I was chairman of this committee, I put holds on the programs the current chairman's talking about, that being the drag shows in Ecuador to grants to advance atheism in Nepal. These are not in the interest of the United States or our national security interests. So I think we need to return these agencies and programs to their core mission. I believe that you're trying to do that by bringing them under your supervision at the State Department. It's not a new idea. Madeleine Albright tried to do that many years ago. And I do think under your supervision that we'll have transparency and accountability with the foreign assistance programs. We are engaged in a reauthorization of the State Department. Sir, can you tell me how this would assist you with respect to reorganization of these important agencies under your department?
Well, I think the key to reorganization, and by the way, we never did it in all the years that I was in the Senate either. It never happened. It needs to happen. We want it to happen. As you know, in our reorganization, we didn't touch any of the statutory offices because we can't. But there's two advantages to it, or three advantages. The first is it becomes permanent. We can create an organizational structure that becomes enduring, especially if it's one that we believe in. Second, I think that it will help us with the input and ideas. Look, we notified, it wasn't intended, we provided the initial preliminary indication to Congress. We've been taking input, including from many on the minority. And some of those are going to be reflected when we put out our final approach that we want to take. But ultimately, we would love to work with the committee to find ways to improve on the streamlining. By the way, we're also taking input from inside our building. Some of the ideas in our reorg, many of the ideas from our reorg, came from inside the State Department, from career officials, including some that are still providing input for us and sort of how to structure it. But I think the advantage of doing it statutorily is that it becomes enduring and permanent and provides certainty in the days to come. Otherwise, it can change over time and continue to bloat and expand to levels that it got to. It was an unreadable org chart. The org chart that I showed you, the initial org chart that I inherited was just the top line. Within each one of those boxes, there were multiple boxes, some of them duplicative, redundant. Many cases, no one could even tell us what they were doing because it's easy to grow. It's much harder to reorganize and to streamline activity, and that's what we want to do.
Well, it's a very noble effort. With my 1 minute remaining, I authorized the Remain in Mexico program in this committee. I commend the administration. Within a matter of months, have restored order to the border, taken chaos and turned it into a safe border. I mean, the crossings have gone down 95%. There's no longer catch and release. And I do think the executive order on Remain in Mexico is very important. I know you share that responsibility with the Department of Homeland Security, a committee I chaired as well. What is the latest in your negotiations with Mexico to bring that important program back?
Well, as you are aware, I'm sure that we've had a number of what I would call both irritants, but also areas of cooperation with the Mexican government. It's been actually pretty positive. They have been very responsive on our security concerns. They've increased their security cooperation with us in ways that have been very productive. In fact, at some point here over the next few weeks, I intend to travel potentially to Mexico along with a couple other cabinet members to sort of finalize some of these areas of cooperation. This may be one we talk about, but we've been primarily focused with Mexico on two things. One is on trade, which is not my department, but obviously our trade representative, Mr. Greer, and also the Commerce Secretary Lutnick's been engaging with them. And then the other is on security cooperation. We have a mutual interest in Mexico. In essence, the cartels that operate within Mexico and threaten the state are armed from weapons that are bought in the United States and shipped there. We want to help stop that flow. The reverse is those cartels threaten the state. There are parts of Mexico that are governed by cartels, where there is, in fact, I think I heard last night 2 more people were murdered in Mexico City associated with the mayor of Mexico City. The political violence there is real. They have a vested interest and a desire to go after these cartels, and we want to help equip them and provide them information. They've also been increasingly cooperative, more than ever before, in bringing back and extraditing people wanted in this country for crimes who are in their custody. So I think we've got good areas of cooperation. We still have some more work to do on migration, but they've been cooperative.
Chair now
Secretary.
recognizes Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you. I'm trying to figure something out. I know you said you read a lot of cables every day, and I know that when you first got sworn in at your confirmation hearing, you stated that being the Secretary of State would be an extraordinary responsibility. Here we are 4 minutes later, but reading cables every day. How much time do you spend at the State Department?
How much what?
How much time?
I spend
at the State Department?
Almost every day if I'm in the country. I travel a lot. It's part of the job.
I agree, I understand. But now you have 4 jobs, don't you? Now you're not only the Secretary of State, you are also the acting USAID administrator. You're also the acting archivist. You're also the interim national security advisor. You cannot spend every day at the State Department and then neglect your other jobs that you have the responsibility to do. So how much time do you spend at the other jobs if you spend every day at the State Department?
Well, now you know I can't offer you 8 hours today to answer every question on this committee, which you were complaining about earlier. Look, here's the thing. All those jobs are being done. USAID largely has been folded into the... Do you want my answer? Do you want to...
No, I just want to know this. Did you anticipate or did you want, when you were sworn in to be the Secretary of State, do you want to have the jobs of USAID administrator?
No, I did not apply for those jobs.
Did not apply
I was
for them.
asked to serve in those roles, and I'm happy to do it. The archives are doing great. The USAID has been folded under state, so it's a sort of a duplicative role. And the National Security Advisor, which is on an interim basis, has tremendous overlap with what we're doing at the State Department.
Well, then why not get rid of all of them and just put everything under you? Get rid of all those departments. If it's not crucial to have someone every day at the as a National Security Advisor, you folded in USAID, you saying the archives is fine, get rid of them. Wouldn't that be then waste? Based upon how you have determined there's waste, based upon your testimony earlier, and some of these other departments, they were duplicative. So if it's duplicative, then get rid of them.
Well, you would have to pass a law to do that if you want to combine those 4 offices in your reorg.
Well, look, that hasn't stopped you in the past because the law requires you to consult with Congress on any proposed reorganization of USAID or the State Department. That hasn't happened. I agree. It should be the Congress's responsibility. Your staff claimed, quote, that you've extensively consulted Congress on your plan to fold USAID into state. But that did not happen. All we members have gotten was 1 hour of a meeting with Pete Morocco, who you later fired and who couldn't answer our most basic questions about the aid freeze. And you've ignored thus far. That's why I want to know about you've ignored nearly 20 letters from this committee seeking information about who, since you took office, as well as, we spoke one time, but not consulting this committee at all. I don't call that extensive consultation. So you're right. Things that you've done should be in collaboration with the United States Congress. But surely the USAID and all of these other things Congress was not consulted one time. Senator Rubio would have demanded it.
Well, we've complied with every part of the law. Every single part of the law has been complied with, including you, for example, have written us 16 letters. You've been briefed on 7 of them. Some of them we couldn't answer, and we told you why we couldn't answer, because they were subject to litigation. 4, you've gotten answers in writing, and 5 we've gotten just in the last few days. Well, you know, 16 letters. I've been there 17 weeks. You write me a letter a week.
I'm going to yield my last 48 seconds to Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, thank you for being here. You know, corruption is determined by our democracy, is detrimental to our democracy, and the Trump administration has moved swiftly to scale back, reverse, and dismantle various guardrails that protect Americans from corruption. We have now a plane that he's accepting by a foreign government. His family's doing business deals with a foreign government. And your office has authorized Elon Musk company Starlink to do business in at least 5 African countries and many, many others. My question is, with the dismantling of the enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act and many other things, what efforts are you doing as Secretary of State to make sure that our government is free from improper foreign influence over our policy?
I mean, the examples you've given, Starlink's all over the world. There isn't a country in the world now that doesn't have Starlink for the most part. They have Starlink in Syria. We certainly didn't help them land that deal, but they've got Starlink's a global company that's present everywhere and continues to grow because they provide a very unique service no one else provides. I'm not aware of any plane that's been given. I know the media reports about it. I know that the Air Force One that's scheduled to be delivered is like 5 years off balance. So they went to Boeing, and this is the extent of what I know about this plane. I've never seen it. They went to Boeing and said, are there any planes that fit the bill? Boeing produced a list of planes that they'd sold over the last few years. One of them happened to be a Qatar. You'd have to ask the Department of Defense, because that would go to the Air Force. That would not come to the State Department. Beyond that, look, we're involved in helping businesses expand all over the world. There isn't a single day that we aren't involved in helping an American company gain access to a market, and we'll continue to do so. As far as people involved in our government that are doing that, I'm not aware of anyone on the cabinet or in the President's White House that's using the State Department to expand their personal portfolio. And if there are, we wouldn't help them do that. But no one's ever asked us to do that. So I think we're following the law with regards to what we're doing to prevent corruption.
So is the answer to
Chair recognizes Representative Smith from New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, it was an honor, Mr. Secretary, to serve with you as co-chair of the China Commission. We did so much together. I want to thank you for that leadership. It was extraordinary. I want to thank you for bringing the DR Congo and Rwanda together on April 25th for that statement of principles. You are tenaciously pursuing peace all over the planet, including in DR Congo, where the fighting is very intense, and has been. And of course, tomorrow I have a big hearing on Congo, on Sudan, and I know you're trying to do everything you can to try to mitigate the horrific violence that is occurring there. Let me just ask you a couple of questions, if I could. I had a hearing on Aliyev and Azerbaijan on the Tom Lantos Commission, and it's very clear that after the genocide committed by Aliyev against the Armenians, that there are many, many political prisoners and POWs being held. I would just encourage you to do whatever you can to get those men and women released, at least 300. I met with Aliyev twice in Baku. He's a dictator. I know we work with dictators and we have to have at least some kind of conversation with them, but release those prisoners. They're being maltreated and horribly mistreated by Aliyev, so I would ask for that. Secondly, you and I have worked on issues like forced organ harvesting. You and Tom Cotton were the prime sponsors of a bill on the Senate side. 2 weeks ago, we got the bill passed here again. It is a horrific human rights abuse by Xi Jinping, targeting the Uyghurs, of course, the Muslim Uyghurs, because those organs are being sold in the Middle East. So they want to have livers that are coming from a Muslim. So the market is very, very high, livers and other internal organs. And Xi Jinping is making billions by killing tens of thousands of young people, average age 28, each and every year. Falun Gong, and you know it, you're the sponsor of the bill. I would appeal to you, if you could. It passed the House 406-1. If we could get it out of the Senate, it would hopefully clamp down on this egregious human rights abuse in China. And it's a global bill. It would outlaw forced organ harvesting profoundly, with real penalties up to 20 years in prison for those who are part of that supply chain. But it would most directly affect Xi Jinping and the people who are doing this horrific abuse. I yield.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. On obviously the organ harvesting, China is plays a concerning role in that regard, and we would obviously be helpful in any way we can in helping you pass that in the Senate, certainly putting a good word for it and the like. But it's not limited to China, unfortunately. There are other parts of the world where we're now seeing that, and there are places where we're trying to verify, but we hear reports of that. And that's something that's need to be called out as well. As far as Azerbaijan is concerned, our core focus has been on trying to establish a peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia. There's a real risk there of a conflict that we're trying to prevent from happening. Our teams have been very engaged in that regard and trying to make something come about and prevent an armed intervention there that would, and obviously within the context of those conversations, the issues you raised about prisoners and human rights are critical to it. And again, another example of where we want to use our embassies. So when we talk about people will complain, well, you got rid of the Human Rights Office and the functional bureaus, it's because it's being transferred to the regional bureaus. And our regional bureaus will not just have a focus on human rights within the bureau, but so will our embassy. And so that is the human rights issue with regards to Azerbaijan, and so that is what our embassy will be focused on pushing. It's different from what the human rights issue might be in another part of the world, but we think it's important to have people on the front line prioritizing these issues as part of our holistic approach. You've outlined it correctly. We do want to have, we may not agree with the system of government, we may wish it were different. But the truth of the matter is that we have to deal with countries in many cases that perhaps don't have ideal models, but we have to deal with them in our national interest, and we need to balance all of these things together, our national interest and diplomacy, without surrendering and finding opportunities to further interests such as human rights. And Azerbaijan provides us an opportunity to do that in the context of the broader peace that we're trying to establish there.
Finally, almost out of time, yesterday I chaired a hearing on the global problem of anti-Semitism and how it's getting worse. It was my 18th hearing on it. We had Ted Deutsch, who is at the leader, was a leader here when he was in Congress, as one of our witnesses. And I just want to say thank you for what you're doing vis-a-vis Israel and what you're doing to try to stop this scourge of anti-Semitism that is exploding, especially at the United Nations, where the UN Human Rights Council is filled to overflowing with people in agency positions, not just the members of it, who are absolutely anti-Semitic. So I want to thank you for that as well.
Chair now recognizes Representative Sherman.
We all miss Jerry Conley, and I do not think that he would want us to be passive in our questioning here today. Mr. Chairman, it's our job to oversee the State Department. You can't do that by having think tank witnesses come before us. Our job isn't to oversee the think tanks. In 2023, we had 44 government witnesses. This year, we have our first. And I hope very much that we have all not only the secretary, but the undersecretaries and assistant secretaries so that we can really do our job. Secretary Rubio, in the 1970s, there was a powerful Middle East monarch who claimed to be a friend of the United States, may very well have been, claimed to be at least agreeable to Israel. And so in the 1970s, we transferred enormous, sophisticated weapons to him. In 1979, the Shah was deposed, and all those weapons were in the hands of the Ayatollah. Today, MBS wants a nuclear weapon. But he says what he wants is a nuclear cooperation agreement. Well, we have a nuclear cooperation agreement with the United Arab Emirates and Turkey and Morocco that all provide for a gold standard of safety. Can you assure us that you will not enter into a nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia that does not have that same gold standard of security to make sure they're not building a nuclear weapon?
Well, first I will tell you that there has been no conversation about entering into one. For example, during the recent trip.
Can you, I've got limited time.
I can't. So here's the thing. I can
Sir,
tell you.
either give me a yes, give me a no.
Well, I'm going
let
to
me
give
go
you
on.
my answer if you want my answer.
I want a yes
this is not
or
a
a
game
no.
show.
Reclaiming my time.
Well, reclaim your time, but it's not a game show. I get to answer. These are complex questions. Let me answer.
Mr. Secretary, I'm reclaiming my time.
I
The
don't know what that means.
filibustering
I've never
takes
been-
place in the Senate, not here.
I'm not filibustering. I'm trying to answer your question.
You're trying. Let's go on to the next question. With regard to Iran, can you assure us that you will continue sanctions on Iran until they verifiably agree to abandon all enrichment? That's a yes or no question.
No, it's not.
Well, can you give me a yes or no, or should I go on to the next
We
question?
believe that Iran should not be allowed to enrich uranium. Correct.
You believe that it should, I
Yeah,
believe,
we believe that an acceptable deal with Iran is one in which they cannot enrich, because if they can enrich, they can weaponize.
I know why we don't want, I asked you, will we continue the sanctions until they verifiably agree to get rid of
Oh, you
the
have no
enrichments?
worry about us. The worry was the previous administration. This administration has
Your
been
refusal to give me an answer is loud and clear.
No, well, I'd like
Is
to answer your
reclaiming my time. Mr. Chair, you told us about all these wonderful business deals that were announced in the Middle East. It's reminiscent of the first year of the first term of Donald Trump, where he announced a $10 billion investment by Foxconn in Wisconsin. It is still an empty field. I am sure that the only deals announced in the Middle East that will actually happen were the bribery deals, the $400 million plane and the $2 billion Abu Dhabi will put into the cryptocurrency sponsored by Mr. Trump. TikTok. Mr. Secretary, you led the effort to say that it shouldn't be controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. We passed a law with your help. That law requires that we ban TikTok now because all of the expiration dates have expired. But instead, we saw Chinese interests affiliated with TikTok transfer $300 million into the Trump coin, which is a pure gift. It's $300 million for nothing but monopoly money. And so there's a word in Mandarin for this. It's called bribery. And it raises the question that I'll ask you to respond to for the record, and that is there any statute this administration will not violate for a $300 million Chinese bribe? We next focus on USAID. Musk gutted it. He said no one died as a result. Do you agree that no one has died yet as a result of the chainsawing of USAID? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, the question is, has anyone what?
Has anyone in the world died because of what Elon Musk did?
Listen.
Yes or no, reclaiming my time. If you won't answer, that's a loud answer.
No one has died because of USAID.
The people who have died
That's a
as a
lie.
result of cutting off the oxygen of a woman in Burma and denying HIV/AIDS treatment to those in Africa. They are dead now at the hands of Elon Musk
False.
and his co-conspirators.
Chair
I
now
yield back.
recognizes Representative Wilson from South Carolina.
Thank you, Chairman Brian Mast, for your leadership holding this hearing at a very critical time where dictators with rule of gun are invading democracies with rule of law. And my sympathy for the Connolly family, as I was always cherished my friendship with who I call Mr. President Jerry Connolly. Mr. Secretary, congratulations on your success on behalf of the American people to implement the policies of President Donald Trump. Sadly, as you address problems that have plagued the department, bureaucrats in the past have undermined the agenda of the president. It was historic to have, as you just cited, the announcement of President Trump to lift sanctions, giving Syria a chance, which was welcomed by a standing ovation in Riyadh, which was so historic. And now the progress that you've made, instead of billboards, electronic billboards of the dictator of Assad, they've been replaced by billboards praising Donald Trump and praising the Crown Prince. What an incredible change in 6 months to go from dictator to a potential of democracy. With that in mind, I have concerns that there could be efforts to undermine. And so will you be working in every way to have full executive authorities to carry out the president's orders rather than a phased approach? In addition, can we lift the specific export controls on Syria?
Yeah, well, as you know, the sanctions in Syria are largely based on a statute, the Caesar Act. And so that allows the president to do rolling waivers, I believe, 6 months at a time. So the goal is ultimately to make enough progress so that Congress will permanently repeal those. In the interim, what we want to make sure is that the sanctions relief that we're providing allow our partners in the region to begin the aid flow that they want to do without running afoul of the sanctions. So that's what we're focused on executing, even as we speak. There was a meeting on it yesterday. It's in execution today as well.
Well, again, thank you for your leadership and insight to see how quickly that should have been done. I'm also grateful for the strong position of the Trump administration in regard to the anti-American Georgian Dream regime in the Republic of Georgia. They rigged the election in Georgia on October 26. They've criminalized association with America. They kicked out American companies blocking trade and mineral access to the Middle Corridor, selling Georgia to the Chinese Communist Party. They've repeatedly smeared President Trump and American leadership. with that in mind, I'm really grateful that actually with the Rondelli Foundation, there's been a report just released indicating the control by the Chinese Communist Party now in the Republic of Georgia, and I'd like to provide this for the record. Additionally, for 200 consecutive days, freedom-loving Georgians have heroically taken to the street, embracing themselves in American flags and carrying posters of the president. Under your leadership, what will be done to help the State Department impose real cost on the anti-American Georgian dream on behalf of the people of Georgia?
Well, going back to what I said earlier in my opening statement, the goal of the United States is our national interest. So we would look at that and say, is it our national interest to have an anti-American government governing an important part of the world? And if not, we'll take appropriate actions to impose costs on that government. That's currently under review, and we're looking for options and additional options. I have no announcement today specifically on what we plan to do yet, but I can tell you that that is something that's being discussed. And again, a great example of why we're going to look to our regional bureaus and our local office on the ground there to provide us guidance as to what are the measures that the government, the anti-American government, would be most responsive to.
And it's so refreshing to get your response. And additionally, another issue is Kurdistan, the regional government of Iraq. And they have recently signed an agreement with American oil companies for the exploration and for the development of the oil capabilities, billions of dollars in northern Iraq. But sadly, the regime in Tehran has impacted Baghdad and is actually controlling the actions of Baghdad. And so Iran is intruding in trying to stop the agreements. What is being done to promote freedom for the ability of Kurdistan to, in regional government, to really support the people of Iraq?
Well,
too?
we first have made clear the linchpin of our approach towards Iraq is that autonomy that the Kurdish population has in that part of the country, and part of that is allowing them the economic lifeline that allows them to prosper and succeed. The Iraqi officials have expressed an interest in a closer, better relationship with the United States, and we've explained to them that the core to that is respect for the companies that are operating from in that country, from our country operating within Iraq. Also, respect, as I said, for the autonomy of the Kurds. And third is the Iranian influence. And the Iranian influence there has continued to grow, unfortunately, in some sectors of their elected government, and poses a grave danger to the United States, including in the form of pro-Iran Shia militias, who have in the past struck against the United States and have expressed interest in doing so again in the future. That's unacceptable, and that has to be addressed.
Congratulations on your success. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Representative Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will miss my seatmate, Jerry Conley. He loved sitting here, and we loved him. Secretary, in 1944, my uncle, James Arthur Keating, was serving in France, and as soldiers, his fellow soldiers were dying around him, he wrote a letter back in combat, back home, about the cost of human sacrifice and whether it was worthwhile to defend a piece of mud on the earth. Only a week after that letter, he answered that question while carrying lead in himself, as one of the people in his command was exposed and injured. He was wounded himself carrying lead and crawled out there, brought him back to safety, saved his life, and as he was going for another person, was machine gunned to death himself and killed in action. 400,000 other American families gave the same sacrifice, but the peace and prosperity that came forward in the world has never seen. It's a transatlantic alliance where our allies sacrificed their young men and women when America was attacked in 9/11, and economically, they're a $1.6 trillion trading partner with us with 16 million jobs on both sides of the continent. So my questions today are looking for clarity on where we stand with our allies and partners for more than 80 years, because they're expressing their doubts. They're expressing their doubts publicly, they've expressed it to me privately. So as the face of our country, as the lead foreign policy representative in the United States, I'm just looking for this clarity. So first, simply answer this question, if you will. Is Russia the aggressor in this Ukraine war?
Yeah, Russia invaded Ukraine.
So they are the aggressor in this war, correct?
They invaded them, yes.
Well, thank you, sir, because it's important to get this clarity, because President Donald Trump said it was Ukraine that started this war, and our allies have the right to know this. Secondly, the person we're negotiating with, Vladimir Putin, is he a war criminal?
Well, I think you can look at instances that have happened there and certainly characterize them as war crimes, but our intent is to end the war.
Is he a war criminal?
We can't end the war without talking to
No,
Mr. Putin.
that's pretty simple. Is he a war criminal?
Well, that's
this man we're negotiating with, Vladimir Putin. Is he a war criminal?
I've
That's
been
not tough.
But what? I'm trying to answer your question by telling you that we're trying to end the war
answer.
here.
Go ahead.
No,
You're
it's not a
equivocating.
simple answer.
You are equivocating, sir. Just answer the question.
I'm answering your question, and the answer is that war crimes have been committed, no doubt. And who's responsible for that? There will be time and place for that accountability. But right now, the job is to end the war.
So you won't answer
If we don't
the
end
question.
the war, people are going to get
Reclaiming
killed.
my time, sir. Let me go on. Because I don't understand this. Because you're sitting in front of us now as Secretary of State. It wasn't long ago that you were sitting as a senator with Secretary of State nominee Rex Tillerson at the time, in the exact same circumstances, only reversed. And you questioned him about Putin directing attacks against schools, markets, hospitals, playgrounds. And on top of this, in this instance, he's abducted 20,000 children, a clear war crime. So you were very clear then Vladimir Putin was a war criminal. Now you're unmaking him a war criminal, and you won't answer the question about the exact same circumstances.
You're putting words in my mouth.
I'm reclaiming my time, sir.
You're putting words in my
And you know
mouth.
what you said to Secretary
That's not what I
Tillerson
said.
at the end of his answer when he equivocated just as you are right now?
I've not equivocated.
You
You
said,
just don't let
"It
me
sure
answer."
sounds like it to me." Then I'll give you a second chance. Is Vladimir
You never gave me a
Putin
first
a war
chance.
criminal?
I already told you war crimes have been committed.
No, you didn't tell me if
Well,
he's
that
a
can't
war
even-
criminal.
Mr. Chairman, am I allowed to answer questions?
I'm
or just
reclaiming
be
my
hectored?
time, sir, and listen,
Well,
I'm
if he
using
keeps
your own
reclaiming
words so you don't have to answer. Did you know what you said to then nominee Secretary of State Tillerson? You said you were very discouraged in his inability to accept that Putin was indeed a war criminal. Your words, we don't need any more. You're inconsistent. The third question I have, sir, is this.
I answered your question. You just don't let
You
me
did
answer.
not answer the question about Putin's
Well, you
war
keep
criminal
reclaiming your
conduct
time.
in Ukraine.
You asked me a question, then you reclaim your time. So how can I answer
You
the
answered
question?
it. Listen, let me go forward with this. 3 questions. And I'm
Or are
being
you gonna
pretty
reclaim
clear to
time
you.
on those too?
I'm giving you a chance to answer. Give me a chance to ask the question. Here it is. So there's a concern among these allies that we've had, our closest allies, about the one-sidedness of the negotiations with Russia and Ukraine.
Gentlemen's
Regular
time has
order.
expired. Secretary Rubio, if you'd like to respond, by all means.
Can
go
I
ahead.
reclaim my time for a few seconds? Thank you. Number one, crimes have been committed in the war on Ukraine, and there will be accountability for that. But our goal right now is to end that war, because let me tell you, every single day that that war goes on, more people are killed, more people are maimed, and frankly, more war crimes are being committed every day that the war lasts. Number one. Number two, I don't know how European allies could say that. I talk to European allies literally every single day. I see or talk to the foreign minister of the UK and France and Germany more than I see or talk to
Mr.
my own kids in some days.
Chairman,
So these are all
I'm
falsehoods.
reclaiming my
It's
time
important.
now.
You have no time.
Because
You're not
you've given him
recognized, Mr.
time,
Keating.
and I ask unanimous
Not
consent.
recognized, Mr. Keating.
Chairman,
You're not
I'm
recognized.
asking for unanimous consent to
Mr.
put in the
Keating,
record.
you're not recognized. The
I
Secretary
am
is speaking.
asking unanimous consent to put in the record
Mr. Keating, you're not
the
recognized.
op-ed. Oh, so you're not going to recognize, Mr. Chairman?
Not
Point of order.
recognized in this
Anyone
moment.
that asks unanimous consent to put in for the record a document,
Keating,
you're not allowing
you
that?
are not recognized right now. Your time expired. You might have a minute and a few. Mr. Secretary, please continue.
The last point is, our goal is to end this war. We have to be able to talk to both
Point of
sides
order,
in order
Mr.
to do it.
Chairman.
In order to be, we have to end this
My
conflict.
time is answered. His time answering my question ended too. It's the next person's time. That's the rules in this committee.
Mr.
When you
Secretary,
won't even
please
let a
continue.
person enter into the record something from our ambassador till recently from Ukraine, Ambassador Brink,
Mr.
who
Keating
resigned
should-
because of the conduct
Keating,
of
you
this
should keep a
administration
better eye of the clock
after
right in front
30
of you.
years of service, sir.
You should keep a better eye of the clock in front of you. Your time expired. Continue.
Our goal is to end this war so more people don't die. And by the way, we want all those kids returned back to their homes that were kidnapped from their parents. We just want people to stop dying. Every day this war goes on, people die, things are destroyed, and lives are ruined. And we want it to stop.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio. Did you have something you want to submit for unanimous consent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now would be your opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I want to submit for the record an op-ed by Ambassador Brink from Ukraine, the regional ambassador that was close until recently, 30 years of service of Democrat presidents and
So
Republican
ordered.
ones. It's an op-ed that says
So ordered.
Trump's Ukraine
Representative Weiss is
NO's
recognized.
choice, and she details how
So
peace
ordered.
at any cost is
Take yes
appeasement,
for an
not
answer.
peace.
So
Thank
ordered.
you, sir.
Representative Weiss is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the accomplishments of the Secretary of State in the first 100 days be placed in the record.
So ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, good to see you again. We're holding up just some of those. You probably recognize what you've done for 100 days. It is absolutely amazing that you've done all of that. And as you said in your opening statement, it's our job in reauthorization to make many of them permanent. I share with you the fact that for decades, the division of USAID, sometimes in the embassy, sometimes out, coordinating sometimes, often not, populated by people who left state to go to aid, but then weren't treated the same. All of that had to end, and I really appreciate your doing it, and I look forward to making that permanent. I want to just ask you a few questions, and some of them go to the previous questioner. Is Vladimir Putin the undeniable head of a country that has as many, basically, ability to bomb us into oblivion with nukes as any other country on Earth?
They have the largest, I believe, the largest strategic weapon stockpile in the world and one of the largest tactical nuclear weapons stockpiles.
And he's the undeniable leader.
Correct.
Is one of the things that every Secretary of State keeps in their mind that peace is never made with your friends, but rather with your enemies?
Well, it's one of the reasons why, irrespective of Ukraine, there has to be some level of communication between the United States and Moscow. It's frankly irresponsible to not have the two biggest nuclear powers on the planet communicating, which was the case for 3 years. That doesn't mean we're going to be allies or friendly unless conditions change, but we have to at least be able to communicate with them to prevent miscalculation and war.
And wasn't it true during the entire Cold War, president after president of both parties and secretary after secretary had to and did retain relations with the Soviet Union up to and including President Reagan's famous negotiations that essentially led to the end of the Cold War?
If there had not been communications between the U.S. and Russia in 1961, the world could have ended during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Now, on that list behind me, there's a lot of taking and combining and so on. But I have two things I want to ask you about. One is, do you have a vision for OBO that would cause it to catch up and to reach a point where our embassies, consulates, and other facilities would never again lead to something like we've had at Benghazi and other occurrences where substandard facilities led to the loss of life?
Well, absolutely, it's our priority. In fact, every single day, we have a team that watches our mission posture around the world, not just because of the physical layout, but what the conditions are on the ground. Remember, in many of these posts, in many cases, we are very dependent on local forces and their ability to protect from the perimeter, what they're willing to offer. And so, as you recall, in Benghazi, one of the challenges we faced is we relied on local militias to provide perimeter security. When they abandoned their post, it left the consulate and vulnerable and ultimately led to loss of life. So as part of our analysis, clearly the physical layout and the protection, it's something we've watched very closely in places like Somalia, where we were lacking overhead protection in some cases, but also we are always looking at the capability and willingness of local liaison partners on the ground from the host government to provide their end of it. The less security they're able to provide us assurances on, the more nervous and concerned we become about our force posture or about our presence in any given country.
Now, Mr. Secretary, as you recall, during the first Trump administration, the president nominated me for the Trade Development Agency, and I kindly appreciate the fact that you were willing to support me if I'd ever gotten the actual vote. It is a small organization, a small part of our outreach to compete against Belt and Road. USAID could be part of that. Obviously, XM Bank, a host of other entities could be part of it. But in your opinion today, even with the changes you've made, are we or are we not positioned to properly address, to provide complete packages to compete against Belt and Road?
Well, first of all, Belt and Road is largely a series of loans and other traps that are provided that you hire Chinese companies to come into your country and build a road or build a bridge or build a stadium or build whatever they want. That's actually not comparable to USAID, which is more humanitarian and development assistance, but it's in the form of a grant. That's more loaning on their part. I think the two entities that are best positioned to act as alternatives are the Development Finance Corporation, which is currently potentially could be expanded in my view, and then Millennium, which is undergoing a review for improvements. But I think both of these offer better alternatives in terms of comparison to or a way to compete against Belt and Road Initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Yield back.
Chair now recognizes Representative Barra.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this Inspector General report about the impact of USAID
So ordered.
in the state. Mr. Secretary, I did not get the chance to know you while you were in the Senate, but like you did, I also have traveled a lot to Africa, have seen firsthand the gratitude of lives that we've saved. You know, after the Ebola crisis in 2014, had a chance to visit villages in Sierra Leone, and just the joy and thanks to the United States. You know, in 2015, you stated this, and again, foreign aid is less than 1% of our budget, but foreign aid can make a difference when properly used. And if you ever have a chance, travel to the African continent and you will meet people who are alive today because their American taxpayer-funded antiviral HIV medications that kept them alive. It will not be easy to radicalize people who are alive because the American taxpayer saved their lives and the lives of their children. Do you still stand by that statement?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's why we're still going to do foreign aid.
Great. So that's incredibly important. As a young doctor in the 1990s, I took care of a lot of people that were dying of HIV and AIDS. It is a painful death. What I hear on the ground in Africa is that these medications aren't getting to folks, that some of the folks that deliver the medications aren't getting to folks and people are dying. We need to do what we did under President Bush with PEPFAR. We've saved over 25 million lives. Nearly 8 million babies are alive today because we prevented them from getting HIV AIDS. I want to work with you to make sure we continue doing that. That is the goodness of the American people. I'm a little bit older than some of the people on this committee. I grew up looking at pictures of kids that were starving in the 80s. Part of the reason why I became a doctor, part of the reason why I'm on this committee and why I've focused so much on health, nutrition, food aid, is because of pictures like that that are embedded in my mind as a kid. We came together as a country. Part of what moral clarity of the United States is we are a country of abundance. President Trump may not think this is in our national security interest, but I think it is in our faith interest. It is who we are as a spiritual nation, as a faith-based nation. We worry about that. We care about relieving starvation and so forth. We've got to do more because I talk to the faith-based groups, I talk to our implementing partners, I read the news stories. I do not want to see more pictures like this coming out, and I'm definitely afraid in the next 30 days, 60 days, 2 years, 4 years, we're going to see more death and starvation because nobody else can do what we do as the United States of America. I'd like your commitment that you will work with us to make sure we continue providing food aid, that we continue doing what we do best based on our moral clarity. Can I have your commitment on that?
Yeah, in fact, that's why we're going to have a humanitarian fund within the Department of State that's going to provide the humanitarian assistance that you've outlined. And we're still going to be by far the largest donor in the world to humanitarian assistance.
And you'll continue to work with this committee, work with us in a bipartisan way, in a bicameral way, to do what we do best. Nobody can do what the United States does.
That's my hope, to be able to continue to work with you in that way. We want to see humanitarian aid. We're going to do more of it than anybody on the planet.
Great. Let's save lives. With that, let me yield the remainder of my time to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
I thank you, Representative Barra, and God bless Jerry Connolly. Mr. Secretary, you and I had the great privilege this past Sunday of traveling to the installation of Pope Leo, where he encouraged us to choose love and help the world's poorest. He suggests that we should get proximate to the suffering. If I were to tell you, Mr. Secretary, that outside that door was a 3-year-old little girl starving, like that photograph, ribs protruding, weak, unable to speak, what would you do?
Whatever anybody would do, we would try to help her.
I agree. I would too.
And that's what we do more than anybody in the world.
Anybody would do that. We would go out that door and help that little child. It's your humanity that calls you to do that, to save a single life. Mr. Secretary, Gaza is starving. As of last week, the UN has confirmed, it's the UN, has confirmed at least 57 children have already died of malnutrition and 14,000 more are on the brink of starvation. Food sits just beyond the border for days, for weeks. It was cut off. Please hold the clock for me. Reclaiming my time. I understand they're upset. For days, for weeks, I asked that I could reclaim some of that time that was just interrupted.
We'll give you 5 seconds.
5?
Additional.
Innocent children are dying. Mr. Secretary, Pope Leo has called for an end to the blockade to humanitarian aid, which began by Mr. Netanyahu March the 2nd. He said, the Pope said, the price is being paid by children, the elderly, and the sick. Secretary Rubio, I call upon you and I ask for your affirmation of this. Stand by our faith, by the call of the Pope to save the children desperate for food and water, babies who have no way to feed themselves, mothers who have to watch them die. Stand by the Jewish faith. Their teaching tells us to save a single life is to save the whole universe. Will you commit to getting a surge of aid into Gaza now?
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Maybe the Secretary...
Chair now recognizes
maybe the
Representative
Secretary
Burchett
could
from
answer-
Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, could the Secretary answer my question? It's a
you
yes
got
or no.
I don't think you got a question out, and
I
I
did.
gave you additional time.
Would
Chair recognizes
somebody-
Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, how do you plan to ensure that the future foreign assistance funding decisions are aligned with the President and are not co-opted or watered down by entrenched Foreign Service bureaucrats?
I'm going to get to your question, Dimitri. If I could just take 5 seconds. We have asked the Israelis, and I think they've acknowledged this publicly, to allow more aid to flow. I actually met with the World Food Program in Rome this weekend while I was there. We believe they have a system in place for distribution. We'll continue to urge them to do so, and in fact, we expect more aid will begin to flow rapidly over the next few days into Gaza.
I thank you.
As far as your question about entrenched Foreign Service officers, actually, I want to be fair here. I have found the Foreign Service officers, by and large, the professional Foreign Service officers, to be very competent, professional, wanting to deliver on the mission, and to the extent they're frustrated in many cases is that they feel impeded by bureaucracy or by layers and layers of bureaucracy. People don't join the Foreign Service to get rich. They know they're doing it for service, and it's rewarding. Like in any organization, you're going to have people that stand in the way or are not aligned with the mission. And it's our responsibility to ensure that those people are not in a position to impede us. But we can't do the work at the State Department without our professional Foreign Service officers. And frankly, they're the ones we're empowering. And so ultimately what we want to return to, however, is a Foreign Service officer corps that's promoted and rewarded on the basis of merit, on how well you do your job. And sometimes, by the way, that means promoting someone who maybe doesn't have as many years experience. Maybe they've only been there 10 years instead of 20, but they're really good. And if you don't promote them, we're going to lose them to the private sector or some other endeavor. So ultimately, it resides upon us, those of us in these positions, to ensure that our agencies are delivering on the president's foreign policy. The State Department is not an independent branch of government. We are part of the executive, and our job is to help the president formulate foreign policy and execute on it. And we're trying to give you a structure in this reorganization to do that.
You could have just said, put the best player in, coach. That would have covered it, and I appreciate your answer, brother. Moving on, will the State Department classify the Taliban as a foreign terrorist organization?
Well, I believe that classification is now once again under review. As you know, we've had some success over the last few weeks in getting some Americans that were detained released. But we'll have some decisions to make. That designation ultimately will be based on a holistic approach to what we think our future policy is going to be with regards to Afghanistan. We're clearly aware of who they are and what they've done in the past. We'd like to see more cooperation from them on al-Qaeda and other elements in the country that we'd like to see targeted. So I think that's part of a tool set the president has as leverage to increase cooperation on their part.
Can we ensure that America won't be attacked by the Taliban or any of these other terrorist groups that are training or based in Afghanistan?
Well, that's what we need to ensure every single day. And obviously, DOD holds that primary responsibility. And there's a reason why we don't have a diplomatic presence in Afghanistan, is because we do not feel at this point like we could appropriately secure our personnel. But the president is keenly aware of the situation there. He was very involved in negotiating in his first presidency for a deal that kept Americans safe. And I think he's interested in arriving at one again to ensure Afghanistan never becomes a launch pad for external operations against Americans anywhere in the world, especially the homeland.
Thank you. Also, I've been working on a piece of legislation, House Resolution 260, for a couple of years. It basically defunds the Taliban. We found out the fellow named Legend who fought on our side and another guy, Sean Ryan, Navy SEAL, that they're collecting around $40 million a week is what we've been told, and possibly up to a point of $5 billion from some State Department documents. I'm wondering if you all will support that bill. And what it does, it aims to stop U.S. tax dollars from benefiting the Taliban.
Well, I haven't seen the bill. I certainly support the intent that you've outlined. And I also would say the president has issued an order, which we have followed, to suspend any aid that could possibly reach the hands of the Taliban, and that's been implemented.
Or we're told that it possibly still is, and the president has voiced support of this legislation, and I would hope that you would review that. That's something that's been out for a while, and it needs to be stopped, put to rest at some point. I've also invited President Saleh of Afghanistan to meet with me and my colleagues, and I'm wondering if you all will facilitate his entry into the country to meet with us.
Well, ultimately, that will require a decision and a determination upon whether a visa should be granted for that visit. We're certainly happy to, if you've got an engagement that you think would be important and further the national interest, it's certainly something we would consider in terms of making that decision. You know, we've granted visas in the past to people that we're not necessarily enamored with because they're coming to the United Nations or for some other purpose. So we would want to work with you to learn more about the context of that visit, and we would consider it.
Sure, I would remind you and this body and the folks that are listening and watching this that $40 million may not be a whole heck of a lot to people in Washington, D.C., but I can assure you in East Tennessee that is a whole lot of money that we are probably providing our enemies every dadgum week. And I'd appreciate y'all's assistance with that. Y'all been great. You've accepted our...
expired.
Okay.
Chair now recognizes Representative Castro from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you for your testimony. I want to say at the beginning that I think that in terms of roles in the cabinet, that coming into your job, I think you're the most qualified cabinet member. In a cabinet that I think has otherwise been incompetent and unqualified. You and I are obviously of different political parties, but we share kind of a similar story. My grandmother, Victoria Castro, came to this country when she was 6 or 7 years old as an orphan, because both her parents had died after the Mexican Revolution, and the closest relatives that could take her in were not in Mexico. They were in San Antonio. And when my grandmother came to Eagle Pass, Texas, the manifest that allowed her to come, there was a question that was asked on that document. And the question said, purpose for visit. And her relatives that were bringing her, they wrote in to live, that she was coming to live. You have an incredible family story of your parents and your grandfather coming from Cuba in the 1950s and maybe early 1960s, and a similar background of helping you and your siblings pursue their American dreams, just like my grandmother did for my mom and for us. But I feel like today, under the Trump administration, our grandparents may have ended up in a gulag or banished in Guantanamo, or like the girl that I visited with who was a US citizen in Mexico a few weeks ago with a brain tumor, having her seizure medication seized at a CBP inland port. And her mom, who's undocumented Mexican, her caretaker, 24 hours a day, not allowed to come back with her to get treatment for her condition. And I want to ask you specifically about a policy decision where on February 5th, DHS Secretary Noem rescinded temporary protected status for Venezuelans. This same thing was used for 700,000 Cubans in the 1960s and 70s. And she stated that in consultation with the Department of State, assess conditions in Venezuela and that there are, quote, notable improvements in several areas such as the economy, public health, and crime that allow for these nationals to be safely returned to their home countries. And you said as recently as a few years ago that returning and failing to renew TPS for Venezuelans would be, quote, very real death sentence for countless Venezuelans who have fled their country. That was a few years ago. And so I wanted to ask you, do you believe after everything that Maduro has done and you and I have both condemned him, as I think almost everybody on this dais has, that TPS recipients forced to return to Venezuela will truly be safe in that country? And how do you justify the decision to send 350,000 people to Venezuela right now?
Well, 350,000 people have not been sent to Venezuela. I think you're referring to the TPS cancellation of the temporary status. So 2 points. Number one is, unfortunately, that blanket approval of TPS gave TPS, including to people that, frankly, we should not have allowed in this country, irrespective of what part of the world they came from. Number two is the hope that now people that have received TPS will apply through the asylum process. And I believe many of them, if not most of them, will have very credible asylum claims to make for the reason you've just outlined. I think the problematic is that when you do a blanket TPS, number one, it's supposed to be temporary. None of these TPSs ever go away. But number two, when you do a blanket, especially in a mass migration event, it is going to protect and cover people that, frankly, we should not have allowed into this country. The overwhelming
we're both part of the same Latino community. You're not saying that all 350,000 people were gang members, are you?
Of course not. The majority
Are
are
you
not.
saying
But
that
if
they
1,000
were-
of them are, we got a big problem.
Well, yeah, but so because there is a very small group who are criminals, just like any group of Americans, you're saying that none of them get any due process? They're just automatically expelled?
No,
like
they
no
have a right
review,
to-
no nothing for any of their cases?
Well, again, it's not my department. We don't do asylum claims, but I
Well,
can
but
tell
she
you they
said
can
she
apply for
consulted
asylum.
with you. She said that it was her decision and your decision, and a few years ago you said it was a death sentence.
Yeah, but the problem is the previous administration did a terrible job of vetting applicants for TPS. They just blanket approved it.
They
So
did
now-
things that have been done in other administrations before.
But never in this
Republican and
mass migration
Democrat.
event. Look, the bottom line is, of course, the overwhelming majority of them are not gang members, and they will be able to apply for asylum, and they have a very credible claim.
I have
but
to
there
yield.
are some that are, and
I
they
have
need
to
to be
yield my
removed from our
remaining
country.
time. I got it. I got to yield my remaining time to Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you for that, Rep. Castro. I have a quick question. The World Cup and the Olympics are being hosted in both red and in blue districts across this country, but they are not going to be successful unless we get visas to all of the folks that are participating. This is a bipartisan priority. I just sent a letter to you along with Representative Kim and 50 other colleagues. I am glad that the President has directed this administration to make this a success. In that spirit of cooperation, are you committing to working with me to ensuring that these games are a success and that we're getting visas to those who need it?
100%.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, great to see you. Thanks for being here. I want to talk to you about the United Nations Relief and Workers Agency. The claims are fantastic and horrific at the same time, longstanding, of mismanagement, of collusion with Hamas and the terrorist organization and terrorists in Hamas, the using of American tax dollars to promote terrorism, anti-Semitism, violence, rampant corruption throughout the United Nations Relief and Workers Agency and ties to Hamas. The simple question for you as our representative in the administration and for all the taxpayers, not only in the 10th District of Pennsylvania, but all across the country who find it intolerable that their tax money goes to support terrorism and the wanton killing of the Jewish people and the state of Israel. What concrete steps is this administration, are you vowing to take regarding the United Nations Relief and Workers Agency?
Yeah, we're not working with them anymore. I mean,
are they going to continue to receive funding?
no.
Really
I mean, we're done with that. We're not distributing any more aid through that organization, especially because of the links in Gaza that you've outlined that have now been well documented.
And what is the administration doing vis-a-vis other countries that would wish to continue to support them? What is the United States doing with our clout, with our leadership role in trying to make sure that UNRWA no longer exists, because it is a tool of Hamas?
Well, we've made very clear we're done cooperating with them on this work, and we're not going to be involved in it. Obviously, other countries have sovereign decisions they make. I take your point that you want us to use our pressure, but the truth of the matter is no country contributes as much to these efforts as we do. And as a result, I think that gives us tremendous leverage to potentially find and create alternatives for the distribution of aid. And that's what we're working on actively now. It's one of the impediments to getting aid into Gaza as we speak. We want to find alternatives that are reliable, that will actually reach the people, but will not wind up in the hands of Hamas, who then turns it around and sells it at exorbitant prices on the black market to enrich themselves after they feed themselves. So we share your sentiments on this completely.
Appreciate your answer and your dedication to that. Again, the American taxpayers are sick of paying for terrorism. Let's turn to the State Department bureaucratic loyalty and my concern. Over a long period of time, the State Department co-opted in the 30s by many communists. It's well documented. If you know the history, let's be blunt, some of these people are still continue to act like communists, sabotaging our institutions and selling out our country. I'm wondering, frankly, what can be done about that to align the State Department with the goals of not only this administration, but the goals of the American people to promote America and Americanism.
Yeah, well, I think the first starts with what I've said from the very beginning of this hearing, and that is that the goal of our foreign policy is to further our national interest. You have to define what the national interest is, and then you have to make sure that the policies that you're pursuing are in furtherance of the national interest, not the global interest, not the international order, but what's in the interest of the United States. Sometimes cooperating with the global order is in the national interest. Many times, increasingly, it is not. As you see, these international institutions oftentimes have become places where we give all the money and then they work against us. And it's used as a forum for anti-Americanism. The second point is, and that's part of the reorganization is, and this is an important point, and I hear this in some of the criticisms, I don't know if people fully understand, I've made this point already, the Department of State is not another branch of government. We work for the President of the United States. The people elected the President sets the foreign policy. Our job is to advise and provide options, but ultimately our job is to execute on the foreign policy of the President. And we are trying to organize the State Department to be able to do that as efficiently and as effectively as possible without having to check 40 boxes in a memo where someone you've never heard of and I've never heard of but's happened to work at the State Department has a veto power over our ability to pursue a presidential directive. Now that will be true for this administration, and frankly it'll be true for the next administration, be it a Republican or a Democrat one. But that's the way our republic functions. In our republic, the executive branch is headed by the President, who's elected by the people through the Electoral College, and our job is to deliver on the President's agenda. That's what I'm proud to do, and that's what we're going to continue to do, and that's the kind of State Department we're building to deliver on.
Appreciate that. And finally, Mr. Secretary, the President's emergency plan for AIDS relief, it's been over 20 years since we launched this program, and we poured billions of dollars into it. And while it's definitely saved lives, and we certainly appreciate that and we laud that, what's the future? And when do we transition full responsibility to the African nations to manage their own health programs as we struggle to manage our own and pay for our own in the United States of America?
First of all, 85% of recipients under PEPFAR are currently and still receiving their assistance. The second point you make is an important one, and that is the best foreign aid is foreign aid that ends, and it ends because you've either solved the problem or because you've given capacity to your local partners to solve the problem. And I do believe there needs to be a metric in PEPFAR and beyond that in all of our foreign aid to ensure that at some point it ends because the problem was solved or because the local partner now has the capacity to handle it on their own. We are a generous people, but we cannot be responsible for every problem on this planet. We can't afford it. And frankly, in this day and age, we have many priorities we need to balance if we're going to form the national interest.
Representative Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You know, I keep hearing you say your job is to carry out the mission of the executive branch and the agenda of the president. It's kind of hard to figure out what the president's foreign policy is. It jumps around from Gaza being a resort area to we're going to help Ukraine or we're not. We're going to have tariffs on China or we're not. We're meddling in the Romanian election. I don't know how you figure out what the agenda is. Also, you say you want to make the State Department stronger, but everything we've seen coming from y'all is that you're dead set on kind of killing it or at least undermining American interests. I think you proposed an 84% budget cut, plans for widespread diplomatic closures, laying off staff across the board. I don't see how any of those things really makes us stronger and delivers for the American people. Now, I believe that jeopardizes our national security, but I want to ask you something a little more arcane, a little more specific to my district that has to do with some economic investments, and that's about tourism. You know, we've been working very hard to improve the visa services over the last few years. Seems to me what you're doing is going to undercut that and move us backwards. We're already seeing this as a problem in Las Vegas where tourists are down by 8% just in a few short months. And this problem is going to become more acute as we look to host the Olympics and we host the World Cup. So could I just ask you, are you planning to cut the Consular Affairs Bureau that does the visas by 15% like we're hearing?
No, consular affairs may actually even be expanded. And in fact, we are looking for ways to do double shifts in some of our embassies around the world because of the visa requirements. For example, if you haven't applied for a visa from Colombia already, you probably won't get here in time for the World Cup unless we go to double shifts. So we've even talked about reassigning foreign service officers, many of who are trained earlier in their career in consular services, to provide 24-hour presence in some of our embassies and consulates around the world, just to handle the visa load for things like the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup, the FIFA Club Cup, and then the Olympics 2 years behind it. And in fact, go
How
ahead.
are you going to do that with an 84% budget cut?
There's no 84%, but I think you're referring to USAID when it comes to the
I
State
know that's
Department.
part of it, but just
Yeah,
generally.
but when it comes to the State Department, our consular services are actually intend on ramping up efforts because of the reasons that I've just outlined below, because of the reasons I just outlined earlier. And we recognize that as a top priority. We want it to be a success. It's a priority for the president. And I think there are good numbers because it's the same division that handles it. We are setting records in the numbers of passports that are being processed. Same group of people, so it shows that our systems are improving. And finally, we're looking of ways to infusing technology and AI to even further and rapidly increase that process even further, particularly for people, we're people who have had visas in the past, so we're just restoring visas. We can move even much quicker on many of those.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, but I want to look and see what you do, not just what you say, because when you talk about cutting budgets, talk about cutting personnel, talk about closing embassies and consulates, I don't know how you can increase the visa process or make it quicker.
There's no proposal at this time to close embassies or consulates. That's been media reporting because people like to leak lies, but there's no such
So
work.
that's not happening?
None are proposed, and I think I would
Know
know.
about it? Well, okay, well, let's check that out and see where that information is coming from. If I could switch just a little bit to Afghanistan, you've heard a little bit about that. I introduced legislation to authorize the CARE Act, the Coordination for Afghan Relocation Efforts. You voted for that, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Mass voted for that. We called for this to be created and have an appointment made. I wonder, can you tell us what's happening with that to help us serve these Afghan refugees? Or are you wearing that hat too, or is there somebody else that you're going to appoint to that position?
Primarily the DHS responsibility for the intake of people into our country. I can certainly take that back and give you information on what progress they've made in that regard. But I will also tell you that one of the things we're tackling right now is we have to be able to properly vet anyone who comes into this country, given the mass migration events we've confronted over the last 3 years.
I suspect these people are vetted as much or more than just about anybody else coming into the country as refugees.
Well, some of them, they include dependents, and in many cases, a higher level of vetting is necessary because they're coming from countries where we don't have a lot of information. Not every country keeps, including Afghanistan, has perfect records. Some of them, we know them because they've worked with us in the past. Others, we just have limited information on them.
So, but we are going to continue with this Afghan relocation efforts and this office, this CARE office. That's what you're committing to me?
Well, we're going to comply with the statutory requirements, but we
Okay,
also
well,
have to
that's
be
good.
more careful about who we let into this country.
Well, I didn't say that. I know we have to be careful, but I'm just saying we need to continue with that effort. You voted for it. Mr. Mass voted for it, but I don't see any progress on it. I hear just the opposite. So I appreciate that commitment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Mass, for holding this crucial hearing and allowing Secretary Rubio to highlight the overwhelming successes accomplished so far in the Trump administration. Secretary Rubio, thank you for being here today and for the incredible work that you and the department are doing. We're really proud of it. Thank you. I want to echo your opening statement. America is back. From bringing home hostages held in Gaza, initiating peace agreement between the DRC and Rwanda, countering China's influence around the world, and much, much more, we are back. Thanks to the great work of President Trump and your great leadership, the United States is restoring its place on the world stage. No longer will the United States refuse to engage in foreign policy and diplomacy, but rather we will lead with peace through strength. I've traveled a lot recently via my various committees, including this one, throughout the continent of Africa. And one thing I've seen is that we've really neglected Africa. We have spent a lot of money and wasted a lot of money there, in my mind, with no strategic thought whatsoever into how we're spending this money. I have a question for you regarding South Africa. South Africa has withdrawn from America and our allies in recent years while increasing diplomatic relationships with our foreign adversaries, deepening cooperation with China, attacking our greatest ally, Israel, at the International Court of Justice, downgrading Taiwan's diplomatic presence, and condoning violence and race-based persecution against minorities. I fully support President Trump's executive order to bolster the administration's efforts in combating the egregious actions taken by South Africa. To support the administration's efforts, I recently introduced the U.S.-South Africa Bilateral Relations Review Act, which would conduct a full review of our relationship with the Republic of South Africa and allow for the use of targeted sanctions against corrupt officials in the African National Congress. Secretary Rubio, have you seen South Africa align with our adversaries like China, Iran, and Russia, and do you believe a full review of our bilateral relationship would be beneficial in the U.S.'s posture and strategy toward this country?
Yes, on your first two questions, and an interesting topic, and maybe even as we speak, the president is actually meeting with the president of South Africa who requested that meeting, and it will be happening today. Obviously, I'm here with you today, otherwise I would be at that. So I imagine these topics will be raised there as well.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And with that, I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, in your opening remarks, you mentioned Syria and how sanctions relief was a necessary step to help Syria's interim authorities stave off imminent collapse of the country. Can you expand on how sanctions relief is being used to advance U.S. policy objectives, and also discuss potentially what conditions have been placed on Syria's interim authorities for that sanctions relief, including but not limited to things like protection of religious minority groups and counterterrorism cooperation?
Yes. Well, first of all, let me say that Syria is, in many cases, when it comes to stability, the most important country in that region. And the region will tell you this. If Syria is unstable, the region becomes unstable. So we have an opportunity now, hopefully, to see a government, would hope the formation of a government, then the only kind of government that can work in Syria is one that respects and includes all the different groups, which, by the way, that's one of the advantages of Syria. There is such a thing as a Syrian national identity, and you can build on it. It is identity that until recently included close cooperation with Alawis and Druze and Christians and Sunni and Kurds. It's been a society that's existed this way until Assad divided them against each other for his own purposes. A civil war broke out, ISIS erupted, foreign fighters poured in, and all kinds of instability ensued. So what we have now is a transitional authority led by some people that frankly have troubling previous histories. That said, they have said they have no interest in war with Israel. They have no interest in becoming a playground to export revolution. What they want is to build a country. That is what they are claiming, and that's what we're willing to help them do if that's what they're serious about doing. So what sanctions relief, as has been proposed by the president, allows immediately is for partner nations in the region to be able to provide them the aid they need to do things like provide a government, provide municipal services, improve their telecommunication systems, all the sorts of things you need to build a nation state, and show the people of Syria there's a path forward towards progress. Our belief is failure to do that will quickly devolve into civil war. ISIS will grow in strength and power. Pro-Iranian groups that are being fomented will increase their activities to destabilize, and then you've got a big problem on your hands because now you have Syria once again becoming a playground for foreign fighters, jihadists, terrorists, and the like that threaten not just Israel, not just their neighbors, but ultimately the United States. I will say why it furthers national interest. Again, this is not going to be easy. No one should pretend this is going to be easy because it's not. But if Syria could somehow be stabilized now and for the foreseeable future, what it would mean for Lebanon, what it would mean for Jordan, what it would mean for Israel, and what it would mean for the broader stability of the region is extraordinary. It is a historic opportunity we hope comes to fruition. We're going to do everything we can to make it succeed. We hope that it does, but it does have to be conditioned on them continuing to live by the commitments I've just outlined that they've made verbally. Now we need to see it in action.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Representative Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Rubio, thank you for being here today. As a member of the legislative branch, I don't have a special exemption to violate the law. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that in America, no one is above the law?
Of course.
Okay. And in our system of government, it's Congress that makes the laws, the executive branch that executes the laws, and the judicial branch, when there's a dispute, that says what the law is. Is that right?
Within the context of separation of powers, yes.
Okay. And the reason that due process is so fundamental to America is before we put the entire weight of the federal government and snatch someone off the street, we might want to ask, hey, do you have something to say about that? Might we have the wrong person? And in the case of Mr. Garcia, the Trump administration admitted in court that they mistakenly deported him to El Salvador. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, said the Trump administration has to facilitate getting him back. Do you believe the administration has to follow that Supreme Court order?
Well, I don't believe he was wrongfully deported. He's an Salvadorian citizen
That's not
illegally
my question.
in the
Do you
United
believe
States.
the Trump administration has to follow the Supreme Court 9-0 unanimous decision?
Within the context of separation of powers. That
Okay.
no court can tell me how to conduct foreign policy. They can't tell me what I have to say to a president of another country, nor do I need to tell them what I told the president of another country, because I can't
I'm
conduct
just
foreign
asking
policy.
you, do you believe the Trump administration has to follow the unanimous Supreme Court
I believe we are
decision?
following it.
Okay, so my next question is, what steps have you or the State Department taken to facilitate the return of Mr. Garcia, who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador?
The conduct of our foreign policy is an executive function, and how I conduct
I'm
it,
just
I don't need
asking
to share
you.
with you.
Well,
and
let me
I
ask you
don't
this:
share with the court.
Have you or the State Department taken any steps to facilitate?
We've taken
the
steps, but I'm not going to tell you what they are, and I don't have to, because we conduct the foreign policy of the United States, and I can't conduct diplomacy with a
And
foreign
so-
leader if I come to committees and tell you what they said to me,
Right.
what I said to them,
you-
and more certainly a
Now,
court can't
so
tell me to say
you
that
have
either.
taken steps to facilitate Mr. Garcia's return.
We've made those.
And-
We've made that assertion, and we've made those assertions in court, and
All right,
we've
thank
complied.
you. I appreciate that. I'd like to ask you now about Ukraine. On August 24th, 2022, you tweeted the following. In the past 6 months since Putin's criminal invasion of Ukraine, Ukrainians have shown incredible bravery and strength as they fight to defend their homeland. On Ukraine's Independence Day, the free world applauds their courage and celebrates Ukraine's sovereignty. And then also in 2022, you said the people of Ukraine are tough people who will never accept being ruled by Putin. I want to ask you, I assume you continue to believe what you said in 2022, right? That we should celebrate Ukraine's sovereignty and that the people of Ukraine will never accept being ruled by Putin, right?
Yeah, that's why we're trying to end the war.
All right. On April 30th, 2018, you tweeted, "Glad to see State Department confirm delivery of Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. The U.S. should continue empowering Ukraine and other allies to defend against the threat of Russian aggression." You would agree with your prior statement that the U.S. should continue to support Ukraine against Russian aggression, right?
We've supported them more than anyone in the world.
All right. Unfortunately, it appears Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth went rogue and decided unilaterally to stop support for Ukraine earlier this year. Various news organizations reported that Secretary Hegseth paused military support to Ukraine without President Trump's knowledge. I'm going to read you from one article dated May 6, quote, "Pete Hegseth canceled military aid flights to Ukraine just a week into Trump's second term without the president even knowing, according to Reuters. The order initially sparked mass confusion within the administration as national security officials in the White House, the Pentagon, and the State Department couldn't figure out who ordered the halt in flights. This is yet another example of the chaos and lack of cohesion that Hegseth has brought to the Pentagon from day one." Did Secretary Hegseth tell you before he ordered the halt in flights to Ukraine of military weapons?
I can't comment on that because I don't remember that. I don't remember ever hearing that, to what you're claiming now.
So your understanding is he never told you he was going to halt these flights?
I just know we're providing them assistance now, but the war ultimately has to end.
In 2016, you stated the following: "From his repression of the Russian people and the assassination of his critics, to his dangerous invasion of Ukraine and the occupation of Crimea, to his threats against our NATO allies in Central and Eastern Europe, to the war crimes committed by Russian forces, Putin's Russia is a threat to global stability." You would agree with your prior statement, right, that Putin's Russia is a threat to global stability?
I would agree that in my role as Secretary of State, my job is to bring Russia to the table to end the war, and that's what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to end a war so that more people don't die.
Thank you. And trying to end the war, I simply note that Putin on Palm Sunday launched a barrage of missiles, killed a bunch of civilians. Right before his conversation with Trump recently, he launched a bunch of missiles, killed a bunch of civilians. So clearly, Putin is giving the middle finger to you and to the president. I urge you to defeat Putin on the battlefield. That's the only way to get him to the negotiating table. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Representative Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary Rubio, thank you so much for coming to our committee. Before I ask my questions, I would like to extend my condolences and prayer to Representative Connolly's family and his loved ones. The president has said repeatedly that economic policy is foreign policy, and he's matching that statement with his actions. From $100 billion in the investment in the United States from TSMC and reshoring of more than $55 billion in private sector investment commitments to the recent historic trade deal with the UK and successful tariff negotiations with more than 50 countries. I agree. that economic policy is foreign policy, and I strongly believe that the State Department should be equipped with a robust economic toolkit to secure greater market access for American businesses and protect them from predatory foreign competition. But unfortunately, the department's economic statecraft policies, of which my subcommittee on East Asia and the Pacific have recently had a hearing on this issue, that in recent years it has not been effective in meeting those goals and ensuring U.S. leadership on the international stage. So Secretary Rubio, what do you think has prevented the department from producing results that Americans desire, and what additional tools are needed to implement the president's commitment to make economic statecraft focal point of our foreign policy?
Well, you've asked one of the questions that's critical to our reorganization. That's why it's so important that even economic affairs be prioritized at the level of the embassy and the regional bureaus, because again, the economic opportunities may vary from region to region. I would say one of the issues that's held us back is on energy. It is by far the number one need around the world, not simply because you can't develop an economy without energy. You can't even keep pace with the transformation of our economy without energy. AI alone will consume in its production both of semiconductors and ultimately of the equipment required for AI. AI alone will require a consumption of energy far beyond what the world is capable of generating today. The countries that are going to succeed and win in the race on AI and higher technology are the ones who can produce reliable, affordable energy over a sustained period of time and at sufficient loads. And so countries all over the world need more energy. And that's been held back by the fact that we're telling people you can have energy, but it has to be windmills and solar panels. We have to be able to use things like LNG, like nuclear energy and others. And we're open to other things. Hydroelectric is very viable in some places not much. But I think energy has to be at the core of our economic opportunities, because countries around the world are asking for it.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio. I want to talk about another issue that is very important to me and to you. When you're in the Senate, you are the lead Senate champion on the North Korea human rights reauthorization bill, of which I am trying to champion on the House side. The critical legislation calls for appointing a special envoy on North Korea human rights. So we want to make sure that that position is not left vacant. So can you talk about if you have plans to appoint someone to fill that position for North Korea issues? It's very important to me.
Yes, and obviously that's going through the process of presidential personnel for the appointment process to find the right person, make sure the vetting is cleared, and so forth. We've prioritized initially appointments of assistant secretaries and other Senate-confirmed positions. I know all of you would want to see more government officials appearing before you. We've got to get them confirmed by the Senate. We've just now begun to make some progress. I got a deputy 2 months ago. We just got another deputy for management just a few days ago. And we're hoping this week we'll get some more of those Senate-confirmed positions. So we're working through it. But obviously our intention is to have someone as the statute requires.
And make sure that the advocating for North Korea human rights issues becomes on the top burner of the issue. Thank you so much. I'm going to yield the balance of my time to Rep. Moylan from Guam.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, just we've got about a minute here. Just elaborate a little bit more. I'm really interested about your approach, diplomacy approach for local U.S. economics and local government investment, especially in the Indo-PACOM area, and giving some money back to the government there. We have a Guam Economic Development Authority, which will be really helpful if they were part of this. Please expand.
We have a unit that deals with subnational diplomacy, which of course this would become a priority for them as well. And again, I hate to be a broken record on this, but it's just another example of why driving policymaking from these global functional bureaus down to our regional bureaus and or embassies and our regional presence will allow us to identify unique opportunities, whether it's in the Pacific region or in some cases other parts of the world. It allows these issues to be highlighted and us to move quickly on actioning it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yield back. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to turn to the war in Sudan. This is, as you know, the world's largest displacement and humanitarian crisis. 500,000 people are facing famine. I saw firsthand the suffering when I visited Sudanese refugees in Chad. Earlier this year, and again yesterday, you reiterated that the Rapid Support Forces, a militia, is committing a genocide in Sudan. Is that correct?
And we're very concerned about what both sides are doing, frankly, but the RSF in particular.
Correct. I agree with that. You also said as part of that, that all of our engagement with the UAE, we need to raise the fact that they are openly supporting an entity that is carrying out a genocide. And yet, President Trump continues to arm the UAE. In fact, he just blew through Ranking Member Meek's congressional hold on over $1 billion in arms sales, ignoring this committee's longstanding role as an independent check on major arms sales. And we can have a policy debate here about the merits of continuing to arm the UAE or not, despite this genocide. I had that same conversation with Secretary Blinken. But actually, I want to talk about the events that led up to that decision. So on April 30th, the Trump Organization, which Donald Trump still owns, unveiled plans to build an 80-story Trump Tower in Dubai. Then on May 1st, Trump's crypto company, World Liberty Financial, secured a $2 billion deal with an Emirati company with deep ties to the government. And only 11 days later, on May 12th, your department notified our committee that it would ignore Ranking Member Meek's holds on UAE arms sales. Secretary Rubio, we have a president who is personally profiting from a deal with a foreign government-backed company at the same time he is selling lethal weapons to that same government. Isn't that a clear conflict of interest?
I think no matter who was president, they would have to deal with the UAE. We have to. They're a member.
That's not my question. We can have a policy debate about how we should engage with the UAE.
They're making claims about corruption, and I'm answering that any president in the United States, I don't care who the president is, would have to deal with UAE. They're a member of the Abraham Accords, number one. They've been incredibly cooperative on a bunch of other issues. We don't agree with them on 100%. We have concerns about some of the things they do, but this is called the balancing of foreign policy.
Secretary
It is in
Rubio,
our national interest to have a good relationship with the UAE, despite the fact that there are things we do we don't like.
Secretary Rubio, I don't disagree with you. I just visited the UAE a couple weeks ago and had these very same conversations there, but I don't think this is a complicated question. President Trump is personally profiting from a deal with a foreign government while selling weapons to that same government who is enabling a genocide. Policy aside, are you really saying you don't think this is a conflict of interest?
No, you're making claims. The president's family owns a business, and they can conduct business anywhere in the world they want. The president's never once raised business deals in UAE when talking about it. Any president would have to have a relationship with the UAE.
Secretary Rubio,
the
that's
previous
just silly.
administration had one too.
President Trump has retained his ownership of these companies, and I have an image right here from World Liberty Financial's website. So the idea that President Trump is not the face of the brand of this company on top from benefiting from them, and it literally says on the website that Mr. Trump and his family members own a 60% stake in this company, that's silly. So we can talk about the policy merits. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a very simple question. Do you believe it's a conflict of interest to have a president personally profiting from a deal with a foreign government while selling weapons to that same government who's enabling a genocide?
I don't accept the premise of your question. I think this has nothing to do with personally benefiting from anything. This has to do with the fact that in order to conduct foreign policy in the Middle East, you're going to have to deal with the UAE.
Mr. Secretary, this is a clear conflict of interest, and anyone with any common sense can see that. The president is personally benefiting from billions of dollars of deals, and he doesn't care at all about the people of Sudan who are experiencing famine and genocide. It's shocking to me that you can't admit that. It's clear that you seem more concerned about staying in Trump's good graces than sticking up for human rights and American values that you once were a champion for. With that, I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Representative Olszewski.
Well, you make these claims about staying in good graces. You accuse people of being
Reclaiming my time,
corrupt.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I
We have to
appreciate
do
a softball
UAE.
for you, yes or no, since I don't have a lot of time, and I appreciate it. The chairman gives me a few seconds back. Softball for you. Would you, yes or no, as Secretary, find it outrageous for you to solicit or accept a $200,000 Rolls Royce from a foreign government for personal or State Department use?
That offer's never been made to me.
Yes, so you would reject that offer?
The offer of a Rolls Royce?
Yes.
I don't understand the purpose of that
You
question.
would.
That's a silly question.
The fact that you can't answer the question,
I
Mr.
just answered it. I said it's silly.
Silly because you would accept it or not?
Of course not. Who would accept it? But no
Well,
one's getting.
then I think you should
But what are
maybe
you
perhaps,
equating that to?
Mr. Secretary, reclaim my time. I think you are an honorable man by most accounts, but the man that you work for doesn't. And the fact that he is soliciting and accepting a $400 million plane is problematic. And you should know about it. It came up in a Senate hearing. You should read about it, add it to your reading, because it is problematic for foreign policy. It adds to the corruption that my colleague just said. And I hope you speak out against it. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Representative Huizenga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Rubio. Good to see you again. I'm going to try to quickly move through a couple of issues. My district consists of Southwest Michigan, including Battle Creek, where we have a large Burmese diaspora, and they have a lot of friends and family who are still back in Burma, Myanmar, that are dealing with the brutal military junta. And they are literally waging a war of terror and genocide on those folks. I have introduced a bipartisan bill, H.R. 3190, the Brave Burma Act, to target the military junta's revenues, specifically implementing full blocking sanctions on Myanmar oil and gas enterprises, Myanmar Economic Bank, the MEB, and entities operating within the jet fuel sector, which is where they get most of their revenue. And this is the same question I asked Secretary Bessent. Are you willing to work with us in my office to implement this particular?
Well, absolutely. I mean, if you pass legislation, it's our job to implement it.
Right, I appreciate that. I want to move on. I had in my subcommittee, I'm the South Central Asia subcommittee, but I'm also dealing with the R family of State Department as we're doing this reauthorization. And a couple of weeks ago, we had a hearing where we had the truth czarina, Ms. Jankowicz, participated in. And we know that the CCP has been pouring billions of dollars into propaganda and censorship around the world, and I'm actually introducing a bill, Restoring American Freedom Act, that would codify the Trump EO on censorship. But I want to know, what is your strategy to push back on China, defend literally speech and the truth?
Well, I think the first thing is that we need to be strong defenders of free speech everywhere in the world, and anywhere in the world where it's being threatened, including, sadly, parts of Europe, where we're seeing truth and we're seeing free speech now being endangered. The second point I would make about it is, and we've done this in our own department, you know, we had an entity in our own department, the Global Engagement Center, that was involved, frankly, in identifying Americans. Then they would pass this information on to these NGOs that were not part of government, and they would use them to then target Americans to try to silence them or brand them or harass them. The State Department should not be engaged in that, and we closed that center.
That was going to be my follow-up. These are going to make sure that that's not happening. That's the idea of codifying the Trump EO, which is why I'm moving forward on that. Real quickly, Mr. Burchett, back over here, was talking about Afghanistan, and his bill, which is a report bill, I think goes hand in glove with a bill that I've introduced, which would require a restriction of all U.S. tax dollars that are being paid in Afghanistan for things such as fees and fines and taxes. I mean, U.S. taxpayers paying taxes to the Taliban in Afghanistan. And so I'd love to, if you want to make a quick comment on that, about a necessity to end that. I think this is something that we need
Well,
to
we
do.
have, at the President's direction, we've ended virtually, if not all, of the aid programs that would fall in the hands or benefit the Taliban. Beyond that, there may be some other ways in which they're collecting funds that may require statutory authority to do, and so we would welcome that.
Great. And we'll follow up with your team on specifically that piece of legislation. At this time, I want to recognize Mr. Zinke for the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, great always to see you. I have deep concerns about our ability to provide effective and timely military capability to our allies through the FMS program. I find myself the chair of a working group, and it is probably worse than both of us have thought. It's in need of reform. I'm glad to say it's a bipartisan effort both sides are working on. And Mr. Secretary, I just need your commitment that you will prioritize this, because the President's recent trip to the Middle East would suggest there's a lot of FMS that's coming our way, and we're not in a position to make sure that we fulfill the President's objectives in that. So I just need your commitment, sir, that you'll help us and spend some time with us to wander through this and get it fixed.
Yes, it's among one of our leading priorities of reorganization and reform, is to reform that process, to moves quicker and moves faster. We get so many complaints. Every bilateral engagement we have is someone complaining about some sale or even a financing deal that was been in place for 5 years and has not yet been delivered or has not yet been approved. through the process. So we've got to reform that system. And frankly, the other impediment we have with foreign military sales is our industrial capacity to build munitions quickly enough to deliver for our own needs, but also for the commitments we've made to our partners. So that needs to be improved, and that can be improved if we have a faster system that's delivering on these contracts.
I would agree, and I would say our military supply system in this country would not exist if it wasn't for foreign military sales. So with that, thank you for serving again, and I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Joan yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Sherfullis McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being here. My question is about Jordan. Jordan's a close U.S. partner and continues to struggle with economic challenges and lingering extremist threats. Furthermore, the global assistance freeze continues to have a negative impact on Jordan, despite the administration's granting several waivers for military assistance, as millions of dollars for economic assistance remain suspended. This not only impacts Jordan, but it also the security of Israel. A weakened Jordan means a weakened Israel. Jordan has also been a leader in getting humanitarian aid to Gaza. What is the status of U.S. economic assistance to Jordan, including the already congressionally appropriated funds?
When it comes to Jordan, the remaining issues in the economic space for them, because they were initially exempted from even the freeze. And there was, however, a holdup on a number of programs involving water, particularly desal. And we have approved those. There were 2 that were somehow not moving through the system. Those have now been approved. And I think very shortly, if not this week, early part of next week, we should see that program flowing. We've been in close touch with the Jordanians on it. It's been a source of frustration for them and frankly for me. But ultimately, we're going to get all those programs online if they're not online already.
Thank you. I want to shift over to the Western Hemisphere. As Senator, we worked together several times, and I thank you for visiting the island of Hispaniola, specifically Haiti and Dominican Republic, within the first moments of being in your position. The recent designation of Haitian gangs as foreign terrorist organization, it sends a clear signal that what their actions are unacceptable and we won't be approving of them. But I have some concerns, and we sent a letter over with Ranking Member Meeks about making sure that it's actually punishing the gangs and not punishing the people. Specifically, we want to make sure that the humanitarian aid that's needed for Haiti actually gets into Haiti. Have you had any kind of steps you're taking to mitigate that?
Yes. So we think that designating them was important because, as both you and I know, there are individuals, including living in our home state, who are in cahoots with some of these gangs. And we can talk broader about the Haiti problem because it's something I feel very passionately about. But on the point you're trying to touch on, and let's be frank here, we are concerned that humanitarian groups, in order to distribute humanitarian aid, are often charged, for lack of a better term, tolls. You got to pay them money to let them go. Will that make them subject to sanctions because they paid somebody money to let them go through? That is not the intent of these sanctions, and we don't intend to punish them. The fundamental challenge we have in Haiti is that none of our existing international mechanisms are built for this problem set. Our international mechanisms are largely built to keep warring factions, ideological factions, tribal factions, political movements from each other. This is a country that's being threatened by 35 to 40,000 members of a coalition of criminal enterprises. It's basically controlled by organized crime. It's a very different mission set. So we're undertaking right now a substantial review across the interagency of what options exist to tackle a country that's being taken over by a mafia, for lack of a better term. They don't care about governing the country, they just want to control territory. So if there's no government, there's no one to, it's like allowing the mafia to take over the 5 boroughs of New York. That's what they're thinking. So I also want to make one more point. Why do we have an OAS if the OAS can't put together a mission to handle the most critical region in our hemisphere? And we're going to challenge the OAS to let's build a mission with regional partners to confront this. We're grateful to the Kenyans, but this is a regional problem and it should have a regional solution.
Well, that takes me to my next question also when it comes to Haiti. There's an underlying June deadline when it comes to the MSS. Could you please tell us any way you're trying to handle that?
Yeah, we're going to continue to be supportive of that mission for 2 reasons. Number one, because it's the only mission. And number 2, because of the Kenyans, and they've been very brave in their willingness to do it. And number 3, because who's going to join a future mission if the previous mission was abandoned? But we don't believe the MSS mission is going to solve this problem. It could be part of the answer, but it won't alone be the answer.
I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to run through it. The next one I want to ask you is also the biggest issue we saw with the mission is their inability to actually fight the actual gangs. Is there going to be any amendment or changes to give them the ability to fight, or is there another option you're pursuing?
Well, I think there's two limitations. One is the mandate that's been provided to them to be defensive in posture. Unless you go out after these gangs, I mean, just to be frank, these 30, 40,000 gang members have to be eliminated, put in jail, eliminated. You got to get rid of them. As long as they're around, you won't be able to have stability in the country. The other is capacity. They've had complaints about some of the equipment they've been provided. So it's a combination of not having a force posture, not having the legal authority, and not having the appropriate equipment, they claim, to be able to conduct some of these missions.
And my last, since I have 1 minute, I wanted to turn towards Africa. I'm happy you talked about energy security. Specifically, when it comes to energy security, we have to make a forward movement when it comes to Africa because they have so many minerals. But I'm afraid some of these, our diplomatic footprint has been reduced. And I'm happy to hear that the U.S. State Department is going to have a 6-point plan to bolster trade, but I still have concerns. So I wanted to ask you a few questions to see if you'd be able or willing to support this. Increasing funding to support commercial diplomacy, would you support that?
We want to increase commercial diplomacy. I don't know if we need more funding to do it, but we can certainly, we certainly want to make it a higher priority.
And also increasing funding for financial institutions to support projects and de-risk those economies. There are many different companies who would like to invest and help us build that footprint by having more economic relationships with Africa so we can have more of a partnership in trade. Would you support increasing funds to those financial institutions?
Well, I actually think those would lend themselves to both the Development Finance Corporation and potentially Millennium Challenge Grant opportunities outside of the traditional aid. I think Africa is looking for development. They're not looking for charity. And by the way, we have not reduced any diplomatic footprint other than in the DRC. We had to remove some people because of riots outside of our embassy.
Well, so my understanding is that you guys...
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you so much for your time.
Chair now recognizes Representative Baird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary. It's good to see you and appreciate all that you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
But my question is going to focus on China. You know, they've spent over 2 decades expanding their economic and political influence across Africa, and so becoming the continent's top trading partner and a dominant force in sectors that I think are critical to the United States' interests, particularly in agriculture and critical minerals. So I guess I'm just to ask you, Levin, you covered part of that in your last answer, but I really want to know what part agriculture can play in advancing the U.S. political influence, economic partnerships, and national security in the face of China's growing presence.
Well, I think the one point that I would make is, are there opportunities for us to improve the agricultural capacity of many of our partner nations, including in Africa? There's certainly things you can export, and in some markets that would make sense. But we are looking for opportunities to leverage both technologies and advances to allow more productivity in the agricultural sector. And that's what these countries want, particularly in Africa. Well, they will tell you repeatedly over and over again is they're not interested in aid, they're interested in development. They want our assistance to develop and to develop capabilities. And we do think that there are advances in agriculture. And it's one of the things we've worked and increasingly working with the Department of Agriculture on is how can we get some of our best practices, some of our scientific innovations that have been advanced by our agricultural sector in the United States, and provide them as perhaps in partnership with some of these nation states so that they can improve their own native homegrown agricultural capabilities. We think that would be a huge advantage to many of these countries, and many of them expressed interest in being a part of that sort of consortium.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think they have the resources that I'm talking about, the land and some of the other resources that are necessary for agriculture, but they just don't have the understanding of the technology that's used in agriculture today. So very good. So how can the restructured Department of State reassert American leadership in Africa, particularly through strategic investment? You were talking about investment early with the investment fund. So
yeah. So what we would look to for our missions on the ground at the embassy level and ultimately through the regional bureau is for help us to identify, because in every particular country, the opportunity is going to look different. And so as an example, we're still engaged in the DRC Rwanda negotiations, and our hope to we've gotten them to the table to sign a memorandum, but we hope they ultimately will cut a peace deal. But part of that is the ability to have American companies go in and in an ecologically responsible way, allow the country to benefit from its mineral rights. and from its mineral wealth. And so we want to be able to do that. So embassies would identify this opportunity. They would identify this as a priority. We would empower them to pursue it and to connect them with American companies that can help in that sector. So I think that's what the restructuring is really helpful for, is it'll allow at the individual country level for our embassies and its leadership to identify the unique opportunities that exist in one country versus another country. I think in the past, this has sort of been handled as a global thing as opposed to trying to specify it down to the regional and local level. We think we're going to get better results that way because every country is unique and every sector opportunity in every country is unique.
One last question. It kind of continues on in the same vein. But you know, as your department goes under reorganization, what steps can be taken to ensure that these programs, the research, I'm talking about research, are not only maintained but also guided by appropriate expertise, proper oversight, and a clear strategy that prioritizes measurable results and returns for U.S. taxpayers. And what I'm talking about is the investment in research and agricultural research. And I'm thinking about some of the diseases we have around the world that impact our poultry and livestock, the avian flu, the screwworm, some of that sort of thing. So we got about 46 seconds. So.
Well, I think the answer to that is these programs ultimately have to be judged by the outcomes and by what they're producing. We have to, every single year, you have to ensure that the dollar you're investing is having a return on it. And if a program goes a couple years, it may have a beautiful title, it may sound really noble, but it's not producing a result or an outcome for you, not just in the agricultural space, but in any space, we have to walk away from the program, no matter what it's titled. We have a lot of programs that have great titles, but have not resulted in any measurable positive outcome for 20 years.
Thank you very much. I couldn't agree with you more.
Chair now recognizes Representative Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me extend my condolences to the Connolly family. Jerry's wit will be missed in this Congress. And so in the spirit of Jerry, let me say, Mr. Secretary, that I am deeply disappointed and find your performance as the National Archivist extremely underwhelming. And just for the record, we don't get to confirm here in Congress, but if we did, I would have voted against your confirmation as the National Archivist.
That vote never happened, so.
I know. I want to talk about Iran for a second, okay? I'm deeply concerned about the language that I'm seeing from the isolationist wing of the party. And I've been kind of shocked that the administration seems to be tougher on Canada, Greenland, than they are on Iran. The Ayatollah insults our president. If the language coming from the Ayatollah was coming from Canada or Greenland or the EU, the president wouldn't stand for it. Yet he allows it from the Ayatollah. Is it your recommendation, I understand that you can't guarantee what Trump would or would not do, but it is your recommendation to the president that he sign no deal that allows Iran to keep enrichment?
Well, here's the answer to that question is the president has made clear that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. He's also been clear, and I think you've seen this in statements over the weekend, for example, that Ambassador Witkoff did on television and the like, that if you have an enrichment capability at any level, you are but steps away from nuclear weapons. So I think that's why the no enrichment piece is so important.
Right, of course, and that was the issues that many people had with the JCPOA, is they felt that it kept the enrichment capability along with ballistic missile capability, which Iran now has, okay, a delivery system. And so what I'm trying to figure out is, you know, there are many players in this, and I'm going to ask about those, but is it your recommendation, should the president ask of it, I assume he would, is it your recommendation to the president that he sign no deal that keeps their ability to enrich?
Yeah, and he doesn't need that recommendation because he's already said that.
Okay. Is it the vice president's position in your conversations with VP Vance that he also does not believe Iran should have any enrichment
Well, I'm
capability?
not going to describe our conversations, but I can tell you the vice president is completely aligned with the president in his foreign policy.
So that is his position then?
The position that they shouldn't have enrichment.
Yeah, is that the vice president?
If they have enrichment, then they will have a weapon, or at least there'll be a near, and everybody in the administration has been consistent on that.
Okay, what about Mr. Witkoff? Is it his position that Iran should not be able to have any enrichment capabilities?
He has said so in public interviews as recently as this weekend, that
Okay.
this is not an enrichment deal, what level Iran gets to keep enrichment. What they have said is if Iran wants a civil nuclear program, like they want to have nuclear energy, there's ways to do that. Other countries have done it without enrichment. That opportunity is available to Iran if they seek it. They haven't been interested in it because they want to keep enrichment. That's the crux of what we're facing here.
So any deal the Trump administration is not going to look anything like JCPOA. Is that your position?
The Trump administration has been very clear that Iran will not get to enrich because if they enrich, they're a threshold nuclear power.
Okay. I want to shift for a second. There was just a leak that is now national news that Israel is poised to strike Iran. Where did that leak come from in the administration? Do we know what department leaked that? Is that being looked into?
Well, I'm not aware of the leak that you're discussing. I'm obviously, I wouldn't discuss intelligence matters and even verify whether it's even true. I also don't think it's a mystery, though. Irrespective, I'm not talking about the leak, I'm not talking about the news story, that Israel has made clear that they retain the option of action to limit Iran from ever gaining a nuclear capability. I don't think that's a mystery, but I wouldn't comment, if I had read the article, I wouldn't comment on intelligence matters, confirm or deny them. As far as leaks are concerned, I don't know. I read stuff in the news every single day that I look at and say, I don't know where these people are coming up with
Well, I mean, they're given polygraph tests in FEMA to determine where leaks are coming from. That's been well reported and not disputed by anyone in the administration, that they're literally going employees, sitting them down, putting them up to a polygraph, putting them up to, an oxygen monitor, trying to test their heart rate to figure out if they're leaking to the media. Is that sort of same application that is happening in FEMA going to be applied to the National Security Team and to the State Department to figure out who is leaking?
As far as I'm aware, we've not conducted any polygraph tests at the Department of State. Maybe we should, but we haven't.
Okay, all right. So I just want to be clear, because there is a lot of confusion depending on the day, the week, and a lot of the reporting that's coming out, is that any Iran deal, is it your recommendation that should go to Congress to
I actually think the law requires it. If you recall, we passed legislation here a few years ago, and it requires that Congress has a right to weigh in on any deal and could actually reverse any deal. I forgot the acronym for the bill, but it was one that was passed a few years ago, and I was in the Senate when it passed. It was after JCPOA.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Representative Barr.
Secretary Rubio, thank you for your leadership in refocusing American diplomacy towards the national interest, not just towards what might make us feel good and what might be actually counterproductive to the national interest in the name of humanitarian goals. Last year, the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party found that 5 venture capital firms funneled more than $1.9 billion into artificial intelligence companies that support China's human rights abuses or military modernization. At least another $1.2 billion went into the PRC's semiconductor industry. Recently, there was a $75 million venture capital investment into a Chinese artificial intelligence firm, Manus. Do you agree that controls on American investments or non-U.S. investments into the Chinese military industrial complex companies are necessary to protect our national security?
Yes, and I would further say that because of the military-commercial fusion in China, virtually any company that's owned and controlled under Chinese national security laws are basically extensions of the Chinese military.
In February, as you well know, President Trump issued a national security memorandum titled, quote, America First Investment Policy. And that memorandum directs federal agencies to address outbound investments and targets both entities and sensitive technologies. My bill, the Fight China Act, which I introduced with Senator Cornyn, aligns with this memorandum. And this legislation builds upon my legislation in previous Congresses that authorized OFAC to impose SDN sanctions on CMIC companies. Do you agree that this new bill that Senator Cornyn and I introduced that has an approach that not only authorizes sanctions on the Treasury CMIC list, but that also restricts investment into these clearly identified sensitive technologies, that having that supplement to legislation is important to get at these non-listed projects in China?
Yeah, I haven't seen the bill, but I think the concept you're outlining is in full alignment with the president's executive order, and that is to both look at individual companies that are being invested in, but also specific technologies at the cutting edge in particular, and especially those that have applications that could be contrary to our national security if in the wrong hands, and certainly the Chinese Communist Party would be the wrong hands.
Yeah, I'm concerned that if we rely exclusively on entity lists, that we're going to be missing venture capital and private equity investments in non-public companies in China that nevertheless threaten our national security. If they can go on a list for clarity, great. And I want a red light, green light approach to provide the private sector with clarity and certainty. But I do think we're under-inclusive if we just rely on publicly traded entities on these lists. Let me ask you a question about the border work, Secretary Rubio. How is it, obviously you've had great success, border crossings are down by 95%, 65,000 dangerous illegal immigrants, including 2,288 gang members from Tren de Aragua, MS-13 and other gangs have been arrested. How is it that after only 4 months in office, we've seen President Trump retake operational control of the border and return these criminal migrants to their countries of origins when the previous administration told the American people time and time again, we had to have comprehensive bipartisan immigration reform? Their hands were tied.
Because under the previous administration, it was abundantly clear that if you got into this country, your chances of being able to stay were very high, whether you got in illegally or legally. Under the current administration, it's clear that if you get into this country unlawfully, you're going to be removed the way the law requires. It's entirely incentive-based. And the truth of the matter is what we faced over the last few years is not illegal immigration. We've had illegal immigration throughout our history, and every country in the world faces it. What we've had is mass migration. We've had it here, we've had it in Europe, but we've had it here, a mass migration event, which is dangerous and frankly, nothing humanitarian about mass migration for the migrants who are often abused along the way. And so the message has gotten out that we're no longer going to allow you to stay if you enter illegally through some legal maneuver. Once you arrive here, you say magic words, you immediately kick off the asylum process, and you're going to get to stay for an indeterminate period of time. And once it became clear that that was no longer the case, the incentive to come was dramatically reduced. And as a result, you've seen the border crossing numbers, which have given us the most secure border in our lifetime.
Well, it's pretty clear that it wasn't legislation we needed. We needed a new commander-in-chief and a new Secretary of State, and we appreciate and applaud the great work that you all have done. My time has expired, so I will yield back.
Chair recognizes Representative Jackson.
Thank you so much, and we acknowledge that we miss our dear colleague, Conley. Thank him for his years of service. Mr. Speaker, it was 39 years ago. Here in Washington, D.C., I was arrested while protesting against the apartheid government in South Africa's white minority that had a non-minority white for the greater part of the latter half of the 20th century, held captive, if you will, in bondage, which sanctioned racial segregation and political and economic discrimination against its black citizens. I believe your policies on South Africa at this point in your career are wrong, precisely because either you do not understand the history of the country or you have grown indifferent, and I beg that you go to your higher nature. That being said, I want to ask you about President Trump ending U.S. government support for diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility that promotes fairness in hiring and helps make our national security workforce the strongest it can be. In the name of advancing an anti-woke agenda, he has given himself permission to break the law, attacking congressionally mandated efforts that have enjoyed bipartisan consensus for decades. I believe not only in diversity is our strength as a country, but in fact, our workforce does not reflect our population, then it merits an inquiry into what are the impediments that are leading to that outcome. Would you agree with that latter statement, that diversity is our strength?
I think unity is our strength.
Okay,
that
well,
we're a diverse nation is important.
While those
unity
words
is our
you would
strength.
think that they were mine, they actually are recorded from you in your Senate hearing in July of 2022. Further, do you believe that following the law is important, yes or no?
We follow the law every day.
Okay. Well, you wear so many hats, it must be difficult to keep track of all the laws that you have supported, but yes, you did vote in favor of the bill, and I want to read a section of the bill that you did support. It's section 5403 of the 2022 NDAA requires that the State Department to strengthen recruitment of people belonging to underrepresented groups. I know Mr. Trump has asked you all not to say that as cabinet officials, and I hope you have the guts to tell the president on some matters he is simply wrong. Mandating outreach to universities, employees' affinity groups, and expanding paid student internships are among the actions. So I would like to know, do you stand by strengthening diversity within the ranks of the State Department?
I stand by hiring the best people to do the job, irrespective of their background, the race, color,
So you're going
creed.
against the
That's
very
the
law
American
that you
way.
had once supported, which I find highly contradictory and hypocritical. I hope that you would have the courage of your convictions, be the Marco Rubio, the senator that we knew, and not the Secretary of State that is now capitulating to that of a tyrant and that of Donald Trump. At this point, I would like to yield my balance of my time to that of the Honorable Sarah McBride, and I thank you so much for your time.
The president was elected, as far as I recall.
I've yielded my time, sir.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for joining us. We've talked a bit about the administration's proposed almost 84% cut in the international affairs budget, not just the USAID budget, but the international affairs budget, which includes the State Department. But I want to hone in on one line in particular, which is a 71% cut in the account that includes international disaster assistance. Now, we got a glimpse into what this reality would look like if this budget was implemented back in March, when the administration, when the US's response to a devastating earthquake in Burma was dwarfed by China's response. I think China's response was about 15 times greater than our response. Now, after that, we sent a letter to you that unfortunately we did not get a response to, asking several questions about the administration's decisions to essentially turn our back on the people of Burma. Now, as you said, foreign assistance, including international disaster assistance, is not a charity. It's a strategic investment. And when we were not there in Burma, it allowed China to fill the void. So I guess my question is, did you advise the president then, or are you advising the president to make decisions that pull the United States back from the world stage and allow China to play the good cop, eat our lunch on the international aid stage, and increase China's soft power?
China spends, even now, a fraction of what we spend on foreign aid. It's not even close. It's a laughable difference. As far as Burma, the reason why we did respond to Burma, the problem is that the junta there hates us, and they're pro-China, and they were still bombing their own people right after the event happened.
As you, as a senator...
Time has expired.
I yield back, Chairman.
Representative Davidson is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being President Trump's Secretary of State. People back home love you, think you're doing an awesome job, and they would want me to relay that to you, and I certainly feel it as well, so thank you. Secretary Rubio, Ukraine has been one of the largest recipients of U.S. foreign aid. We've given Ukraine well over $200 billion in aid since the war began, since Russia invaded them, and I've voted against all of it. Despite Zelensky's claims that, quote, when it's said that Ukraine received $200 billion in support to the Army during the war, that's not true. We received about $76 billion. It's significant aid, but it's not $200 billion. You know, Mr. Secretary, I actually am concerned that President Zelensky is right. You know, as I chair the Committee on National Security and Illicit Finance, I'm highly concerned that there's a lot of illicit finance there. Frankly, Republicans tried hard in the Senate and in the House to get a special inspector general there, but when you see things like that, there's a lot of concern. We know the previous administration wasn't following the money. Will you commit that you're following the money, and can you give us an update?
Yes, obviously, all of our aid is going to be analyzed. We have inspector generals. We have a particular inspector general in that account that will look at all of that spending, and if we ever identify misappropriation or movements around, then we will certainly address it. But I think the broader point, and is the one you make, is that we've provided extraordinary amounts of assistance to Ukraine, but this war now has to come to an end. There is no military solution to this war. It only ends in a negotiated settlement, and the sooner it ends, the less people are going to die, the less money is going to be spent, and the less destruction there's going to be. And that's the president's #1 priority, end the war once and for all. For 3 years, no one did anything to end it. And he is doing more than anyone ever has, and he's the only one in the world that can. Now, obviously, it'll take two sides to agree to it, but the president has expended and we should be very proud that we have a president that's pursuing peace and not new wars.
I introduced the Define the Mission Act when they first went to war, because normally that's what you do first. Tell me what you're trying to accomplish, and then I can tell you whether I agree with the kind of resources you're asking for. We never could pass that. We never got a clear answer from the previous administration, so thank you for leading this effort on behalf of the president to define the mission, that we will help secure a peace. And one of those big steps was a minerals deal. I want to be clear that that agreement on minerals with Ukraine doesn't include security guarantees, does it?
There are no military guarantees, correct?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I just want to turn now, as the founding chairman of the Greenland Caucus, to another area where we have the opportunity to talk about minerals, not just Arctic security, but Arctic opportunity, in a place where maybe it would make sense to include security guarantees. Could you give us an update on the administration's thinking about Greenland and the importance of that relationship?
Well, the administration's view is twofold. Number one, we respect the sovereignty and self-determination of the people of Greenland and whatever they decide they want to do and what direction they're going to go. And number two, that Greenland is critical to global security because of its location, its geopolitical importance. That is not new. That has been known and that has been viewed for a very long time. It's why we've had a military presence there since before World War II, but certainly since then and during the Cold War. It is located in a part of the world, in the Arctic region, that we believe is going to become increasingly important in terms of global security. And we don't want to see Greenland fall under the influence of China or Russia or any other potential adversary. We want to ensure that it remains safe and it's strategically important, and that's his primary view. He views it as critically important to global security.
Yeah, it's well said, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for that. And our caucus would love to work with you and the State Department and whomever you designate to work with on Greenland issues in particular. We've been in touch with people there, people in Denmark, and really look forward to helping, from the legislative perspective, support the administration's objectives there. You highlight China, and they are working with Canada and the European Union to really counter what the U.S. and the administration are trying to do, and I'm really concerned about that relationship with China. I think one of the cornerstones of American strength is the power of the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. As we talk about stable coins and the future of money, China is trying to counter that. Could you talk about the future of money and the role of China?
Well, obviously, China is trying to create an alternative world order that they dominate. And we obviously are not in favor of that and will not allow that to happen. And one of the best things that we can do is get our own fiscal house in order.
Yeah, well said. You know, I think the future of money is one of the most important debates that we're having. China has implemented an Orwellian central bank digital currency. They're trying to impose that in the United States. And unfortunately, they have allies. People in our own government that want to build a central bank digital currency, link it to digital ID. I will submit that we are not going to counter China by being more like China. And I think, you know, the administration for leading with that, saying we're not going to embrace a central bank digital currency here and working to bolster the strength of the dollar as the world's reserve currency. Thank you. My time's expired, and I yield back.
Recognize Representative Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I make some remarks, I just want to say, as was said earlier, Jerry Conley, who we lost today, a great member of this body, a passionate advocate for the people of Virginia, particularly public servants working in the federal workforce. He was a mentor to so many of us who came into Congress after he started, and just one of the greats, and he will be missed dearly. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for being here today. In 2016, you warned, quote, "The world without American engagement is a world none of us wants to live with," unquote. I couldn't agree more, and I bring it up today because the threat from China has grown, not just due to global shifts outside of our control, but because of political choices by this administration. Short-term moves with no thought for long-term consequences. The Chinese Communist Party has spent years claiming America is too divided to lead and too unstable to trust. When you became secretary, many of us hoped you would help lead the fight to combat this propaganda, because that's exactly what you did so well serving in the United States Senate. For example, Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like to submit for the record the August 2023 op-ed written by then Senator Rubio on this very subject. Without objection? Yeah. Secretary Rubio, in this op-ed, you wrote that strong, credible deterrence against Beijing is the best way to keep, quote, far-flung controversy from impacting our way of life. You added, quote, "If there's even a hint that the United States will not honor its security commitments, it will encourage Beijing to engage in more hostility to test our resolve." I thought your framing was especially smart here because you weren't just warning about policy. You were making the case for credibility. And I couldn't agree more with then Senator Rubio. But here you are today as Secretary Rubio presenting a very different record. As Secretary, we've seen you defend or be complicit in reckless foreign policy that Senator Rubio once warned against, like strategically incoherent tariffs that alienate our allies, alliance-breaking decisions that weaken our national security, partnership neglect that isolates us, abandon commitments that shred our credibility, and hand China easy propaganda wins. None of this is deterring China, Mr. Secretary. In fact, my concern is that unless we course correct and fast, this administration is handing Beijing a string of I told you so moments that only strengthen their position. Look no further than the Vice President. In February, Vice President Vance took the stage of the Munich Security Conference not to criticize our adversaries, but in a rather stunning moment to attack our allies. In fact, he literally said, quote, "The threat that I worry about most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it is the threat from within," unquote. And just last month, the Ipsos global poll found that U.S. favorability fell in 26 out of 29 countries in just 6 short months. It's also the first time in the poll's history that more people now view China, not the United States, as the world's most positive influence. That's not just a perception problem, that's a strategic failure and the cost of inconsistency. Speaking of costs, these policies have also having Americans on edge as well. In Arizona, my home state, the Phoenix Sky Harbor alone, we have more than $750 million in annual exports at risk. Chip makers in Chandler in my district face increasing costs driven by the unpredictability and supply chain disruptions. At Arizona State University in my district, we rely on international students for tuition, research, and talent. They are being run off by the chaotic immigration policy that flies in the face of American values. The so-called brain drain is real, and it's tipping the balance of global innovation away from the United States. The challenge in this next century won't be fought on battlefields. It'll be the fight to shape the future, technology, trade, global trust. And if we keep turning our back on what makes America strong, we risk giving China the upper hand. I yield the rest of my time to Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you, Representative Stanton. Secretary, in the few seconds I have, I just wanted to go back to something you said earlier about wanting people to stop dying. And I hope that that includes our Afghan allies, 14,000 of whom were fully vetted and were ready for relocation to the United States. But that has been stopped by this administration and by you. And these are including interpreters who are actually in the foxholes with our servicemen and women helping to keep them alive. I would hope that you would stand by our allies and reverse this ban so that we can protect our national security interests and also retain credibility that we need with our allies and partners around the world. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields back, and I think you left off your list the $100 billion Taiwan semiconductor investment into Arizona. Now I recognize Representative Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I want to thank you for your leadership in getting Idan Alexander released last week. That is a big step forward. We still have 4 remaining American hostages being held, all of whom are deceased. I just continue to encourage you and the administration to continue to lead on that front to get them home. Last Congress, we passed legislation to create a special envoy for the Abraham Accords within the Department of State. The Biden administration refused to fill that position. I know we have the Middle East envoy, but I would ask, can you commit to bringing this forward to the president so that we can get this position filled?
Yes, that's in process.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the Abraham Accords was one of the most consequential foreign policy initiatives under the first Trump administration, and prior to October 7th, I think we were making progress, but since obviously it has somewhat stalled, how critical long-term for peace do you believe it is for Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel, and where do you see that in the process?
Well, I think it would be a major development, one that I thought was moving in a positive direction until, as you said, October 7th. I think there's still a willingness to do it. Certain conditions are impediments, October 7th being one of them, but the Saudis have continued to express an interest, as have the Israelis, in reaching that agreement. In the meantime, we do have an Abraham Accords office that is actively working to identify a number of countries who have lined up and already, and I think we may have good news certainly before the end of this year, of a number of more countries that are willing to join that alliance. And the last point I would make is it's also critically important that we do all we can to live up to the commitments made on the part of the United States on behalf of the countries that previously joined the alliance, be it the UAE, which is part of the effort for this trip this weekend. It wasn't some of these other nefarious purposes. It's to continue to strengthen the commitments that were made to the UAE as part of the Abraham Accords, but also Morocco and other countries such as this. So I think that this is important that we continue to build on it. But you start building by ensuring the countries that are already a part of it feel like our part of the bargain has been lived up to.
Agree. You were a very strong voice against the BDS movement when you were in the Senate. And as you know, there is a loophole in the current anti-boycott law that was signed by President Trump that allows intergovernmental organizations like the United Nations to pressure U.S. companies into supporting boycotts against U.S. allies like Israel. I have introduced the IGO Anti-Boycott Act to close that loophole and hold the United Nations to the same standard as foreign governments that is already in law. Would you support closing that loophole?
Well, again, like any legislation, I'd want to see it, but the concept you've just outlined is one that I think the administration will be very supportive of.
Appreciate it. I know my colleague, Mr. Moskowitz, touched on the Iran nuclear framework that is being negotiated. I think we can all agree that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, and I know you and the administration are working to prevent that. So appreciate your efforts on that.
Yeah, if I could respond. Iran, while they claim to never want a nuclear weapon, if you ask them, they'd say, we're not interested in a nuclear weapon. We're just interested in enrichment. The problem is that if you can enrich at any level, 3.67 or whatever, you're 80% of the way there. All that requires now is a few months or weeks of time to get to the weapons grade. It makes them a threshold nuclear power. The Iranian position is they want civil nuclear energy. And if they want civil nuclear energy, meaning they want nuclear electricity for their country, nuclear generated electricity, there is a pathway to doing that. Multiple countries around the world do it without an enrichment capability. If, on the other hand, they want an enrichment capability, then that makes them a threshold nuclear weapons power, and that's an unacceptable outcome. And that's the reason why we have a problem with what they're doing now. And it's the reason why the president is imposing maximum pressure. Every single day, increasing number of sanctions are going on. And it's the reason, by the way, why the E3, the European three, are on the verge of instituting snapback sanction provisions against them by October of this year.
I want to thank you. When it comes to maximum pressure, last Congress, you and I led the SHIP Act. We passed that into law. And this administration has already taken significant steps to enforce this SHIP Act, as well as the Iran-China Energy Sanctions Act, to go after the financial institutions facilitating the trade. We previously, in a markup, passed the Enhanced Iran Sanctions Act to expand the authorities. Would you support that effort to continue to provide the administration with enhanced capabilities to crack down on this illicit oil trade?
Absolutely.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Costa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this important hearing today. I, too, like many of our colleagues here today, mourn the loss of our dear friend, Jerry Connolly, and our thoughts and prayers go to him and his family. Mr. Secretary, there are a couple of different issues I want to touch upon here that have been raised, but I would like clarity on. First of all, would you agree that the Transatlantic Alliance, the partnership post-World War II, has been a hallmark of freedom throughout the world?
Yes, and it continues to be a strong feature of our foreign policy.
Yes. You said that you had not discussed post-closures as it relates to those in Europe as part of your overhaul of the State Department. 4 are in France, 3 are in Germany, 1 in Italy, 1 in Portugal, 1 in Brazil, not Europe. But and then I thought you said that no determination has yet been made with those post-closures?
No, there was an article. Some of these are cultural places, like, I forget the exact ones, but they're not even embassies or consulates. But they're not being closed, but I don't know where these things are coming from. I mean, people are putting stuff out there. Now,
if you could respond with a letter on that point, I would appreciate that.
Sure. Well, I can tell you this. If
the
we find
Consul
a post
General
that's
I know in
wasteful, we'll
Portugal
close it, but
is
we
our
haven't-
oldest.
What's that?
And the Consul General's post in Portugal is our oldest historically.
I don't know where that's coming
Well,
from. I mean, that's
okay.
a press report.
We'll clear that up later on. Mr. Secretary, America has been the beacon of light for democracy, post-World War II certainly, and almost every president has been used as a voice of a defender of democratic principles. Do you agree that China and Russia are our adversaries today, along with Iran, I might add?
I think both, well, there's no doubt in the case of China seeks to replace us on the world stage as the world's most powerful country. In the case of Russia, they clearly do not support a world order in which the United States plays the role it's currently played, so they're an adversary in that front. In the case of Iran, they're a threat to regional peace. I wouldn't say they're a global threat, but they're an increasing threat.
No, I understand. And I would even go further. I consider today modern-day Russia a syndicate masquerading as a country with a mob boss called Putin. And so in these negotiations, I want to do a comparative analogy. The president has indicated that with Iran, as we've noted, that maximum pressure are the tactics that will be used to engage Iran to ensure that they do not obtain nuclear capability. Is that correct?
Maximum pressure on Iran?
Right.
As compelling them to not seek a nuclear weapon?
Right.
Correct. Or the alternative is worse?
Yes. In the negotiations that the president is trying to seek a ceasefire and a peace between Ukraine and Russia, I would like to ask you why the president has not considered using maximum pressure on Russia to ensure, which we have the ability to do so. Sanctions are being considered, as you know, over in the Senate, additional sanctions, to pressure Russia into a ceasefire mode and to a peace agreement, realizing that they've broken the last 3 agreements they've had with Ukraine in the last 20 years.
Well, I think the president has made clear that he understands clearly he has options with increased sanctions on Russia if necessary. He would prefer that they agree to a peace deal. And so it's a process of trying to encourage them to reach peace. If ultimately that doesn't work, the president has publicly stated he's very well aware of the sanctions options, devastating sanctions options that he has
And I just want to make sure that we're clear about this, because we have leverage on Russia. And it's not clear to me that we're using it in the same sense that we're using it with Iran. And I think, frankly, we and our allies must be together in defending democracy. And certainly Ukraine is a democratic and intending to become more democratic, wants to join with the West, with the European Union, as well as ultimately with NATO. And I think Poland, Romania, and the Baltic states are watching very carefully to America's commitment to Ukraine. Let me go on quickly here. The effort was raised, and you commented on Armenia and Azerbaijan, another country that, Azerbaijan, that has not kept its commitments in the Minsk Accord. We've tried to get Republican and Democratic administrations to forego the waiver on Section 907 on military aid to Azerbaijan. Finally, last year, the Biden administration rightfully refused to issue the waiver. I think it should be permanent. What is your position, and will you commit to not resisting Section 907 waiver again this year that would block military aid to Azerbaijan?
Well, we haven't made a determination on that yet, because what we're focused on right now is getting them to agree to a peace agreement that does not cause them to invade a neighboring country in Armenia. We would like to prevent that from happening. The president's very committed to preventing wars, and we've tried to outline to both sides, especially the Azerbaijani side, the tremendous benefits that would come from signing a peace deal and not engaging in a war that we would find to be destructive, counterproductive, and the last thing we need right now in the region.
And Armenia is looking for our help and our support.
Representative Kane is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you here today, and thank you for joining us. As we evaluate the State Department's budget and posture, we must ensure that its structure, priorities, and resources are aligned to effectively advance U.S. national interests. That includes ensuring global health assistance is targeted, transparent, and focused on delivering life-saving care where it is needed most. PEPFAR has been an incredibly successful global health program over the past 20 years, and it's something that America should be proud of. However, the world has changed in those 20 years, and the U.S. should begin helping other countries take ownership of their HIV prevention and treatment efforts. To ensure success, we should make sure that there are planned, predictable, and negotiated timeframes. So in this committee's efforts to reauthorize the State Department, how can we define in statute the mission of the Bureau of Global Health Security and Diplomacies to facilitate transfer of ownership for global health programs to partner countries?
That's a great question that we'd have to collaborate on in terms of statutorily defining what those benchmarks are. But I think the broader point is the best foreign aid is foreign aid that comes to an end because it's achieved its purpose. In the case of PEPFAR, where today 85% of its recipients are still receiving assistance, you want to reach a point in which one of two things happens. The transmission of the disease stops, but also the partner nation has built the capacity to be able to handle it themselves. Not PEPFAR specific, but many of these programs, what ends up happening is even if they do achieve their initial goals, it now it morphs into some new target that's created in order to continue to sustain the program. So ideally, what you want to see is foreign aid that goes into a country, deals with the acute problem, but ultimately helps the country have the capacity to deal with the chronic problem, to prevent it from becoming a problem. And I think that's the ideal benchmark. You define it through a period of time, through gains year over year, and ultimately designed to increase partner capacity so the day will come where they can self-sustain. I think many of these countries would like to see that happen. What cannot continue is this open-ended spending all across the world on all kinds of things. We just can't do that. We are by far, it's not even close, we're by far the most generous nation on earth on foreign aid, by far. And we'll continue to be, by far, with no other equal, including China, despite all this alarmist stuff. But at the same time, it's got to be forward our national interest, and it cannot be throwing away taxpayer money.
So recently, companies have begun developing novel HIV prevention therapies that last longer and can increase adherence, improving HIV prevention outcomes and reduce costs. As this committee seeks to reauthorize the State Department, how can we ensure that the Bureau of Global Health, Security, and Diplomacy is encouraged to quickly deploy these American innovations to PEPFAR partner countries?
Well, I think at the statutory front, we can, in the reorganization, in fact, if you're able to do a reauthorization, we can build that into the law and into the requirements. From a management perspective, it's what we should expect of our people. In essence, every single year when we engage in something, you have to be able to outline how is this in the national interest, how do you measure success, and it has to be analyzed on a regular basis to ensure that it's delivering. You don't want to be 10 years into a program before you realize you spent all this money on a title that sounds good, but you didn't get the outcome. And now you got to keep funding it or someone will come up here and create a protest or lead an effort. We had this entire thing called, I call it, the foreign aid industrial complex of NGO on top NGO on top NGO on top of NGO who have built this massive monster complex of foreign aid. In some cases, one project has like 15 subcontractors underneath it before it finally reaches a local partner. That's outrageous. We cannot allow that to build and continue to build in that way.
Okay. And then New Jersey boasts an unrivaled biotech industry that provides many products to the PEPFAR program, including HIV diagnostics. As you integrate PEPFAR's functions into the Bureau of Global Health, Security, and Diplomacy, how are you looking to ensure that diagnostics will continue to be a key component of the PEPFAR program?
That's great insight. That's the kind of input we want to see. And that's the kind of input we want to work with you on and members of this committee on. These are the kinds of things that we can build ultimately in an authorization bill, but more importantly in our internal practices, again, to ensure that when we're providing aid, it's the right aid and the kind of aid that helps us meet the benchmarks that we've set.
And how does PEPFAR fit into your broader vision of foreign assistance that advances U.S. national security and global health security objectives?
It's a program we're proud of. It's one of the first programs we restored after the 90-day pause, even before that. It's one of the first programs that, as I've highlighted here today, 85% of the recipients are on it. But it does need improvement. The program does need improvement.
Thank you. Yield back.
Representative Alma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, do you know what this is?
I'm sorry, my LASIX is not as good as it
That's
used
all
to
right.
be.
I'll explain. This is a ready-to-use therapeutic food, also known as a RUF. It's produced in the United States by Adesia Nutrition in Rhode Island and Manna Nutrition in Georgia from American-grown farm products. A single box that I have right here of this miracle product can save a child from dying of severe acute malnutrition in only 6 to 10 weeks. Now, since January, you have promised over and over again that foreign aid freezes will not include life-saving assistance. RUF save the lives of children who are starving around the world. Do you agree that this product is life-saving aid?
It can be, yes.
Well, Secretary Rubio, the World Food Program estimates that 8,000 children die from hunger every day. Until last Friday, over 123,000 RUF boxes were purchased for Sudan, but were sitting in Rhode Island in a warehouse because of State Department delays. So my question for you is, are you doing everything you can to keep starving children from
There was
dying?
no State Department delays to that being deployed. There may have been other delays, but it wasn't State Department.
There were State Department delays. And it is clear that you have not done everything you can do to keep these kids from starving, because there are
no State
another
Department delays.
185,000 boxes of Ruffs that the U.S. government and taxpayers have already paid for sitting in that same warehouse, all because the State Department doesn't have a plan, doesn't have its stuff together to get this rolling. So I can think of several countries where this aid is desperately needed, where these boxes of Ruffs could save hundreds of thousands of children's lives. And these delays have real consequences, not just for starving children, but also jobs at home. I talked to the CEO of Adija, who said they had to lay off 10% of their team due to the lack of payments from the U.S. government and a lack of clarity in March. So Secretary Rubio, will you commit to making decisions needed to move the remaining 185,000 boxes of Ruffs to countries that need them by the end of this week?
Well, I'd be interested to learn what those impediments are.
Well, we've been talking about this for a while. I've sent you letters since
But there's
January.
no impediment on our end to
There
distributing
are
that.
impediments.
There are
I'm
others.
speaking
Part of
directly
it,
to the
Sudan
source.
is a war zone.
Secretary, I'm
that's an
reclaiming my
impediment.
time. This exists
other
as a problem, and you have not acted.
That's false.
And maybe it's the case that you have too many jobs, because I know it's the case. It must be a lot to be the National Security Advisor, the National Archivist, or the head of USAID. That's a lot. I understand a lot of footballs. You a football player, that's a lot of balls to catch. But the issue here is
All right, we
we
can
have
handle it.
children who are dying. So will you commit to continuing to fund the production, transportation, and distribution of these domestically produced life-saving products to save starving children around the world?
They're approved now.
They are not moving. I just told you about 185,000 boxes in Rhode Island. I
And
live
you
there.
need to figure out why they're not moving, because it isn't an impediment from us.
Sir, you need to figure out. That's actually your job, sir.
No, it's no impediment from the State Department.
Well, Mr.
There may be
Secretary, it
logistical
seems like you
impediments that have
will not
nothing to
make
do
a
with
commitment.
us.
Sir, it seems like you refuse to make
We
a
do
commitment.
more of that than anybody in the world, and we're going to continue to do it. We're going to continue to do food aid. We're going to do more food aid than any country on the planet times 10.
Well, that's a lot of talk. But I believe
Those are numbers.
Seeing is believing, and
But
there
those
is
are
not to
numbers.
be seen.
Those are numbers. Those are facts. We do more foreign aid. and
I've
more
got
food
numbers. I've got 185,000 boxes that aren't moving.
Yeah, but the State Department doesn't move
I'm going to do you a
boxes.
little favor.
We authorize them to
Mr.
move, and they're
Secretary, I'm
authorized-
reclaiming my time, sir. I'm going to do
They're
you a
authorized
favor.
to move. Well, you ask questions you don't want anybody answer. I'm telling you, they're allowed
And I
to
have
move.
a question for you, and you're compelled to answer. Why don't you take 10 seconds now to turn to your staff and say, let's get this fixed?
My staff knows that this has been fixed.
No, it
There's no
hasn't been
impediment on the
fixed.
State Department
Well, then
side.
you have not proven that to me. If the people who are affected, both here domestically and around the world, are not receiving this life-saving product.
They are receiving it.
Look, you staked your career in the Senate on supporting humanitarian aid, but now you won't make a commitment, or you're saying things have been done that
I already
haven't been
made a
done.
commitment.
You've made a commitment?
We do more food aid than anybody in the world, and we're doing more today than anybody in the world.
Secretary, I'm reclaiming my time. You are speaking in generalities. I'm talking about specifics.
I'm speaking in specifics. We do more than anybody in the world, and we're doing more than anybody in the world right now at this very moment.
That's hyperbole, sir, because this has been disrupted
does more?
because of your freezing of aid.
Who does more food aid than the United States?
Sir, why are you asking me questions? My job is to ask you questions.
You're the one that's claiming that we're not.
Secretary,
Tell
I'm
me who
reclaiming
does-
my time.
What food aid
Secretary,
do
I'm
we
reclaiming
do?
my client. This is why I'm introducing the Rubio Act. So you focus on the one job that the Senate gave you to serve as our Secretary of State, because you are clearly distracted, okay? After the last few months, I understand why President Trump has such colorful nicknames for you. You're obedient. You're following the rules. You will do anything the president tells you to do without regard for the law, the Constitution, America's security, or standing as a leader in the world. Unlike you, I do not fear crossing Donald Trump. I refuse to give up on these children. I will be calling you once a week until you take action to fund Ruff and actually prove that you're doing this job to make sure you know how many children have died on your watch. Will you pick up my call?
No children are dying on
Will
our
you
watch.
pick up my call, sir?
Pick up your call?
When I call you to check in on your progress.
Our progress is already being made. We already do more than anybody in the world. No, but he's made some strong accusations here. We're doing more than anybody in the world. That food is being distributed now, and he knows that.
Very good. Representative Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I can tell you I won't be reclaiming any time, Secretary. I will make sure that you have the opportunity to answer questions. I think that you've done an amazing job. I think that well before you actually became Secretary, when you were sitting in the Senate, you proved yourself as a leader in foreign affairs. I can remember you and I, when we were campaigning in 22 together, we were at an event with Ron DeSantis in my district, and we sat and talked about foreign policy, and you're one of the most knowledgeable people I've ever met with, so thank you for stepping up to the challenge. I also want to go ahead and rebut a couple of things, because I believe, as you do, that history, an understanding of history, and the understanding of our 7 articles, 27 amendments in our Constitution is what makes you a good legislator and a good member of the federal government. They keep talking about this $400 million plane gift to Qatar, and you tried to answer this multiple times, but I want to paint some history here. In 1945, U.S. President FDR gifted a Douglas DC-3 to King Abdulaziz, which marked the beginning of a civil aviation in Saudi Arabia. This airplane is nothing more than a reason to complain about the president that knows how to advance U.S. interests. And it's actually more about trying to conflate optics with actual outcomes. This is a long-standing history, and so I just want to go ahead and let people know what that actually is. Now, as you know, I was one of the first members of Congress to go to Syria after the fall of the Assad regime, met with the incoming and transitional government, with al-Shara, with al-Shabani, and with his transitional government. I absolutely support the idea of lifting the sanctions on a conditions metrics base, which is allowing them to not only rebuild Syria, because for those of us who understand history, the road to Damascus travels through Baghdad. We know there's twin and sister cities, and we know that the stability of Syria ultimately impacts the outcome and the stability of the region. I think that what al-Shara has done to show inclusivity and plurality is commendable in the beginning. I mean, he has one of his ministers who is a female Alawite who I spoke with who said, I have full authorization, not just window dressing. He has actually talked about the plurality and inclusiveness of the government and its elections to guarantee that the Druze, the Alawites, the Christians, the Muslims, and all who are there will actually be a part of the incoming government and elections. He's also working with Israel to speak right now, where he's blocking weapons transports through Syria into Lebanon from Hashd al-Shaabi, the Iranian-backed militia, to try and make attacks against Iran. He's working with Iraq and the United States and the CTS teams to help combat ISIS, Daesh, to guarantee that they're still weakened, but also guaranteeing that he's pushed Iran out to make sure it's not a proxy state. It's a historical moment for Syria. 50 plus years, the Russians have had a stronghold under the Assad regime. And I commend you on your support for this and also the Caesar Act when it passed. Secretary Rubio, I have a question with regards to Iran. We understand that the nuclear negotiations are going on and there's much to be done. But could you give us some of the highlights to what these metrics and conditions will be in the administration to guarantee that not only do we see a Iran that is free of nuclear weapons, but a potential change and fall of the Iranian regime?
Well, anytime these negotiations are ongoing, you want to be delicate about what you say publicly because it could upend them. And obviously, I remind everybody that no matter the nature of their government, in foreign relations, the people on the other side are in politics too. And so they have their own balances that they need to have in terms of what they say publicly. What I think has been abundantly clear and the president said is, number one, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And he's discussed that there's one way to do it, which is not an ideal way, and the other way to do it is for Iran to agree to a deal. What is a deal that does not allow Iran to get to a nuclear weapon? It is a deal that doesn't just say we commit not to getting to a nuclear weapon and taking them at their word, but ensure that they do not have the capacity, the continued capacity to enrich. If they can enrich, then you are basically a threshold nuclear power that at any time can accelerate that process and get to that point. So that is the goal of these negotiations, to create an incentive model where if they give up their enrichment capability, they will receive some sanctions relief commensurate with it. That's the hope. That's what we're working on, because the alternative would be something far more destructive, and we seek to avoid that if possible.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And obviously to stop the funding of the proxy militias like Houthis, like Hamas, like others, which I know that you have been adamant about. I want to switch to Brazil, if I may. Mr. Secretary, as you're certainly aware, the alarming human rights decline in Brazil. We've seen pervasive censorship, political persecution targeting the entire opposition, including journalists and ordinary citizens. What they're now doing is an imminent politically motivated imprisonment of former President Bolsonaro. This crackdown is extended beyond Brazil's borders, impacting individuals on U.S. soil. The 2023 Financial Times article actually talked about this. What do you intend to do, and would you be looking at Supreme Court justice sanctioning of Alexandra de Moraes under the Global Magnitsky Act?
That is under review right now, and it's a great possibility that will happen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. With that, I yield back.
Representative Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being here. On March 21st, 2025, the State Department approved the revocation of a student visa for Rumeysa Öztürk, a Turkish citizen who is a graduate student at Tufts University, apparently simply for writing an op-ed. According to an internal State Department memo, you took this action under your discretionary authority to revoke visas, and soon after you revoked her visa, armed and masked plainclothes officers snatched Ms. Öztürk off the street and transported her to a prison in Louisiana. Mr. Secretary, do you really think that Ms. Öztürk's op-ed results in a foreign policy consequence for the United States?
I believe that case involves someone whose visa we never would have granted had we known ahead of time.
I'm not asking you that question. I'm asking you if you think an op-ed, but that's exactly, in fact, what happened. The State Department wrote a memo concluding that you did not have sufficient grounds to revoke Ms. Öztürk's visa. There was no evidence showing that she'd engaged in any activities that were a threat to national security. And in fact, in May, a federal court ordered Ms. Öztürk's release from detention, noting that the sole basis for the government's detention appeared to be the fact that she co-authored this opinion piece in the Tufts newspaper in March of 2024. Where in the Constitution does it say that the Secretary of State can override the First Amendment protections of free speech? Is there a footnote that I missed somewhere?
There's no constitutional right to a student visa.
So, but is there a constitutional right? Does it say somewhere that Marco Rubio gets to determine which speech is appropriate and revoke student visas based on what you think constitutes free speech?
There's a statute that says the Secretary of State gets to determine whether someone is a threat. We deny visas every day all over the world.
Do you think that the Immigration and Nationality Act trumps the Constitution of the United States, Mr. Secretary?
Well, Congress can always change the law if you want, but I'm telling you,
Mr.
in the meanwhile, I have the authority, I will continue to revoke the visas of these people that come here to tear this country apart.
You said that, Mr. Secretary. Let me reclaim my time because you are talking about revoking student visas based on what somebody says. And that means that you are trumping the legal Supreme Court, the supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution of the United States.
No one has a right to a student visa.
Mr. Rubio, why did the administration need to use masked, armed, unidentified agents to whisk somebody off the street and deny her counsel for almost 24 hours after her arrest?
Well, you'll have to ask the agencies that did that work. I'm not responsible for that. I'm responsible for revoking the visas of these people that come to tear this country apart.
Secretary Rubio, I'm talking about this particular case where you revoked the student visa of a Turkish citizen who was a graduate student who wrote an op-ed that you didn't like. And suddenly you allowed for masked men to whisk her off the street. And you have multiple jobs, apparently. You're the national security advisor as well. So don't tell me it's not your job. Who snatches her off the street?
We don't do the snatching, but I can tell you we do the visa revocations.
Let me ask you about the national security consequences of people, masked men on the streets, snatching people off the streets. If these are legitimate law enforcement agents carrying out proper arrests, why are they hiding their identities?
Because then radical crazies will try to hurt them.
So you think that U.S. agents who have almost always gone without face coverings, even when they're arresting some of the country's most dangerous criminals, suddenly have so much to fear from a graduate student who wrote an op-ed that they need to be masked? Is that
that law student was a guest in the United States on a student visa. No one's entitled to a student visa.
So you revoked her student visa based on an op-ed which trumps the supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution.
Someone's coming up here to stir up problems on our campus. We're going to revoke their visa.
She didn't do any of that. She wrote an op-ed. She wrote an op-ed, and I'm talking to you about her particular case.
Claims and your claims. Those are not the facts.
Reclaiming my time, you revoked her student visa because she wrote an op-ed.
Would you revoke? We're going to do more.
I have another question for you. Would you revoke the visa of someone in the United States who published claims that, quote, Jews are an untrustworthy and dangerous group? Yes or no?
We will revoke the visa of anyone who's in this country as a guest who's here to stir up trouble.
Are you going to revoke the visa of somebody who made that?
Send me the case. I'll look at it. I'm looking to get crazy people out of our country.
Actually, it's not just about revoking. You actually, Secretary Rubio, excuse me, reclaiming my time. Can you explain to me why the Trump administration granted refugee status to Charles Kleinhaus, the white Afrikaner who tweeted that exact statement that I just said? There's the case.
That's not a visa.
You granted you who granted that person
That's
to
a
enter the
totally
United
different process.
States.
That's someone that applied here through a totally different process.
Secretary Rubio,
visas are a privilege.
Secretary
we deny them
Rubio,
all the time, and we'll
you
revoke them.
revoked
And-
a visa based on an op-ed, and then you allowed for
Gentlelady's time has
masked
expired.
men
That's
to
your
snatch
claim. That's
somebody off
accurate. That's
the
your claim.
street.
Your time's
That's your claim.
expired.
That's your claim. That's not accurate.
Recognize Ranking Member Meeks for a closing statement.
I'll be brief because this really is a sad day. But I want to, in my closing, just say thank you to the men and women of USAID who did their jobs, who have been forgotten about by this administration and this Secretary of State. You know, when you think about pathogens without passports that could kill millions, it was USAID teams. They were on the case to figure out how to strengthen lab surveillance and testing. They no longer can do that. When you think about more than a decade of gains by authoritarians and oligarchs, USAID teams were building new tools to help independent media survive and to provide insurance so anti-corruption and NGOs could fight back against specious lawsuits. They've been all wiped out, all of those organizations. When you think about the extreme weather caused by climate change that was wiping out livestock and farmland and driving the mass migration of millions, it was USAID teams were helping scientists and farmers experiment with different varieties of drought-resistant seeds while hustling up private sector partnerships to stay ahead of devastating droughts. This is who USAID was. This was the same organization that Senator Rubio was supporting and talking about when he traveled. And to come here today and to hear his remarks and not even, well, he did say one good thing. He said that he recognized that most of the people in the State Department and most of those foreign service agents were good people. They were great people. They served our country well. They deserved more than they've gotten under this administration and under your leadership as Secretary of State. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking the time with us today. Countless times you were not given the opportunity to respond to things. I'm going to take my time for my closing statement and yield you that time to respond to anything you wish to.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you for the chance to interact with all of you. And obviously, I don't agree with some of the assessments, many of the assessments that are made here today, but I'm proud of the work we're doing. We're going to give you and deliver for our country a State Department that can deliver effective foreign policy in a way that's driven from our regional bureaus. I keep going to this because it's really important. That is the treasure of our State Department, is our regional bureaus and our embassies. That's where the action needs to be, and that's where it needs to happen. That's where the best ideas are coming from. The ranking member in his closing remarks said most of the people are good people. They are. They're even some of the people that lost their jobs. We didn't fire them because they were bad people. We fired them because their function was no longer needed. Or if they were removed. I'm proud of the reforms at the State Department. To date, I believe there's been we've had some people leave early, as they always do, and retire, but by and large, we've only had about less than 200 people removed from positions as a RIF because we closed down the Global Engagement Center and one other bureau. But we've undertaken a very meticulous and careful effort to develop a State Department that is going to be able to deliver results for the American people. The bottom line is this: we live in an era in which our foreign policy has to be driven by the national interest. What is good for America? What makes us stronger, more prosperous, or safer? That's it. That's our foreign policy. And everything we do, foreign aid, diplomacy, trade deals, arms sales, all of it has to be driven by that consideration. What the answer to that question is different in different countries and in different parts of the world. They just are. That's the way foreign policy has always been. That's the way it needs to be again if it's going to be successful. And that's what we're committed to delivering. And hopefully being able to work with you, we'll provide you. We've received all the input from various members of this committee on both sides of the aisle. We're almost done with our comment period. We'll have our final proposed reorganization that will be available to you in a congressional notification at that point, an official notification, not the preliminary, and then we can continue to work from there. And if in fact you're going to undertake the work of reauthorizing the State Department, I think that would be phenomenal. We would welcome that and the opportunity to work with you to create these structures in a permanent and enduring way. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order. Members of the committee may have some additional questions for the Secretary, and we ask that you respond to these in writing.
Mr. Chairman,
Pursuant
point
to
of
committee
order.
rules, all members may have 5 days to submit statements, questions, and
Mr. Chairman,
extraneous
point of
material
order.
for the record. Subject to length limitations, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, everyone. It's a great honor to be with the President of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, and he is a man who is certainly in some circles really respected, other circles a little bit less respected, like all of us, in all fairness, like all of us.
We all like that.
We also have a few of my friends. Ernie Els, a great golfer. He's a truly great golfer. Retief Goosen, who's an other really, we call him really a great golfer too, Ernie, right? You two guys are fantastic. And we could add Gary to the group, Gary Player. What a group of golfers South Africa's had.
Yes.
There must be something in the water, right? It's something good. These two guys are
It's
unbelievable.
It's the water, sir.
Gary's Gary. And David Frost, also another one that I
Yes.
know is such a great one. Was he as good a putter as they say, David? He's a putter. He's a putting machine, right? But he's another one. So something very good about South Africa and golf is still doing great in South Africa. And they have young players I hear coming up that are going to be very good. But it's an honor to have you here, and my friend, it's an honor to have you, one of the greatest businessmen in South Africa and long beyond. Thank you for being here. It's very, very great honor. Appreciate it. So we're going to be discussing certain things. As you know, we have the G20 is going to South Africa. When is that going to be?
In November.
In November.
Thereafter, I hand over to you. And
yes, we have it next
You
time.
originated the G20, so I'll hand over the baton to you, and then you lead the G20.
We're going to have it.
Yeah.
We're going to have it the following year.
Yeah.
So we'll be discussing many things, and some of the things you've been reading about in the papers and the media. And I would say that, look, the president is a truly respected man in many, many circles, and in some circles he's considered a little controversial. But we're going to be discussing some of the things that are taking place in South Africa and see if we can help. And we want to help. And we've had a long relationship with South Africa. I have, because indirectly I have so many friends that live there. I have a lot of friends. I mean, these are famous guys, but I have a lot of friends that live there that are tremendous people. And we'll be discussing that. We'll have a nice conversation. And I really appreciate that you guys came along. It really helps us in our thought process. But it is a great honor to have you, and I appreciate you called. He called. I don't know where he got my number, but I picked up. He said, "I want to come over and see you." And that was my honor. And thank you very much for being here.
You're most welcome.
Most welcome.
Well, thank you very much for welcoming us to this reformed White House. I've been here before, and it looks really fantastic. I must congratulate you.
Thank you.
But I also thank you for allowing our delegation. This is a very mixed delegation that you've got. We've got people from government, my ministers. I've got someone from the trade union movement who we really collaborate with, and from business as well, and our sporting legends. When I spoke to you, you said, yes, come along and bring Gary Player, bring Ernie Els and Retief Goosen. I brought the two of them. Gary Player, I spoke to him, and he said, look, I'm getting rather on in my years, but wishes us luck in this discussion with you. So it's a real joy. And I'd also like to thank you for allowing your people to start discussions with us at the trade level. I mean, we are essentially here to reset the relationship between the United States and South Africa. We are long-standing partners in many, many ways. We've collaborated in many fields, in space issues, in energy, and in trade, and we therefore need to reset that, particularly in the light of some of the announcements that you made on trade and investment. So we want to advance more trade between the two of us, two countries, and our people now have been empowered by yourself and by myself to start engaging, and we hope that we will be able to fuel that engagement during our talks. And we also want to discuss issues that have to do with how we promote further investments in both countries. We've got about 22 companies from South Africa that have invested in the US, thus creating a number of jobs. And similarly, you've got almost 600 companies that have invested in South Africa, and some of them have been in South Africa for more than 100 years.
That's true.
So our links are really long-lasting, and we would like to recalibrate those relations between our two countries and discuss a whole range of issues, geopolitical, the work that you're doing to bring peace around the world, in Ukraine and in the Middle East. So we value that, and we are also a great contributor to peace processes that are going on around the world. And of course, we want to discuss how we can support each other. You are a much bigger economy than we are. We're just a tiny economy, but we rely on each other on a number of issues. We've got critical minerals that you want to fuel the growth of your own economy and reindustrialize. So we have that on offer, including rare earth minerals. So all that combination of opportunity and the products that we buy from you, as well as what we sell to you, I believe makes up a really good and powerful relationship, which we need to strengthen, which we need to engender, and that is really what has brought us here. And we are really privileged to have, great South Africans in the mix. As you said, you'd like to see them as well. And I brought you a really fantastic golf book. Weighs 14 kilograms.
Oh, that sounds good.
And it showcases the golf courses in our country. Johann Rupert wrote preface, so did Annie else. And I want to showcase our golf courses. You might remember when I spoke to you and we spoke about golf, you said I should start practicing. And I've started practicing, President, so I'm ready. But let me end just the introductory remarks by thanking you. You may not recall that 5 years ago I spoke to you during the COVID period.
Right.
And it was at a time when the whole world was going through a really cathartic moment.
Right.
And we asked for assistance, and you were able to assist us with respirators, and you kept to your word, and you delivered respirators to us. We didn't have as many in our country, and it really helped to help us deal with COVID. So I'm here also to say thank you and to thank the people of America for having helped us during a really difficult time. Being the small economy that we are, we needed help from around the world. And you were there to provide that. So thank you very much.
I remember the call.
Yeah.
We sent 150 respirators. We became the respirator king. We started making them. Nobody had them. We had very few of them.
That's right.
But they were very helpful. But we sent 150, and I appreciated the letter. You wrote me a letter. And
that's right. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much for that. It really touched my heart after I spoke to you, and you delivered.
It's a great honor.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah.
Any questions, please?
Mr. President, you welcome white Afrikaner refugees here. Can you explain to Americans why it's appropriate to welcome white Afrikaners here when other refugees like Afghans, Venezuelans, Haitians have all had their protective status revoked?
Well, this is a group, NBC, that is truly fake news. They ask a lot of questions in a very pointed way. They're not questions, they're statements. We've had tremendous complaints about Africa, about other countries too, from people. They say there's a lot of bad things going on in Africa, and that's what we're going to be discussing today. When you say we don't take others, all you have to do is take a look at the southern border. We let 21 million people come through our border, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. They came from all over the world. In many cases, they're criminals. They come from prisons. They come from mental institutions. They come from street gangs. They're drug dealers. So don't say that we didn't take them. We're trying to get them out as fast as we can. And we're doing record business on that. And we just won a big case where we're allowed to send back hundreds of criminals to Venezuela. Just won that today in the Supreme Court. I'm happy to hear. But we do have a lot of people are very concerned with regard to South Africa, and that's really the purpose of the meeting, and we'll see how that turns out. But we have many people that feel they're being persecuted, and they're coming to the United States. So we take from many locations if we feel there's persecution or genocide going on. And we had a lot of people. I must tell you, Mr. President, we have had a tremendous number of people, especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa, and it's a very sad thing to see. But I hope we can have an explanation of that, because I know you don't want that. It's a kind of a different meeting. Normally we have meetings, we talk about trade, and we'll be talking about trade and other things. But that certainly will be a subject that comes up. Yeah. Yes, please. Brian?
Thank you very much. I'd like to get your thoughts on Letitia James. Director Polte, according to him, Letitia James says that the alleged mortgage fraud was simply a mistake. I want to get your thoughts on that. She put down that her father was her husband in order, and this is very similar to, I guess, the false attacks they had on you.
Well, I don't know what it is currently, but Letitia James, who's the Attorney General of New York State, it seemed, I'm not involved in that at all. I know that it's being handled by various groups, I guess, but it's major fraud, mortgage documents, and fraudulent everything. Yeah, I think she said the father was her husband, which she had to have a husband, or so she chose her father, and she put it down, and she had didn't she sign in Virginia, yet she said she lived in Virginia, yet she's the New York State Attorney General, and she did that for tax reasons, so she could take advantage of taxes. And she had the wrong number of units. She had a much different number, which wouldn't have allowed her to qualify and scam the government. So I don't know. I think she's very bad for New York, but I really don't know too much about it, but I appreciate the question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. President, what's the for you to be convinced that there's no genocide?
Go ahead.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So May 25th will be the celebration of Africa Day, which pretty much a lot of celebration will be taking place around the world, including here in the United States. What is your message to the entire African continent, African people, in this important occasion?
Well, I want to see peace, and I want to see happiness. I want to see health, and you have incredible land. There's tremendous value. A lot of countries don't have that value in the land, the value you have. We have a situation, I think you probably heard about it. We've done, through some very talented people, helped settle a war that's been raging for years, Rwanda and the Congo. And I think we've done it. Believe it or not, I think we've done it. And could you just say a few words about that, my friend?
Yes. A couple of weeks ago, the two parties signed a declaration of principles in which they've agreed on the way forward. And they have both submitted draft peace agreements, and we have put together one that incorporates both of their suggestions, and we've given it to them. So we're in the process of finalizing this peace agreement. Right? Looking very good.
We have to thank you for even those efforts, because the African continent, particularly SADC, our Southern African Development Community, has for years been seeking to foster peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So all efforts, including those from outside the continent and inside the continent, are really worthwhile. We are removing our troops from there so that peace can then prevail in that whole area. And we hope that with the support of the international community, we will really have peace in that area. It's so vital, it's so important for the whole region.
Well, we sent our people there, and I think we did a very good job, as headed by my friend, and that was great. That was great. I mean, I'm just hearing phenomenal reports, because all I'm hearing is death, and they're chopping heads off, and it's horrible over there. And it was really brave of you to go there, and I really appreciate it. And it looks like we have something very, very substantial. We also talked about trade with them in terms of rare earth and all, but really more for it's like if you take a look at what we just did with Pakistan and India, we settled that whole thing, and I think I settled it through trade. We're doing a big deal with India. We're doing a big deal with Pakistan, and I said, "What are you guys doing?" You know, somebody had to be the last one to shoot, but the shooting was getting worse and worse, bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper into the countries, and we spoke to them, and I think I hate to say we got it settled, and then 2 days later, something happens, and they say it's Trump's fault, but Pakistan has got some excellent people and some really good, a great leader. And India is my friend, Modi. And he's a
Mutual friend?
Yeah, he's a great guy. And I called them both, and we just did something good. We're trying to settle Russia, Ukraine. We spoke with President Putin for 2.5 hours the day before yesterday. I think we made a lot of progress, but that's a bloodbath. 5,000 people are being killed a week, 5,000 soldiers a week, not including people in cities and towns that are also being killed. So we're trying to help. And it doesn't affect us. It's not our people. It's not our soldiers. It's Ukraine and it's Russia. But if we can save 5,000 souls, we'll do it. You know, we're pretty good at it. But that's a bad situation. That is a really bad situation.
Well, you'd recall when President Zelensky was coming to South Africa, that's when I spoke to you.
That's right.
We both agreed that we need to push the peace message so that there can really be peace. And we've been involved in the Ukraine-Russia conflict for quite a while through my Minister of State Security here. We've been dealing with them, the exchange of children who were taken away, going through names and addresses and all that. So we've been invested in that whole process as well. And the moves that you are making are fully supported by us because we would like to see the end of that war.
That's true. I called Zelensky, and they said, he's in South Africa. I said, what the hell is he doing in South Africa?
He was talking to us.
We got to speak. That's a strange one. I said, what are you doing in South Africa?
Yes.
That's a strange one.
He's trying to make peace. We
doing
taking
something.
him. You know, we were lucky because we had the great Nelson Mandela who taught us how to create peace, to make peace. So we were imparting some of those lessons to him, some of those learnings, and I specifically mentioned to him that this is how Nelson Mandela taught us that when you want to have a peace in a country, do it on an unconditional basis and sit down and talk. And that's precisely what I'm sure he's going to heed.
Well, we're going to see what happens with that one. There's a lot of hatred. There's a lot of death. It's a bloodbath.
It is.
I get the
unfortunately.
I get the satellite pictures of that field, of that killing field. Mm-hmm. You never saw anything like it in your life. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing that goes on, but I think we've made big progress. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, not you. Right here. He's from South Africa. Go ahead, please.
What are you expecting on the ICJ case? Are you expecting South Africa to drop that? Is that what you're trying to reason?
On which case?
The ICJ case against Israel,
International
Criminal Court.
I don't expect anything, to be honest. I really don't. I don't know. It's they've got a case. There's a lot of anger there, tremendous anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have a ruling, and who knows what the ruling is going to mean. Yeah.
On that subject of Gaza, Mr. President, are you going to be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Israel's renewed offensive there? There's been a lot of concern from European countries. The Pope has expressed concern. Are you going to be asking Prime Minister Netanyahu to tone down the offensive in Gaza, to let more aid in?
Was that a question or a statement?
It's a question.
This guy's, you never change.
Mr. President, this side, what
Please.
will it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the President. It's for him. No, seriously.
I'd rather have him answer.
Sure, I'd rather answer that. It will be.
My president will respond to you.
Yeah, let me,
Thank you, Mr. President.
It will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on around the quiet table, It will take President Trump to listen to them. I'm not going to be repeating what I've been saying. I would say if there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me. So it will take him, President Trump, listening to their stories, to their perspective. That is the answer to your question.
But, Mr. President, I must say that we have, wait. We have thousands of stories talking about it.
Sure.
And we have documentaries, we have news stories. And that. Is Natalie here, somebody here to turn that? I could show you a couple of things. And it has to be responded to.
Yeah, sure.
Let me see the articles, please, if you would. And turn the lights down. Turn the lights down and just put this on. It's right behind you, Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. Yes. South Africa, occupy land. That's who we are. Honorable member, can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament. Yes, honorable member. Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill. Yamasa. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Pa, 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 pa. To kill. Yamasa. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer.
The mayor of DA in PE is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you have touched a white man. Not because Mashaba and Soli will not be touched. They will be touched, don't worry. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness. It's like
Shoot to kill. Yamasa. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Pa, pa, pa. Shoot to kill. Yamasa. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Pa, 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 pa.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying you was not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter. They freak out. It sounds like a genocidal.
But they
who will expropriate land without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refuge in America.
Now this is very bad. These are burial sites right here. Burial sites. Over 1,000 of white farmers, and those cars are lined up to pay love on a Sunday morning. Each one of those white things you see is a cross, and there's approximately 1,000 of them. They're all white farmers. the family of white farmers. And those cars aren't driving, they're stopped there to pay respects to their family member who was killed. And it's a terrible sight. I've never seen anything like it. Both sides of the road, you have crosses. Those people were all killed.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? No, I'd like to know where that is, because this I've never seen. But, okay.
I mean, it's in South Africa.
We need to find out.
Mr. President, the Pentagon announced that it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One. Perhaps
What are you talking about?
Can we have a South Africa question, please? Mr. President,
the Pentagon spokesperson.
What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw. You are a real, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to go into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing, they also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back, you ought to go back to your studio at NBC, because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions from me. Go ahead. Go ahead, talk about that.
Please, may we have a South Africa question?
His name is Peter
Mr.
something.
President
He's
Trump?
a terrible
If they're
reporter.
committing genocide, why invite them to the White House?
Quiet.
I'll be quiet.
Quiet.
Sure, that's my question now.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Annika Larson from ENCA in South Africa. Thank you very much for hosting us. What would you like President Ramaphosa to do about the situation that we've just seen on the screen?
I don't know. Look, these are articles over the last few days. Death of people. Death. 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 Horrible death. Death. I don't know.
But you know that there
Pick
are
anyone.
people who are
White
dying
South
most.
Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws. And this is all. I mean, I'll give these to you. So when you say what would I like to do, I don't know what to do. Look at this. White South African couple say that they were attacked violently.
President Trump, when will you go and see for yourself if it is?
Well, I can do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place. These are all white farmers that are being buried.
President Trump.
And he asks about a jet that was given.
My first question is about Africa.
We're not interested in the
You know, you are so bad. You're such a bad reporter.
If they're committing genocide, why invite them? Sir, if they are committing genocide, why invite the South Africans to the White House?
May I finish, please, President Trump? President
This is one after another. This family was wiped out. I'm just looking.
Can we get a
President
response from President
Ramaphosa, can you give us your
Ramaphosa?
reaction to those videos, Mr. President?
President Trump, could you?
Well, I think the
black people
videos are
dying
so.
more than white
No,
people?
no. When you look at the videos, I mean, how does it get worse? And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their land. That's what it is. And I have other friends in South Africa. I have people that left. One in particular that says you can't go there. He said they want to take your land. They take your land and they kill you. It's okay, and they say it's okay to do. Now we're going to talk about it. But this is a tremendous look. This is story recent. These are all people that recently got killed.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it can get any worse. These are all and you know the men that you saw, the people that you saw in that movie, those are officials. Those are people that were in office. They had one march. They had a dance in your parliament, whatever you may call it, legislature.
But let me clarify that.
Yeah.
Let me clarify that, because what you saw, the speeches that were being made, One, that is not government policy. We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
take land. And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, there is
nothing happens to them.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
the farmers are black. The farmers are not black. I don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black. And the people that are being killed in large numbers, and you saw all those grave sites, and those are people that loved ones going, I guess on a Sunday morning, they told me, to pay respect to their loved ones that were killed. Their heads chopped off. They died violently. And, you know, I mean, we're here to talk about it, and I didn't know we'd get involved here. But I will say this, that if the news wasn't fake, like NBC, which is fake news, totally, one of the worst, ABC, NBC, CBS, horrible. But if they weren't fake news like this jerk that we have here, if we had real reporters, they'd be covering it. But the fake news in this country doesn't talk about that. They don't want to talk about it, but now they have to talk about it. But they won't. This won't even be a subject. They'll have him talking about why did a country give a free, think of this, why did a country give an airplane to the United States Air Force? Okay, the United States, not to me, to the United States Air Force, so they could help us out, because we need an Air Force One until that's Air Force One, it's being built. 2 of them being built. But Boeing's a little bit late, unfortunately. So why did they give us a plane to the United States Air Force? That's what that idiot talks about after viewing a thing where thousands of people are dead.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I'd take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay. But coming back to this issue, which I really would like us to talk about, and talk about it very calmly. We were taught by Nelson Mandela that whenever there are problems, people need to sit down around a table and talk about them.
Well, there are
and
problems.
this is precisely what we would also like to talk about, including, of course, trade matters, investment matters. So the issues that concern you as the United States.
Those are all recent. And those are all deaths.
Yeah, in many ways, I mean, one should say you are a partner of South Africa, and you are raising concerns, and these are concerns that we are willing to talk to you about. Let me just add quickly, you know, the criminality that we are experiencing in our country needs quite a lot of technological capability. And in one of our areas in South Africa, we're using US technology, which is able to, in many ways, identify where shootings are happening and all that. And I'd like to talk about that, because there is support that we can get from you as the United States to help us deal with all these acts of criminality. And that is what I believe partnership is all about. And we are here as a partner so that we can help each other whenever there are challenges. So I'd like us to discuss it, and of course outside of the media, so that we sit down and have a really good discussion that will lead to good outcomes.
Are there any other further punitive measures that could be in place should you not be satisfied that South Africa is fixing some of the very bad things, in inverted commas, that you tweeted are happening?
Well, there are a lot of bad things happening in many countries, but this in particular has been very, very bad, and because of we're going to have the whole world watching in another short period of time because you have the G20, and that's a big deal. And it seems like, I mean, I want you to look good. I don't want you to look bad.
Very good.
But we have hundreds of people, thousands of people trying to come into our country because they feel they're going to be killed and their land is going to be confiscated. And you do have laws that were passed that gives you the right to confiscate land for no payment. You can take away land for no payment.
I want to clarify that because we have a constitution. Our constitution guarantees and protects the sanctity of tenure of land ownership. And that constitution protects all South Africans with regard to land ownership. However, we do say, because we've got to deal with the past, the government, and as your government also has the right to expropriate land for public use.
And you're doing that.
And we've never really gotten underway with that. And we are going to be doing
you're
so.
You're taking people's land away
we have not.
from them.
We have,
and those people, in many cases, are being executed. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers. And that's a tough situation. I don't know how you explain that. How do you explain that? They're taking people's land away, and in many cases, those people are being executed. And in many cases, it's not the government that's doing it. It's people that kill them and then take their land, and nothing happens to them. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country. They're also going to Australia in a smaller number. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country, and they're white farmers, and they feel that they're going to die in South Africa, and it's a bad thing. Yeah,
what can South Africa do? What concessions would you like to see them make to improve relations with the United States? Then I have one more for President Ramaphosa afterwards.
Well, you know, we just spoke about, I got them a very, very complex machine, 150 of them. And I was asked by the president if he could help, and I did that. And, you know, I have great feeling for all countries. I deal with all countries. But I have a great feeling for South Africa because I have friends. I have a couple of friends, a few friends here today. But I have many friends from South Africa. But many of those friends are not, they can't go back. I have Elon is from South Africa. I don't want to get Elon involved. That's all I have to do, get him into another thing. But Elon happens to be from South Africa. This is what Elon wanted. He actually came here on a different subject, sending rockets to Mars, okay? Yes. He likes that better. He likes that subject better. That's right. But Elon is from South Africa, and I don't want to talk to him about that. I don't think it's fair to him.
That's right.
But I will say that people are fleeing South Africa for their own safety. Their land is being confiscated, and in many cases they're being killed. And that scene of, you see how many crosses they have. Those crosses, that's a dead person in every one of them. And those trucks or cars are paying their respects to all of those dead people on a Sunday morning. That's a rough thing to explain away. And the problem we have, and the way, you know, a correct and a fair media exposes things. But we have a very corrupt media. They won't even report this. If this were the other way around, it would be the biggest story. Now, I will say apartheid, terrible. That was the biggest story. That was reported all the time. This is sort of the opposite of apartheid. What's happening now is never reported. Nobody knows about it. All we know is we're being inundated with people, with white farmers from South Africa. And it's a big problem. Marco Rubio was telling me he's never seen anything like it. The numbers of people that want to leave South Africa because they feel they're going to be dead very soon. Yes, please.
I was going to say,
Brian,
if I could just ask you a question. 72% of farmers in your country are white. If they flee, do you feel that maybe the economy could collapse? You may not have a gap to fill in those people that need to replace those farmers.
You know, I'd like my Minister of Agriculture, who is white, who comes from opposition party to mine, who's joined my government at my invitation to address this very issue, including the question that you've just raised. John?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah.
And Mr. President, thank you for welcoming us to the White House. I would say we have a rural safety problem in South Africa, and I don't think anyone wants to candy coat that. And it requires a lot of effort to get on top of it. It's going to require more policing resources. It's going to require a different strategy to be able to deal with it. But certainly the majority of South Africa's commercial and smallholder farmers really do want to stay in South Africa and make it work. And I've just come from the largest agricultural show in the Southern Hemisphere with organized agriculture and farmers, and the majority of them want to stay. But they too there have a memorial to those who've died as a result of farm attacks. And as the Minister of Agriculture, it is something that I'm particularly exercised with my colleagues at police and my colleagues in the justice cluster to start making farm attacks and stock theft a priority crime. And it affects all farmers in South Africa, particularly stock theft. It has a disproportionate effect on smallholder black farmers. I also want to just say this, that the two individuals that are in that video that you've seen are both leaders of opposition minority parties in South Africa. Mkhonto Wesizwe under Mr. Zuma and the economic freedom fighters under Mr. Malema. Now the reason that my party, the Democratic Alliance, which has been an opposition party for over 30 years, chose to join hands with Mr. Ramaphosa's party was precisely to keep those people out of power. We cannot have those people sitting in the union buildings making decisions. And that is why after 30 years of us exchanging barbs across the floor in Parliament and trying to get one over on each other, we've decided to join hands precisely to keep that lot out of government. Because the day they get in to the doors of the union buildings in South Africa or control of our Parliament, that's what you're going to see. And that is why this government, working together, needs the support of our allies around the world so that we can strengthen our hand, grow our economy, and shut the door forever on that rabble getting through the doors of the union buildings, because then South Africa's future would be...
So you denounced that type of language in the video that you saw?
Oh yes, we've always done so. As government, as my own party, we are completely opposed to that. We, in 1955, adopted a document which said South Africa belongs to all who live in it.
But why wouldn't you arrest that man? That man said, kill the white farmers, kill the white farmers. And then he danced, and he's dancing, and it's kill the white farmers. I'm not sure, but I think if somebody got up in Parliament and started saying kill a certain group of people, he would be arrested very quickly. That man is going all over South Africa, and that's not a small party. That was a stadium that holds 100,000 people, and I hardly saw an empty seat. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of representation. And those crosses, we have dead white people, dead white farmers, mostly. And you take a look at Australia. They're being inundated, and we're being inundated with people that want to get out. And their farm is valueless. It's valueless. And they just want to get out with their life. And this is a very serious situation. And if we had a real news or real press or media, we don't have that because they won't talk about this because they're all guys like that idiot. But if we had a real press, it would be exposed. And you know, the beauty of exposing it is it's like a cleansing action. When it gets exposed, it'll get fixed. That's when it'll get fixed. But people don't talk about it. And I'll tell you who's talking about the thousands of people that are fleeing South Africa right now.
Will you discuss USAID and the devastating impact the cuts are having across the African continent?
Yeah, well, it's devastating, and hopefully a lot of people are going to start spending a lot of money. And I've talked to other nations. We want them to chip in and spend money too. And we've spent a lot, and it's a tremendous problem going on in many countries. A lot of problems going on. The United States always gets the request for money. Nobody else helps, as you know. Europe doesn't help. Europe hasn't given anything. All they do is sue our companies. You know, they sue Apple, and they sue all of our companies. Apple had to pay $17 billion on a nonsense lawsuit. Very unfair. But we're going to always be there to help.
It's showing rightly South African broadcasting. If this Afrikaner resettlement issue is resolved, you're going to go into a room after this, you guys are going to talk. If it is resolved, what is the potential for the future-looking relationship
fantastic. It's got to be resolved. It should be resolved. It's a little bit bad when you see a stadium with 100,000 people in it, because that means it's more than just a little movement. It's a pretty big movement in South Africa. So it has to be resolved. It'll be the end of the country if it's not resolved.
Potential for the relationship moving forward.
I hope so. That's why I'm here. I mean, I'm not here for my health. I'm here to see if we can do something. No, I'd like to see. I have friends. I can tell you, Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, they feel so strongly they wanted to be here on behalf of South Africa, not on behalf of me. And, they said, can we be here for this? Because they love the country. Ernie, do you guys want to say a couple of words or anything? I hate to put you in this. This is tougher than sinking a 3-footer. Which they have, and they've sank many 3-footers.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks for the honor of being here. We've known each other a long time. We have spoken. We're proud South Africans. I still have my South African passport. We travel with this passport, and I got my visa here. So, but we want to see things get better in our home country. And that's the bottom line. It's been 35 years since the transition. President Ramaphosa was right in the middle of the transition time in 1990 and before that. So it's been 35 years of ANC government, and I know there's a lot of anger, through the transition. There was always a lot of stuff happening in the apartheid days. We grew up in the apartheid era, but I don't think two wrongs makes a right. President Mandela, when he came out of prison for all that time, didn't come out with hatred, and really unified our nation through sport. We won the Rugby World Cup in '95.
4 times.
We won the African Nations Cup, soccer. We won some majors as golfers and so forth. So what I'm trying to say is, this has been a long time coming. That's why we really wanted to meet you, meet the administration, and see our way forward, because we still want to see our country flourish. We've got some great things going on. Business is getting involved with government. Farmers are getting involved in local municipalities, trying to rebuild some of the infrastructure that's been decaying for a long time. So there's a lot of coexistence going on and help from a lot of areas. But I feel we need the US to push this thing through. We've got a great ally if we can have the US. It's always been an ally of South Africa for a very long time. Even in the days of the war, up in Angola, you guys helped us. So very important for us to have your support and get the change we need.
Where did you do that well? He might have done that even better than he plays golf, which is almost impossible. Johan, please.
Mr. President, if you had to wind all of those tapes properly, you will see I'm the biggest target of that rabble-rouser. Number one for over 10 years, Mr. Malema. In fact, the first time I met him, he was in the youth league with that gentleman, and look how he's changed.
Right.
We have too many deaths, but it's across the board. It's not only white farmers, it's across the board. And we need technological help. We need Starlink at every little police station. We need drones. I actually got drones donated for the peace parks to stop elephant and rhino poaching. And his predecessor stopped the importation because he said the United States would spy on us. I mean, US basics, the ridicule. So if you can help us. Remember, sir, you and I lived in New York in the 70s. We never thought New York could be what it became. 2 commissioners, a tough mayor. We need your help to stop this awful killing. But it's across the board. Ernie is right now building a house in George. I'm building 3 cottages for my grandchildren on a farm outside Transatlantic. I often go to bed without locking the door. And we have a serious problem with illegal aliens who stream across the border. And if you really look at our statistics, a lot of these murders, firstly it's unemployment and illegal aliens. And then I met Vice President Vance many years ago at Charlie Rose show. My wife loved his book. And she reminded me this morning that you emphasized the devastation that occurs when big companies leave towns and cities, and there's a culture of dependency that develops. I remember you discussing it. Now that's our problem. If we don't get our economy to grow, the culture of dependency and the lawlessness will increase. I've been against apartheid all my life, and I'm their #1 target. Please just Google my name and Malema. You'll see it, sir.
Yeah.
He marched on the
But
farm.
the crime is bad.
The crime is terrible, sir, but Mr. Steenhuisen won't admit to it, but he runs the Western Cape, where I live. And the biggest murder rate is in the Cape Flats. Gangs. We've got gang warfare. Like your M33 or whatever, these guys. We've got the equivalents there. But we need your help, sir. And we need Elon technology.
Well, one of the real areas of support is really in investments. We've got to grow our economy, because through growing the economy, we're then able to create more jobs. Because crime really thrives where there is inequality and unemployment. And that is one of the reasons that has brought us here, to improve our investment relations, our trade relations, so that we can preserve the number of jobs that your companies have created in South Africa. By virtue of what we export to you, we are able to create up to 500,000 jobs in the auto industry, in the agricultural industry, and a number of other industries, mining, where we export things to you. And we also know that as South African companies invest here, you are also able to create jobs. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship. So our main real reason for being here is to foster trade and investment, so that we are able to grow our economy with your support, and so that we are also able to address all these societal problems, because criminality thrives when people are unemployed, when they have no other hope to eke out a living. So that is what we need to resolve. And your support, your partnership with us is what is really going to give us a strong capability to move forward.
Mr.
President, excuse me, do you have anything to say? I mean, I don't want to leave you out. You know, the guy won 3 or 4 majors. 3 or 4?
No, only 2.
2. That's a lot. By the way, 2's a lot. A lot of tournaments you won too. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. President Ramaphosa. I grew up in an area in South Africa that is a farmland area, Polokwane.
Yeah.
And there is some issues up there, obviously. My dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer. And yeah, some of these buddy farmers got killed. The farm is still going. My brothers run it. But it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer. And at the end of the day, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers to produce the food.
Farming, right? he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't even want to do what you're doing, right? They love farming. They don't want to leave. But it's a struggle.
Yeah, and you know, food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. You know, without those two things, we can't survive.
How is the water there?
The water is great. Obviously, all the water comes out of the borehole, out of ground for us down there. But yeah, it is a battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time that you're trying to get the
So
water
does
out.
your family and your brother, do they feel safe on the farm?
They live behind electric fences, you know, try and be at night safe. But it is constant whenever you leave that something could happen. And
there's nowhere to live.
you know, both of them has been attacked in their houses. My mom's been attacked in her house when she was 80. So it is difficult. But you know, the guys live a great life despite everything going on.
Something.
President Trump, I brought along the president of the largest trade union in our country, Ziggy Solosi, because she leads many, many workers, more than 1 million, 2 million workers. And maybe we should give her a chance to say something, because she's come all the way to join us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Trump,
Thank you.
for having us, and President for extending the invitation to us as organized labor. And I must say that we are here to support the initiative that has been made by our government with business, of course, as organized labor. We've been coming to Washington on the AGOA trade relations in the previous regime, and I think at the center of it all, for me, it is exactly what Mr. Rupert has said, the importance of us growing the economy. We have always emphasized when we were here and kept on coming and negotiating on AGOA that the 600 US companies that are based in South Africa, as you said, President Ramaphosa, 500,000 jobs will be wiped out. We need more foreign direct investment in our country. We are not just talking about those that will lose employment, but we are talking about over 40% of people that are unemployed, that have no hope of ever finding a job. And we think that, correctly, as they have said, that we need to deal with the issue of porous borders in our country, so that everyone that comes in is documented. We also need to, and I would have thought that the minister would address the issue of land expropriation and how the policy works in South Africa. Recently, President, as you were preparing to come here on the news, in, I think it was on Natal, there was a handover of farms, and white farmers were saying, we are donating the land, but also there's a willing buyer, willing seller in South Africa. So there is no expropriation without compensation, but it is a willing buyer, willing seller. And that white farmer was even saying, President, that the government is even paying more in buying the land than what the land is worth of. And I think those are the realities, President, that we must say that we need to address, of course, but also the importance of agriculture linked to AGOA. People rely on it, and I think, as Retief have said, for survival and living. But lastly, for me, President, is also the issue of the crime statistics. There is no doubt about it that we are a violent nation, you know, for a number of reasons, and we're not condoning anything. But also, if you go into the rural areas where black majority are, you would see women, elderly, being raped, being killed, being murdered. And these are black elderly women that would be found throat slits, raped multiple times, and all of that. And the problem in South Africa, it is not necessarily about race, but it is about crime. And we think that we are here to say, how do we, both nations, work together to reset, to really talk about investment, but also help us in how we can have the technology and everything that is needed, President, to really address the levels of crime that we have in our country. country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Trump,
Genocide is a very strong word. I'm wondering if you've made up your mind as to whether you believe genocide is occurring in South Africa, or you still have doubts. And if you have made up your mind, why invite President Ramaphosa here today for this conversation?
Well, I haven't made up my mind. I hate to see it from the standpoint of South Africa, but also, I'm trying to save lives. I'm working with Russia and Ukraine. I don't have to do that. It's not our war. It was started by other people. It was helped along by our past administration, and it would have never happened if I were president. But I'm trying to save lives, no matter where. Rwanda, I have nothing to do with Rwanda and the Congo, but I felt I had a very talented person in this administration, and I sent him there, and he did an unbelievable job. I think. We're going to find out, but he's done the hardest part of the job. It should happen. If I can save lives, I want to save the lives. If it's in Africa, that's great. If it's in Europe, if it's wherever it may be, and it's a very small investment to do, believe me, compared to what the consequences are. So I hope we can do something. Look, I have so many friends. These two men, I have great admiration for them because I know what they do for a living, and that's a very hard living. Going from city to city, from country to country, and hitting a ball 350 yards like they do, and
Better than you and I.
getting the ball in the hole. It's a very tough, with lots of people watching. Right?
Yes,
That's a very tough living. They're champions. I respect champions, and I respect very much. And I think the country is very lucky. They really wanted to be here.
That's true.
They could be elsewhere. They could be on a beautiful fairway someplace, and they wanted to be here. So,
G20 President, my name is Yanda Mhobo from Newsroom Africa in South Africa. How important is it for the United States to be at our G20 summit in November, given the relationship between our two countries? You've just heard what has been said to you just now. Are you coming, and are you preparing to come?
So without the United States, the G20, just like the G7, used to be the G8, but brilliantly they threw Russia out. Would have been a lot better if Russia was in. A lot of people would say, oh, that's not it. Because if Russia was in, you probably wouldn't have this war. And if you had a different president, you wouldn't have the war either. But we have a G7. It's important that the United States is at both of them. I think without the United States, I really believe it's not very important. It's not the same meaning.
As I said to President Trump, the U.S. really originated the G20. And it's important that the United States continues to play a key role in the G20. And we are privileged to be the president of the G20, but we are even overjoyed that we are going to hand over to the United States, who are the originators. And for that reason, I expect the United States to continue playing the leadership role in the G20 together with other countries. And I've said when I initially spoke to President Trump on the phone, I want him to come to South Africa for a state visit, and I also want him to come and participate in the G20. And I want to gladly hand over to President Trump to take the leadership of the G20 forward in November.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What is it going to take to convince you
They don't want to leave.
They like you so much.
forms of economic and other hardships. Some were hardened criminals and gang members, but all decided to break our laws to come here. Rather than stop this, the previous administration threw open the doors, and in doing so, openly flouted our immigration laws. The humanitarian parole statute was brazenly violated. Mandatory removal language in statutes became optional. Public charge requirements were ignored. Sanctuary cities were praised as heroic rather than criminal. And most tragically, actual victims of violence by illegal immigrants were downplayed, ignored, and forgotten. The courts contributed to this crisis as well and often stood passively by our immigration laws being ignored. Now that Trump is in office, he's trying to enforce our immigration laws, carry out his campaign promise to the American people to reverse the flood of illegal immigrants. Suddenly, the courts have decided to step in. Democrats encourage this lawless behavior. The Democratic nominee for vice president called ICE Trump's modern-day Gestapo, practically inviting violence against them. According to the Department of Homeland Security, ICE officers are now facing a 413% increase in assaults. I suppose concerns about threats of political violence only goes one way. I agree with my Democratic colleagues that the rule of law is the cornerstone of our republic, but some of our nation's most important laws are those that protect our borders. Several nominees before us today will have an important role in faithfully executing these laws and the will of the American people expressed in our most recent national elections. Turning to nominees, I'd like to start by introducing Mr. Woodward to the committee. Mr. Woodward received his bachelor's and master's degree with honors from American University and his law degree with honors at Catholic University Columbus School of Law. After clerking for 3 different judges in District of Columbia, he joined Aiken Gump, where he practiced for 10 years. There he handled a variety of complex litigation matters and government investigations and was awarded his pro bono service. His practice during this time involved many of the issues he oversees. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to the nominees and their families. Given the challenges which this administration is facing in court, record-breaking numbers of challenges, we can certainly understand why he wants a team on his side in the administration. Earlier this year, I asked Justice Department nominees a simple question: may a public official defy a court order? Shockingly, the nominees, including the future Solicitor General, John Sauer, refused to give an unequivocal response. Now, days ago, Mr. Sauer faced the same question, and he repeated this legal dodge before the Supreme Court of the United States. During arguments in a case challenging the president's illegal birthright citizenship executive order, Justice Barrett, known as a Trump nominee, asked Mr. Sauer if the administration would follow circuit court rulings. Mr. Sauer responded that the governor's policy is to, quote, generally respect circuit precedent, but not necessarily in every case. As our colleague Senator Kennedy said earlier this year, and I quote, don't ever take the position that you're not going to follow the order of a federal court, ever. Mr. Glazier has been nominated to lead the Office of Legal Counsel, which provides legal advice to the president and all executive branch agencies. I want to hear what he believes that the policy of the federal government should be and whether he can ignore court rulings that don't suit any president's whim. From day one, the administration has had one goal: bringing our immigration system to a breaking point. I will confess some prejudice in this matter. I am the son of an immigrant who came to the chairmanship of this committee. I'm proud of it. If you visit my office, you're going to find my mom's naturalization certificate behind my desk, making it clear to all visitors where I stand on the issue of immigration. I like to believe that my family and virtually all of the immigrant families have made this a stronger nation. Beyond unlawfully attempting to end birthright citizenship, which is enshrined in the Constitution, the administration has made it harder for legal immigrants to apply for citizenship and naturalize. This administration has made it harder for dreamers who want to do the right thing. Now, these were kids brought to the United States by their parents. They didn't make a conscious decision to get in the car and drive across the border. Their parents did. They've grown up here in the United States, showed up in the classrooms and pledged allegiance to the same flag we pledge allegiance to every day. It wasn't until they were teenagers that they knew the real reality that they face. They want to do the right things. They want to apply for programs like DACA so that they can receive work permits and continue to contribute to the American economy. I'm disappointed to hear that Mr. Edlow, who came by my office, nominated to lead USCIS, opposes DACA, when even President Trump claims that he doesn't want to deport dreamers. Despite his personal opinions, I want to hear how Mr. Edlow will ensure that USCIS will promptly process DACA applications of eligible dreamers. The administration has also ended temporary protected status for people who fled Afghanistan and Venezuela, falsely claiming these countries are safe to return to. These actions are cruel. In the name of carrying out Trump's mass deportation agenda, Attorney General Bondi has made the Department of Justice a shell of its former self. Thousands of federal law enforcement agents have been diverted from drug trafficking and violent crime to deporting immigrants who pose no threat to our safety. Mr. Woodward, nominated to be the number 3 official of the Justice Department, will oversee Justice Department grant making, the Civil Rights Division, and many other components now under attack. The Justice Department, at the direction of DOJ, took their chainsaw to hundreds of millions of dollars in federal grants to support public safety and our police. Programs supporting violence reduction, victim services, child protection, and substance use and mental health have been gutted. Ask law enforcement in your favorite community how you stop crime. They have an important job to do, and we know that. When we dial 911, we want to make sure that the right person is answering the call. But they will also tell you we cannot arrest our way out of violent crime. We need to do more. I believe that. For nearly 70 years under Republican and Democratic administrations alike, the Civil Rights Division protected the civil and constitutional rights of all Americans. Once known as the crown jewel of the Justice Department, it has now been reduced to litigating a narrow set of cases aligned with the MAGA agenda. This is anathema to how this division has operated historically. I want to hear from Mr. Woodward whether the Justice Department will continue to capitulate or will it help restore the Justice Department's intended function, protecting the safety and rights of all Americans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, in this order, we'll hear from Senator Marino, Tillis, and Moody to introduce the nominees. Senator Marino.
Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin and members of this committee, Judiciary Committee, it is my absolute honor to introduce to you T. Elliott Geiser as President Trump's nominee for the U.S. Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. Mr. Geiser currently serves as Ohio's Solicitor General, and of course, we all know Ohio is the greatest state in the country. He has zealously advocated for Ohio and its citizens. As the state's Solicitor General, he represents Ohio and its agencies on the appeals in the United States Supreme Court, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit, the Ohio Supreme Court, and other state and federal courts. He has served the state remarkably, and I am so proud that President Trump took well-deserved notice of Mr. Geiser's brilliant legal talents. Immediately prior to his appointment as Solicitor General, Mr. Glazier worked in the issues and appeals practice at a global law firm. In private practice, he focused on appeals and provided strategic counsel to clients in a range of industries regarding litigation and regulatory matters. He has litigated complex disputes all over the country. And in Ohio, Mr. Glazier clerked for Associate Justice of the Supreme Court Samuel A. Alito, for Judge Naomi Rowe of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, and Judge Edith H. Jones on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. Mr. Glazier started his legal education at the National Championship, Ohio State University, Moritz College of Law, and earned his J.D. from the University of Chicago. See, ranking member, we'll give you some credit as well. College of Law in 2016. He received his undergraduate degree from Hillsdale College, where he graduated magna cum laude. He's 35 years old. So this is all something he's accomplished in such a short period of time. And on a personal note, to the ranking member's comments, I appreciate that very much. And if you come to my office, you'll see my H-1B visa. You'll see my naturalization certificate. I was extraordinarily proud. One of the moments I remember more than anything else in my life was the ability to raise my right hand and pledge allegiance to the United States of America and be welcomed to this country. I would ask you and all the members of this committee to understand that that moment is so important. And we have to honor the people who followed the law to come here legally, who patiently waited to become a U.S. citizen and be welcomed here, and to stop rewarding people who break our laws, skip in line of those in front of us. And I can tell you that I have no doubt that Mr. Glazier will continue to make not only Ohio proud, but this nation proud as he serves President Trump and Attorney General Bondi as the United States Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Marino, and you may go if you want to. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to introduce John Squires, the President's nominee for the Undersecretary of Commerce and Secretary of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. When I first met John, I told him that the USPTO needed a fierce advocate for strong IP rights, and after a review of his record, I am convinced that he is the right person for the job. John and I trace back similar roots. He was at IBM before becoming a lawyer. I was at IBM before I made the fateful decision to go into politics. There are several things in experience, though, that I think you'll see in the confirmation hearing today that make him very well suited to lead the USPTO. John's a 9/11 survivor, and that's greatly shaped his perspective on patent eligibility, and I'm sure that we'll get into that during the hearing. Like me, he believes that startups and emerging companies are critically important to our innovation ecosystem. And I believe that he can bring expertise to the office that will make sure that that segment of our innovation economy is well represented. For example, small businesses, firms having less than 10 employees receive about 60% or more of the patents per capita than corporations. And startups and small businesses create almost half of all the U.S. jobs and growing. That is why we absolutely have to get this right, so that the pyramid of our innovation ecosystem stays strong. John's also
privacy and security laws, but they're not strong enough. Whistleblower protections and incentives, in many cases, we only find out about abuses inside these tech companies when someone comes forward with their story. I was glad to see bipartisan legislation introduced on this issue protecting AI whistleblowers in the last week. Education, I don't want to put all the burden on consumers, but the reality is this is the world we live in. We need to teach people to look out for these sorts of scams. We're part of a campaign called Pause, Take 9, which tries to train people that if they get an urgent call to action, they should pause, take 9 seconds, think about if this is real or not. And finally, I want to echo the words of Ms. Price about a lot of discussion about a moratorium on state laws policing bad uses of AI. I want to stress this is the wrong idea. AI has tremendous, amazing potential, but as this hearing shows, it has some real potential harms as well. The states have been leaders in trying to address these harms, whether it's privacy, co-opting performers' identities, regulating self-driving cars, rooting out hidden biases, other deepfakes. AI is an incredibly powerful technology, but that does not mean it should be completely unregulated. Thank you very much, and I look forward to answering your questions.
And Ms. Carlos, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairwoman Blackburn, Ranking Member Klobuchar, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on the important topic of the No Fakes Act and AI-generated digital replicas. My name is Suzana Carlos, and I serve as the head of music policy for YouTube. Just last month, YouTube marked the 20th anniversary of the first video ever uploaded to our platform. It's difficult to fathom how much the world and YouTube have changed in those 2 short decades. Today, we have over 2 billion active monthly members on our platform across more than 100 countries, with 500 hours of content uploaded every minute. We are proud that YouTube has transformed culture through video and built a thriving creator economy here in the United States and around the world. Our unique and industry-leading revenue-sharing model empowers our creators to take 55% of the revenue earned against ads on their content. And as a result, YouTube's creative economy has contributed more than $55 billion to the United States gross domestic product and supported more than 490,000 full-time American jobs in the last year alone. In the 3 years prior to January 2024, YouTube paid more than $70 billion to creators, artists, and media companies. At YouTube Music, we built one of the world's deepest catalogs. Over 100 million official tracks, plus remixes, live performances, covers, and hard-to-find music you simply can't find anywhere else. We've now reached over 125 million paid YouTube and music and premium subscribers. And YouTube continues to be at the forefront of handling rights management at scale, protecting the intellectual property of creators and our content partners, ensuring that they can monetize their content and keeping YouTube free for viewers around the world. In 2007, YouTube launched Content ID, a first-of-its-kind copyright management system that helps rights holders effectively manage their works. Rights holders or their agents provide YouTube with reference files for their works they own, along with metadata such as title and detailed ownership rights. And based on these references, YouTube creates digital fingerprints for those works in question and scans the platform to determine when content in an uploaded video matches the reference content. Rights holders can instruct the system to block, monetize, or track the reference content. And over 99% of the copyright issues on YouTube are handled through Content ID. It has also proven to be an effective revenue generation tool for rights holders, as over 90% of Content ID claims are monetized. And as we navigate the evolving world of AI, we understand the importance of collaborating with partners to tackle emerging challenges proactively. We firmly believe that AI can and will supercharge human creativity, not replace it. Indeed, AI has the potential to amplify and augment human creativity, unlocking new opportunities for artists, creators, journalists, musicians, and consumers to engage creatively with new tools and play an active role in innovation. We are already seeing creators exploring new areas, including the creation of new types of music, books, photography, clothing, pottery, games, and other art inspired in collaboration with AI models. And as this technology evolves, we must collectively ensure that it is used responsibly, including when it comes to protecting our creators and viewers. Platforms have a responsibility to address the challenges posed by AI-generated content, and Google and YouTube stand ready to apply our expertise to help tackle them on our services and across the digital ecosystem. We know that a practical regulatory framework addressing digital replicas is critical, and that is why we are especially grateful to Chairwoman Blackburn, Senator Coons, Ranking Member Klobuchar, and all the bill sponsors for the smart and thoughtful approach adopted in developing the No Fakes Act of 2025. We deeply appreciate their willingness to bring a variety of stakeholders together to forge a consensus on this important topic. YouTube and Google are proud to support this legislation, which tackles the problems of harm associated with unauthorized digital replicas and provides a clear legal framework to address these challenges and protect individuals' rights. The No Fakes Act appropriately balances innovation, creative expression, and individuals' rights while offering a broadly workable, tech-neutral, and comprehensive legal solution. By supplanting the need for a patchwork of inconsistent legal frameworks, the No Fakes Act would streamline global operations for platforms like ours and empower artists and rights holders to better manage their likeness online. We look forward to seeing the legislation passed by Congress and enacted into law. We have similarly proudly supported the Take It Down Act because it's critical to prevent bad actors from producing and disseminating non-consensual explicit images. We would like to thank Ranking Member Klobuchar along with Senator Cruz for their leadership on the legislation. This is an area we continue to invest in at Google, building our long-standing policies and protections to ultimately keep people safe online. Thank you again for inviting me to participate in today's hearing. I look forward to your questions.
And we thank you all for sticking to the 5-minute clock. I didn't have to gavel down a person. These are great content creators in me. So there we go. I'm going to recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. And as Senator Coons said earlier, there are going to be members coming and going because we do have a variety of hearings that are going on. Ms. McBride, I want to come to you first. I think that your perspective is such an important perspective as we talk about this and talk on the direct impact to someone who is creating content. And I appreciated so much that in your testimony, you talked about how your voice and likeness, along with so many other creators, that is at risk, and therefore your livelihood is at risk. So talk a little bit about how harmful deepfakes are in the long term and why it is important to get legislation like this to the president's desk, and then talk about fellow artists that you have spoken with and their concerns on the issue.
Well, as you said, it does affect livelihood for art musicians, backup singers, voiceover actors, authors, like so many people in the arts. For me, being established and having done this for over 30 years, that's not necessarily my first concern. I have the luxury of that not being my first concern, but it is a concern for younger artists that are coming up. So, as I said in my testimony, the thing that I'm most concerned with personally is how we work so hard to present ourselves with integrity and a certain character. And the fact that, long term, that could be distorted or manipulated to be the opposite of what I stand for and what I believe. Or to be used to cause harm to someone through endorsing a harmful product, or far into the future after I'm gone, somebody creating a piece of music or me saying something that I never did, and it just kind of like disintegrating what I've worked so hard to establish, which is trust with my fans, with people who, when I say something, they believe it. I think for younger artists, to your point of livelihood, to be new and having to set up what you stand for and who you are as a person, as an artist, what you endorse, what you believe in, and establishing a trust with your fans. And then on top of it, having to navigate these waters of someone coming in and distorting all of that is devastating. Like, I don't know how, I can't stress enough how it can impact the careers of up-and-coming artists, and even just in their ability to, to speak their truth or just to live in fear of being a victim of these deepfakes.
Yeah. Mr. Glazier, I want to come to you on something you mentioned about the critical balance of protecting the artist's voices and likenesses, and then also reducing litigation. And that is why we need to have this framework. And I think helping artists stay out of court. I mean, they're at a point where they may have to spend much of what they've earned in order to protect themselves and to protect their brand, if you will. If you'll elaborate on that.
Sure, I'm happy to. The bill has to be effective and practical at the same time, both for the victim and for the platform who is going to limit the damage to the victim. It has to work on both ends, and that's why I think the approach that was taken both in the Take It Down Act and in this act are so important, especially in areas where the platform has less knowledge and less control because end users are posting on the platform, and those can go viral very, very quickly. The ability for the platform to take it down as soon as, technically and practically feasible so that they stop the damage, and to keep it down so that the artist or any other victim doesn't have to spend their lives monitoring a platform and continually sending more notices and more notices as end users keep putting up the same material over and over and over again. We now have tools that will allow the removal off of the platform. And once the removal is done, the damage can be limited. There is no liability for the platform, and the artist doesn't have to spend their time just litigating. Where there is more knowledge and control, right, where the platform has an employee upload it, for example, then there should be responsibility on the platform. And those are cases where you might need to go to court because the platform could have prevented it and they didn't prevent it. So I think the bill is incredibly balanced and really innovative in its approach to protecting free speech, reducing litigation, but also effectively protecting the right that's necessary.
All right, thank you very much. I guess I'll start with Mr. Brookman, the non-Grammy winner. I want to talk to you just a little bit about this consumer angle here, which I think is interesting to people. And I think at its core, all of us involved in this legislation have made it really clear that it's not just people who are well-known that will be hurt by this eventually, and that getting this bill passed as soon as possible is just as important for everyone. But I do so appreciate Ms. McBride's being willing to come forward, because those stories and the stories that we've heard from, like I mentioned, Jamie Lee Curtis, or the stories that we've heard from many celebrities are very important to getting this done. So you just did a report, AI-generated voice cloning scams, including that AI voice cloning applications, in the words of the report, presents a clear opportunity for scammers. And we need to make sure our consumer protection enforcers are prepared to respond to the growing threat of these scams. I had this happen to my state director's husband, their kid is in the Marines, and they got a call. They figured out that it wasn't really him asking for stuff and money. They knew he couldn't call from where he was deployed to. But this is just going to be happening all over the place, and the next call will be to a grandma who thinks it real, and she sends her life savings in. So I have called on the FTC and the FCC to step up their efforts to prevent these voice cloning scams. What are some of the tools that agencies need to crack down on these scams, even outside of this bill?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the first thing the Federal Trade Commission probably needs is more resources. They only have like 1,200 people right now for the entire economy. That's down from like 100 just in the past couple of months.
Way down from even during like the Nixon year.
Yeah, like 1,700 it used to be, and the economy's grown like 3 or 4 times. Chairman Ferguson has said more cuts are coming, which I think is the wrong direction. I worked at the Federal Trade Commission for a couple of years. Like, we could not do a fraction of all the things that we wanted to do to protect consumers. So more people, more capacity, more technologists. There's just not enough technology capacity in government. I was in the Office of Technology Research and Investigation there. That was like 5 people. That's just not enough, obviously, with all these very sophisticated, just deepfakes alone, let alone the rest of the tech economy. The ability to get penalties and even injunctive relief, right? If someone gets caught stealing something, the FTC often doesn't have the ability to make them give the money back. Yeah. I know this committee has tried to restore that authority, but that would be important. And also, again, maybe just clarify. FTC could have rulemaking authority, but also this. I would like to see Congress consider legislative authority to address tools. Like, again, if you are offering a tool that can be used only for harm, voice impersonation, deepfake, pornographic images. Maybe there should be responsibilities to make sure it's not being used for harm.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carlos, can you talk about what YouTube is doing to ensure it's not facilitating these scams?
Sure, and thank you for the question, Senator.
And thanks for your support for the bill.
Of course. So just to primarily consider, we obviously see great and tremendous opportunity coming from AI, but we also acknowledge that there are risks. And it is our utmost responsibility to ensure that it is deployed responsibly. So we've taken a number of efforts to protect against unharmful content on our platform. Primarily, we have updated our privacy policies last year to ensure that all individuals can now submit a notice to YouTube when their unauthorized voice or likeness has been used on our platform. And once reviewed, if it is applicable and we've confirmed that that content should be removed, we will take it down. We've additionally implemented watermarks on our AI products. We originally began with both image and watermarks using our SynthID technology, and we've recently expanded it to also be applied to text generated from our Gemini app and web experience, and most recently as part of our VO video tool. We've also taken the additional step to become a member of C2PA, the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, and there we're serving as a steering member to work with the organization to create indicators and markings that will allow the content provenance that was created off platforms to additionally be recognized, and we're deploying those technologies across our platform.
Okay, thank you. We've mentioned the Take It Down Act, and thank you for the support for that. Mr. Glazier, you talked about how this is the first federal law related to generative AI, and that it's a good first step. And could you talk about how, if we don't move on from there and we just stop and don't do anything for years, which seems to be what's been going on, what's going to happen here and why it's so important to do this?
I think there's a very small window and an unusual window for Congress to get ahead of what is happening before it becomes irreparable. The Take It Down Act was an incredible model. It was done for criminal activity, cabined in.
I know.
Right. You wrote it. But it was a great model, but it only goes so far. But we need to use that model now, and we need to expand it carefully in a balanced way to lots of other situations, which is exactly what the No Fakes Act does.
Right.
And I think, we have a very limited amount of time in order to allow people and platforms to act before this gets to a point where it's so far out of the barn that instead of encouraging responsible AI development, instead we allow investment and capital to go into AI development that hurts
stealing
us.
Things. Yes.
So let's encourage investment the right way to boost great AI development and be first. Let's not be the folks that encourage investment in AI technologies that really harm us.
Mm-hmm. And Ms. Price, you expressed concerns about this 10-year moratorium on state rules. I'm very concerned, having spent years trying to pass some of these things, and I think that one of the ways we pass things quickly, like Mr. Glazier was talking about, is if people actually see a reason that they don't want a patchwork, they want to get it done. But if you just put a moratorium and you look at like the Elvis law coming out of Tennessee, Ms. McBride, and some of the other things that would stop all of that, could you, my last question here before we go to another round, could you talk about why you're concerned about what is right in front of us now, which is this 10-year moratorium?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator. We're concerned about the moratorium because it's basically signaling to the AI companies that they can kind of do whatever they want in the meantime, and it inhibits states' ability to adapt their laws to this form of technology that's changing very quickly and then has this potential to cause great harm.
Thank you.
And I know Senator Coons is on his way and Senator Hawley is coming back, but Ms. Price, staying with you, you talked about the Take It Down Act and the importance there. But touch on the gap that No Fakes fills for a child who may have something posted, but yet it doesn't fit under Take It Down, and how this would open up an avenue of recourse for them.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So under the No Fakes Act, because there is a private right of action, there would be another way essentially for a victim to seek accountability from a perpetrator or platform, which is really important because the layers of accountability are what really deter bad actors from engaging in harm. So having the criminal, but then also having the ability to do the private right of action, the civil action, is important.
And speaking to the states and their actions, I do want to mention that Tennessee passed the Elvis Act, which is like our first generation of the No Fakes Act. And we certainly know that in Tennessee we need those protections. And until we pass something that is federally preemptive, we can't call for a moratorium on those things. So,
Excellent statement.
of course. Of course. Ms. Carlos, I want to talk with you for just a minute. And we're grateful for the support that you all have talked about. And there's a provision in the bill that I know is important to your platform and many others, and that's the notification piece. And giving individuals harm. You've talked about artists being able to contact you, but for you all to be able to notify and letting people know about this and then asking for that content to come down and then taking that action. As we have worked on the Kids Online Safety Act, one of the complaints that had come to Senator Blumenthal and I from individuals that tried to get things off was they could not get a response. So this is something that notification is an imperative. So talk a little bit about how you're approaching notification.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yeah, so in looking at the framework of No Fakes, again, we began with a voluntary framework on YouTube, which allows individuals to notify us when digital replica content of them is online. And this is smartly mirrored in the No Fakes Act. It empowers a user to identify content and flag it to us when they believe it should be removed for an unauthorized use of their voice or likeness. And as you mentioned, that notification is critical because it signals to us when the difference between content that is authorized and harmful fakes. And it's with that notice that we are able to review content and make an informed decision as to whether or not it should be removed.
And then what is your length of time for getting it down upon receiving notification? What is your process going to be on implementation?
Sure. So as a similar framework we envision as under the DMCA, where a web form would be easily available for any user, quickly filled out and then submitted to our trust and safety team, we make every effort to review every notice on a case-by-case basis and remove it as soon as possible.
So are you talking hours, days? What is your framework?
I don't have the exact number on the top of my head, but I do know that we try to process every notification as quickly as possible.
Thank you. If you will check on that.
Sure.
And then get that information back to us, I think we would like to know that because the fact that this has taken such lengths of time for people to have any kind of response has been very difficult for consumers, and they feel like they're talking to the outer space and nobody is listening and nobody's responding.
Thank you for flagging the concern. I'd be happy to follow up with you in the committee.
I appreciate that. Senator Coons, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'd like to first thank Ms. McBride for being here to testify in support of No Fakes. Could you speak to why this bill is so important, both to protect artists like you and to protect your fans?
Thank you. I think that it's important because as artists, we hopefully want to speak the truth. We want to build a relationship with our fans in which they trust us. So when they believe what we say. So when you have something like a deep fake that either sells a product or says a statement, it can be so harmful to that trust. I mean, I just realized sitting here that I bought a product, a collagen supplement off of Instagram the other day because it had Leanne Rimes and a couple of other people. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh my goodness, I don't even know if that was really them, right? Mm-hmm. So it's damaging to the artist and to the fan. We had a situation personally where one of my fans believed they were talking to me ended up selling their house and funneling the money to someone who they thought was me. That is so devastating to me, to realize that somebody who trusts me could be duped like that, you know. And then also I think that eventually somebody who is duped by a deep fake is going to be angry enough to you know, have retribution, which we're on stages in front of thousands of people, we're in public places, so it's a danger to the artist as well.
Mr. Glazier, to follow up on Ms. McBride's testimony, what do you think are the consequences for the music industry if we don't get no fakes over the finish line? What will the consequences be for music fans and for the industry?
The entire music ecosystem is dependent on the authentic voice and the authentic image of the artist, right? That is what the music industry is. If you allow deepfakes to perpetuate, you're taking the soul out of the art. And when you do that, you're taking the humanity out of the art, and that's what art is. So I think it's fairly existential that the voice of music be the voice of music. I think that's what everything is built on. And the idea, it's almost bizarre that we have to sit here today talking about allowing someone to protect the use of themselves. If there's anything that we have a right in and should be able to control, it's the gifts that God gave us, the voices that we have, the image that we have. And for that to be taken from you is devastating both for the individual and obviously for the industry itself, which is built on these very voices.
Ms. Carlos, if I might, I just want to thank you for YouTube's partnership in getting to the place where you support no fakes. Other tech companies haven't come forward. I'd be interested in what you might say or encourage me to say to the Metas or TikToks of the world about why they should support this bill, even though it imposes new obligations on them. And some have argued that no fakes might chill legitimate speech by incentivizing platforms to over-remove content out of fear of being sued. How does YouTube think about balancing its obligations under this bill with its First Amendment obligations to users?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As we mentioned, YouTube largely supports this bill because we see the incredible opportunity of AI, but we also recognize those harms, and we believe that AI needs to be deployed responsibly. I believe Mr. Glazier mentioned during his opening statement that the No Fakes Act does carry First Amendment exemptions, parody, satire, newsworthiness, and that is one of the reasons that we felt comfortable endorsing this bill. We are, at the end of the day, an open platform, and we believe that a variety of viewpoints can succeed on YouTube. So those would be some of the things that I would share with you to share with those other companies, but I cannot speak directly on behalf of why they may or may not choose to endorse the bill.
Understood. Thank you all, and thank you all for your testimony today. Thank you.
Senator Hawley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thanks to all of the witnesses for being here. Ms. Carlos, if I could just start with you. You're here on behalf of YouTube, is that right?
That is correct.
Sure. Can you tell me, why is it that YouTube has monetized videos that teach people how to generate pornographic deepfakes of women? Why does that happen on your platform?
Thank you for the question. Protecting our users is one of our top priorities. My general expertise is in music policy, so I'm not in the best position to answer that question, but I'm happy to follow up with you.
But do you know how many such videos there are out there that are these are monetized videos now on YouTube?
I'm not aware of that number. I can't say that our community policies do not allow that type of content on our platform.
Well, Forbes magazine just reported that YouTube's in fact promoted over 100 YouTube videos with millions of views that showcase AI deepfake porn and include tutorials on how to make deepfake porn, particularly porn that targets young women. Do you have any idea how much money YouTube has made off of this monetization?
Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I do not have detail on this specific news article. I'm happy to follow up with you in the committee.
So you don't have any idea of how many ad dollars YouTube has made off of this?
I do not.
Are you aware that one of these websites that was promoted by YouTube in these videos was later cited in a criminal prosecution for AI sexual abuse material, generating, let me be more specific, generating AI sexual abuse material involving children?
Thank you again for the question, Senator. As we mentioned earlier, YouTube has endorsed the Take It Down Act, and we take these issues very seriously. Again, I'll notify that I represent music policy and do not have the information to give you a fulsome response during today's hearing.
Let me ask you this then. If a teenage girl's face ends up in an AI porn video on your platform, what does YouTube do about it? What's her recourse right now? What can she do to get some recompense, get some restitution?
After over a year ago, we updated our privacy policy so that anybody who believes that their voice or likeness is being used without their authorization on our platform can submit a request for removal.
A request for removal. Is there some policy in getting reimbursement for any profits the company may have made, again, if these videos are monetized? I mean, does the victim get a share of anything?
I'm not aware of those policies. I would have to follow up with you, Senator.
Why is it that the enforcement of YouTube's own policy here seems to only happen after videos go viral? Is there a reason for that?
I do not have the answer to that question to you.
Do you know how many AI-generated deepfake videos or deepfake content is removed before a victim complains? Does the victim have to complain before YouTube does anything?
Again, my specialty is in music policy. I do understand that we use technology such as AI to search for that content, and when it is in violation of our policies, we will remove it.
Let me ask you about this. YouTube training data. Has YouTube provided data for use in Google's Gemini or other AI training programs?
YouTube does provide data in Google training data in accordance with our agreements.
So if an artist uploads music to YouTube, does the company use that music to train AI models?
As I mentioned, we do share data in accordance with our agreements. I can't speak to the specifics of any individual agreement.
Well, so how are people like Ms. McBride protected? I mean, so if you're an artist and you put any content on YouTube, does that mean that it's just free range? I mean, you can do whatever you want with it?
Again, it goes down to the terms of our agreement. I will say that we have forged deep partnerships with the music industry. We came out of the gate with forming AI music principles with the music industry and are continuing to experiment with them to see how AI can best benefit their creative process.
So are there privacy protections you're telling me? YouTube has in place privacy protections for artists?
They apply to all individuals on our platform.
Oh, so is this, you have to, this is the click wrap scenario? This is in order to watch cute dog videos or whatever, you've got to click the I consent, and that wraps in, you basically give consent for your stuff to be used?
There are all different types of various agreements, but our terms of service are included in that batch of agreements.
So where are, I guess my question is, where are users told about their privacy protections if they have any, and where do they explicitly consent?
They agree to our terms of service, and we also have our privacy policy available on the web.
Okay, so that's the click wrap. So in other words, if you come onto YouTube, you want to use it, you got to click through. So you click it, and there you've basically agreed to allow YouTube to give your content to AI and allow them to train it without any further consent. Is that basically it?
Again, we implement our policies, and in terms of our agreement are what govern what goes into our training.
Well, I'm asking you the content of that agreement. So in other words, if I'm an artist and I upload something to YouTube, and yeah, sure, I've clicked the button that says, yeah, I want to be able to use YouTube. Are you telling me that I don't have any further recourse? If YouTube then goes and gives the information to AI models and systems, there's nothing further I can do? Or am I missing something?
If it is in accordance with our agreements, we will share that data.
Yeah, that seems like a big problem to me. That seems like a huge, huge problem to me. And the fact that YouTube is monetizing these kind of videos seems like a huge, huge problem to me. I'm glad you're here today. I wish there were more tech companies here today. But we've got to do more. I mean, YouTube, I'm sure, is making billions of dollars off of this. The people who are losing are the artists and the creators and the teenagers whose lives are upended. We've got to give individuals powerful, enforceable rights in their images, in their property, in their lives back again, or this is just never going to stop. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and that is the reason we have the No Fakes bill, and we are trying to push it across the finish line. I would like to offer a second round. Senator Klobuchar, do you have additional questions?
Very, very short. I know that Senator Coons has asked some of my questions about just people's personal experience with this. I guess I'd ask you, Mr. Glazier, I'm not sure you were asked about this. Do you agree that using copyrighted materials to create copycat content undermines the value of the music created by artists and could chill creation of new art?
Absolutely. If you are able to copy copyrighted material for any purpose without consent, you're basically allowing the person who's copying to make the money and to do with it what they want, but not the creator who's supposed to actually control it and who made it to be compensated for it and to control its exploitation. It's the very opposite of what the Constitution calls for in creating intellectual property.
Very good. One last question. Just last one. On the consumer education issue that was raised. Thank you. I'm sure you all care about it. But Mr. Brookman, so while we should not place the burden solely on consumers to protect themselves from AI scams, I don't think that's going to work very well. What steps should Congress take to help educate consumers when it comes to AI literacy and the like? I think it's something we could have some agreement on. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think a public spending the money for a public awareness campaign is I think a really good idea. I think people are hear stories of friends who it's happened to, but a lot of people just have no idea that the things they see online, the things they see on Facebook are just not real. So in addition to laws,
you know, one that says I'm the 4th richest woman in the world now.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that just is this week. I'm sorry, I don't want to exaggerate. America. And then people try to defend me by sending out the list of the top 10 richest with like Oprah, and I always think it's kind of sad that I'm nowhere near it. But yes, that's the latest thing that's out there. Go on.
Yeah, just training people to be aware of it, to think about it, just to watch out for social engineering attacks, false calls for urgency. The deepfake voice right now is usually good for a little while, but it's getting better, right? And it's going to continue to get better. So one idea is having a family safe word, right? Like a word that only you and your family know that the scammer can't get. But like they have access to a lot of personal data about us, so we are all vulnerable. The numbers are going up dramatically. So just like teaching people, like I said, it's a shame we have to teach people to do this, but it is the world we live in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Blackburn.
Ms. Price, I was glad to see President Trump sign the Take It Down Act earlier this week. Why is no fake still necessary if Take It Down is on the books?
Thank you, Senator. No fakes is still necessary because it provides a way for victims to bring a civil lawsuit on their own behalf. And so there's an importance to having, yes, on the one hand, the criminal piece, the criminal law accountability, and the required takedown under the FTC, but then, of course, the victims being able to bring their own lawsuit if they wish to do that. It's more effective for deterrence to have multiple things.
Ms. Carlos, why did YouTube come to the table? You could have just made it a whole lot harder for the bill to move forward if you didn't make concessions and agree to be a part of advocating for the bill.
Thank you for the question. Again, thank you for including us. Apologies. Thank you for the question, and thank you for including us in that round of stakeholders. So YouTube sits in a very unique kind of universe. We not only have our users and music partners and media partners, but we also have creators. And that is one area where this idea of digital replicas can cause real world harm. So in addition to supporting no fakes, which gives them the individual right to remove content not just from YouTube, but from other platforms, we're continuing to invest in new technology, which we refer to as likeness ID, which will allow our participating members in our pilot to have their face and voice scanned, and we'll be able to match across our platform. So we're continuing to invest in this technology as we see it's a top issue.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Blackburn, Ranking Member Klobuchar.
Thank you, Senator Coons. Mr. Glazier, I want you to touch on contracts. We've had quite a discussion this week on copyright. And as artists negotiate these contracts for their name, their image, their likeness, recently SAG-AFTRA made a move in some of their negotiations on this, but talk a little bit about the importance of having a federal standard as it relates to standard contract law.
Yeah, this goes to the very essence of consent for the artist. And so not only does the No Fakes Act give control and consent to the individual about the use of their voice and the use of their likeness, it also imposes some guardrails around what those, the length of those contracts, what those contracts mean when the person is alive, what that person means after the after the person passes. And it also has special provisions that protect minors who might enter into contracts that includes parents and guardians and also court authorities. So it does a very good job of preventing abuse while giving the power to the individual whose voice is at stake and whose image is at stake in being able to license it.
Thank you so much. Ms. Price, I want you to submit to us, you can do this in writing. When we look at the physical world and the statutes that exist for protecting individuals from some of the harms that you've listed today, and the importance of Take It Down and the importance of no fakes, but we don't have all of those criminal statutes that transfer to the virtual space. And I would like for you to give me a summary of your thoughts on that. Your testimony is expansive and helpful. As I said, we've submitted that whole testimony. Mr. Brookman, we've submitted your entire testimony also, and we thank you for that. But I would like to have just a little bit more from you on that issue of those protections. As we've talked about no fakes and the Copied Act and COSA, we talk often about this difference, and you touched on it, and I'd like to have something more expansive. With that, we have no further members present and no further questions. I will remind you all that members have 5 days to submit questions for the record, and then you're going to have 10 days to return those answers to us. I thank you all. Our witnesses have been wonderful today. We appreciate your testimony for the record, and with that, the hearing is adjourned.
The Committee on Homeland Security Subcommittee on Emergency Management and Technology will come to order. Without objection, the chair may declare the subcommittee in recess at any point. The purpose of this hearing is to assess security, best practices, highlight challenges, and understand how the federal government, state government, local law enforcement, and the private sector coordinate with one another for mass gathering events. Without objection, the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, and the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Poe, are permitted to sit on the dais and ask questions to the witnesses. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today. I also would like to take the time to thank the staff for their hard work on this hearing. Today, we will discuss the important and timely topic of security, preparedness, and coordination for mass gathering events. By their very nature, these events draw large crowds in concentrated areas, making them attractive targets for malicious actors. Ensuring their safety requires complex coordination among federal, state, and local authorities, including law enforcement and emergency services. It also requires close collaboration with partners in the sports and entertainment industries. I witnessed the scale of these challenges firsthand when I led a congressional delegation to New Orleans to survey security preparation for the Super Bowl following the New Year's Eve attack on Bourbon Street. That incident and others like it serve as a stark reminder that terrorist threats persist and underscore our responsibility to safeguard such gatherings. And these events will only continue to grow in prominence and frequency. In the year ahead, the United States will host several major international sporting events, including the 2025 FIFA Cup World Cup, the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and the 2028 Summer Olympics and Paralympics in Los Angeles. These events present enormous opportunities, delivering economic benefits while also showcasing our great nation on the international stage. But they also bring significant security challenges. Take the 2026 World Cup, for example. 76 matches will be played in 11 U.S. cities with an estimated 6.5 million fans traveling to the United States. Not to mention, it will also be played in the midst of the celebration of America's 250th anniversary. To meet these unprecedented demands, DHS has convened an all-hands-on-deck approach to ensure they are safe and secure. CISA is working to secure critical infrastructure. The Office of Intelligence and Analysis is sharing threat information, and CBP and CIS are carefully vetting and processing international travelers. I'm also proud of this committee's leadership in addressing this topic. 3 weeks ago, the committee passed its budget reconciliation recommendation, including $625 million in additional preparedness funding for the 2026 World Cup and $1 billion for the 2028 Olympics. I support these measures, and I hope funds can be distributed as quickly and effectively as possible. Additionally, following President Trump's executive order convening a White House task force on the FIFA World Cup, this committee established its own bipartisan task force on enhancing security for special events in the United States. I applaud Vice Chairman McCall, who will be chairing the task force, and Chairman Green for their leadership on this issue. And I'm honored to have been selected to join this task force. I hope today's hearing will offer valuable insight and inform future task force discussions. Many challenges must be addressed to improve security, preparedness for these major events. As we discussed last month, unmanned aerial aircraft systems can act as a force multiplier for DHS's mission. However, they can also be used for evil and unlawful purposes. You may remember in 2017, a drone dropped leaflets over 2 sporting stadiums in violation of temporary flight restrictions. It doesn't take very much to imagine to see how the same technology could have been used for a much deadlier purpose. And as for, I previously mentioned, the New Orleans attack demonstrated the danger that vehicles pose to mass gatherings and the need to ensure effective countermeasures are in place. Additionally, the fan behavior of these events can be erratic and seen during the 2024 Copa America match when thousands of fans breached physical security barriers and overwhelmed law enforcement. These examples reflect the importance of robust security planning to ensure events are conducted peacefully, that all spectators remain safe, and everyone has a good time. I'm thankful for the participation of our witnesses today. I look forward to their perspective as well as what Congress and the federal government can do to support these events. Again, thank you all for being here, and I hope we can have a productive and bipartisan discussion as we seek to improve security ahead of these mass gathering events. I now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Kennedy, for his opening statements.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you all here today, this afternoon. I'd like to start on a somber note by remembering our colleague and good friend, Congressman Jerry Connolly, who passed away earlier this morning. Jerry was a passionate public servant, a tireless champion for working families, and a defender of democracy. His loss will certainly be felt deeply in Congress and in Virginia's 11th district. He was actually one of the first members that I met when I came here to Washington, D.C. I believe he was the first member to stop by my office before I was sworn in last year to say hello. He welcomed me as a fellow Irishman and offered me kindness that I'll never forget. We all knew him as a consummate gentleman and certainly a leader, and again, a dear friend. So our thoughts are certainly with his wife, Kathy, their daughter, Caitlin, and the entire Connolly family on this difficult day. Now, turning to today's Emergency Management and Technology Subcommittee hearing on mass gatherings, I want to thank all of the witnesses for joining us here today. I also want to extend my gratitude to the staff for their efforts in making today's hearing come together. My thoughts, and I believe all of our thoughts and concerns, are with those in Kentucky, Missouri, Indiana, Virginia, and everyone who was impacted by the tornadoes and storms that hit just over this past weekend. Nearly 30 lives were lost in the devastation. And we know far too often natural disasters are continually posing significant threats to our nation, and we have to ensure that we are as prepared as possible to respond and meet the moment. Shortly after the storm, it became clear that the local National Weather Service office in Kentucky is one of 4 offices nationwide without enough staff. National Weather Service offices, in part, are the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration offices as well. And those are the offices that provide critical tornado forecasting that is then transmitted into emergency alerts so that communities can prepare. The future of emergency management in this country is dependent on the kinds of investments we make in these missions and the staff that keep them running. So I am certainly concerned that the president's budget request cuts to NOAA by at least 27%. And I fear that this will only increase the level of devastation that we saw this past weekend when it comes to future emergencies. Additionally, we are days away from the start of hurricane season, and the chaos at the Federal Emergency Management Agency continues to hinder our ability to support communities. So this won't just affect responses to natural disasters. FEMA's Preparedness and Grants Administration will have a direct impact on the security of mass gatherings like the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the 2028 Olympics. And we know that mass gatherings don't happen in a vacuum. And having strong emergency management infrastructure that can respond is going to be essential to ensuring that the 2 premier once-in-a-generation sporting events that we're discussing today, among other mass gathering events, are as seamless as possible. In preparing for these mass gathering events, State and local first responders across the country are scaling up. And in some cases, like the two major events, the Olympics and the FIFA World Cup, these are historic visitations, record investments for the communities and states and potential high security risks. And the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Intelligence and Analysis conducts the annual Homeland Threat Assessment. And its publication for 2025 warned that the terrorism threat environment throughout our country remains high. Given this, it's critical that the federal government make good on its promise to provide states and local communities with FEMA preparedness grant funding so we're ready to respond and mitigate any threats during these high-profile events. Again, I'm concerned that President Trump's budget proposes a $646 million cut to FEMA's non-disaster grant programs. Cuts like these severely undermine our ability to detect threats, support our local law enforcement partners, and prepare for major events and mass gatherings. Now it's time to shore up the FEMA grant program like the Homeland Security Grant Program, which includes the State Homeland Security Program, the Urban Area Security Initiative, and Operation Stone Garden. I look forward to hearing about the importance of these programs from our witnesses, as well as ways that we can continue to partner with each and every one of you, supporting law enforcement, supporting the private sector and federal agencies in a collaborative, collective way so that we can secure these mass gathering events and make them as safe as possible for those in attendance and those in the vicinity. Again, thank you all for your service to our country, to your respective communities, and I look forward to our conversation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Kennedy. Other members of the subcommittee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm very pleased to have such an important panel of witnesses before us today. I ask that the witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before this Committee on Homeland Security of the United States of Representatives, House of Representatives, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect that all witnesses have answered in the affirmative. I would like now to formally introduce our witnesses. Sheriff Donald Barnes is the sheriff, coroner of the Orange County Sheriff's Department. He has served the Orange County for over 35 years, having started in 1989. At the national level, he is the Major County Sheriffs of America's Vice President for Homeland Security and also chair of their Intelligence Committee. Mr. John Jonal is the Chief Security Officer at Live Nation Entertainment, where he leads their corporate security program that helps keep employees, guests, and artists safe. Prior to his work at Live Nation, Mr. Juno served as a special agent with the United States Secret Service, where he served as the agency's Presidential Protective Division. Mr. Jeremy Hammond is the Assistant Commissioner of the Southeastern Conference, where he plays a pivotal role in some of the nation's most high-profile collegiate sporting events, ensuring a seamless experience for fans, athletes, and stakeholders alike. Before joining the Southeastern Conference, Mr. Hammonds held senior roles with organizations such as Ingress Events, WWE, and the Georgia Dome, developing deep expertise in event management, public safety, planning, and venue operation. I thank the witnesses again for being here today. I now recognize Sheriff Barnes for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Strong and Ranking Member Kennedy, for holding today's hearing. I'm here today representing the Major County Sheriffs of America, the professional law enforcement association of the largest sheriff's offices across the country. Our members serve more than 1/3 of the United States population. As Sheriff of Orange County, I lead an agency of more than 4,000 people who provide exceptional public safety services to the 3.1 million residents in Orange County. As a major population center and popular tourist destination on the Southern California region, mass gathering events are a regular occurrence in our AOR. Nationwide, managing the security for mass gathering events and addressing associated public safety impacts largely fall on the shoulders of sheriffs and our partners in city and municipal police departments. Today's focus is on the once-in-a-generation events, the FIFA World Cup, the Olympics, and other events, as mentioned, that will be coming to our country. It's been 3 decades since our nation hosted these events so close to each other. The FIFA World Cup of 1994 and the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta were significant moments for our country. 30 years later, we will host these events in Southern California and in a dozen other regions under a much more complex, rapidly evolving threat environment. We have greater technology available to assist us with our security efforts, but risks associated with cyber attack are ever present. Our border is more secure since the beginning of the year, but many of the nefarious actors who entered our country over the last 4 years remain, and their locations are unknown. An event that hosts visitors from all corners of the world brings with it tensions from the multitude of conflicts occurring around the globe. We must always remember that we have no national security or homeland security without local law enforcement efforts. We can be successful in our goal of a safe World Cup and Olympics if we use proven strategies and we are properly resourced with the right mix of people and technology. Strategies that are most worthy of this committee's focus and efforts include: 1, communication among law enforcement partners. Sharing intelligence information across levels of government is critical. This type of communication can best occur through the network of fusion centers across our country. In Orange County, the Orange County Intelligence Assessment Center responds to college protests, concern and conflicts in the Middle East. Fusion centers play a central role in communicating intelligence to personnel on the ground, resulting in safe conclusions of these events. Continued and enhanced federal funding is essential to preparedness, providing support for strategic planning, and maintaining operational and situational awareness. The UASI and SHISHGAP grants mentioned in Operation Stone Garden provide funding that supports intelligence sharing through fusion centers, builds critical incident response capabilities, and creates federal-local partnerships that strengthen national security. Second is the use of the Incident Command System. The Orange County Sheriff's Department's long-used ICS, known as NIMS, SIMS, or whatever it might be at other levels, for emergent events and planning for special events. It's a standardized protocol that creates command, control, communication coordination at all levels of government. It's been a proven scalable model that can be applied to a variety of public safety incidents and events, and my department has used it across our operational platform. Law enforcement across multiple jurisdictions needs to be on the same page, particularly with regard to events like the Olympics and World Cup. Also, adaptation by federal agencies will ensure better integration when they work with state and local agencies during these mass gathering events. Briefly, unmanned aerial systems will also be part of any security strategy. Drones have proven to be a successful, beneficial tool for public safety and emergency response, and we anticipate that drone capabilities will be leveraged extensively to help the World Cup and Olympic sites. Congressional support through legislation like H.R. 1058, the Drone Act, co-sponsored by Representatives Correa and Nels, can help. At the same time, the unauthorized misuse of drones represents a significant security concern for mass events and the public's safety. Lawmakers must establish a legal framework that provides broad-based but carefully regulated authority for locals to deploy and operate counter-UA systems. This framework must be supported by funding, training, oversight, and transparency. And finally, ask for your support in alleviating resource impacts on local law enforcement. The number of simultaneous events in multiple cities will put tremendous stress on resources across the country. Federal grant funding to help offset these costs, which has been provided during previous Olympics, will help us maintain operations associated with these events while also fulfilling our day-to-day law enforcement responsibilities to our communities. I thank you for the opportunity to be here today and looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Sheriff Barnes. I now recognize Mr. Junell for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statements. Mr. Junell.
Chairman Strong, Ranking Member Kennedy, and other members of the subcommittee, I'm John Junell, Chief Security Officer at Live Nation Entertainment. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss critical safety issues facing the live entertainment industry. 2024 marked an historic milestone for live music. Live Nation hosted more than 54,000 events, including 137 festivals, welcoming more than 151 million fans. and 2025 is already on track to surpass those benchmarks with more stadium shows scheduled than ever before and record demand for both concerts and festivals. As the scale and complexity of live events grow, we know security measures need to enhance as well. I oversee the development and implementation of security protocols and lead the efforts to collaborate with local and federal authorities to help keep fans, artists, and workers safe. Our commitment to safety is unwavering. We've continuously advanced our protocols and technologies, a dedication that earned us the Safety Act designation award from DHS, but we recognize there are limits to what we can do, especially when it comes to the emerging threats posed by drones. As a private entity, we lack the authority to counter drone activity, and law enforcement often lacks necessary capabilities and authority to respond. This is why it's essential that more events are covered by FAA-issued temporary flight restrictions, or TFRs, and counter-UAS authority be expanded to local law enforcement. Drone use continues to grow rapidly. The FAA recently reported that more than 1 million drones are now registered in the U.S., a 160% increase since 2019. Given the rise in usage and high-profile drone-related incidents, expanding TFR authority is needed. With the context in mind, I'd like to highlight several key areas where we believe Congress can take further action. We commend Congress for passing Section 935 of the FAA Reauthorization Act last year, which expands FAA authority to issue drone-related TFRs for certain large-scale events. The provision allows TFR coverage for stadium concerts with at least 30,000 attendees and festivals with at least 100,000. Live Nation was supportive of this provision, but knows more work must be done to mitigate the airborne threats at live events. To maximize the impact of Section 935, it's essential that the FAA, state and local law enforcement agencies, and other stakeholders are fully aware of this new authority and equipped to utilize it. Ultimately, success depends on the venue or local law enforcement reaching out to federal law enforcement agencies, federal law enforcement's willingness to request the TFR, and the FAA's readiness to approve it. Without coordination and follow-through, this new provision falls short of its intention to create more secure live events. Further recognition of this provision enhancement is needed, including a clear, prominent online process for submitting a TFR request for all live events, including concerts and festivals, and the addition of a dedicated submission form to streamline the process for law enforcement officials. Additionally, we ask Congress to consider lowering the current thresholds to ensure that more events can benefit from the protective coverage of TFRs. Last year alone, we had more than 1,000 shows in venues with a capacity of 10,000. We asked Congress to lower the attendance threshold to 10,000 for events taking place outdoors. These proposed adjustments would significantly expand safety coverage for high-density events that are currently excluded despite facing comparable security risks. We also urge Congress to build on the progress made in last year's FAA bill by strengthening airspace protections to include not only unmanned aircraft systems, but also small manned aircrafts. We appreciate the bicameral and bipartisan attention this issue has received and appreciate members for recognizing these evolving threats. Finally, we urge Congress to grant mitigation authority to qualified local law enforcement agencies. When a drone enters restricted airspace, rapid response is critical. But federal authorities may not always be positioned to act quickly. Allowing trained local agencies to respond under federal guidance would significantly enhance real-time capabilities and strengthen the effectiveness of TFRs. Similarly, we appreciate the bicameral and bipartisan attention to this issue and commend members for their efforts. On behalf of Live Nation Entertainment, thank you all for your leadership on these important issues, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Juneau. I now recognize Mr. Hammond from the Southeastern Conference for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Strong and Ranking Member Kennedy and the honorable members of this subcommittee for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. My name is Jeremy Hammond, and I have the honor of serving the 16-member institutions of the Southeastern Conference as Assistant Commissioner. In my role, I lead our efforts to produce world-class championship events, including the SEC Football Championship, and I work with our member institutions to develop event management policies and procedures, including public safety best practices. I come to you today not only as somebody that is involved in the day-to-day management of public events, but as someone who's deeply invested in safeguarding the environments where friends and families come together to celebrate traditions, community, and competition, because that's really what we all seek together. However, we cannot share those experiences without the assurance that we can enjoy them in safe, well-managed environments. Just as the rapid advancement of technology and weaponry has evolved global conflicts, the same can be said for the threats we must protect against at our favorite sporting event, concert, festival, or convention. As cities across the United States prepare to host the World Cup and the Olympics over the coming years, there is no group of professionals better positioned or prepared to plan for, manage, and mitigate challenges than those we call friends and colleagues here in this country. The World Cup and the Olympics obviously are the two largest international events in existence. They present a provocative and highly visible target for bad actors. However, as my counterparts here today may agree, large public events with high threat profiles are produced 365 days a year in this country. Whether in metropolitan cities or small college towns, college athletics welcomes fans week after week from kickoff in late August to the last out in May. Chairman Strong from Alabama can attest. In the SEC, we like to say it just means more. During Saturdays in the fall, our campuses grow to the populations of a mid-sized city. In 2024, 5 SEC schools averaged 100,000 fans in their venues at home football games. Accounting for schools in other leagues, that number grows to 8 nationwide. It's also routine that campuses host 50 to 75,000 additional fans who take part in the fanfare around the stadium with tailgating and other activities. Nowhere else in the world do you see that volume of fans in such consistency. If you follow college athletics, you know we love top 25 rankings. In a list of the largest sport venues by capacity, college football in America accounts for 8 of the top 10 globally. Yet rarely do any of these events register on the SEER rating system higher than a 4 or 5, meaning they have limited national importance to require federal interagency support. If I can just pause on that note for a second. The largest events that are hosted in this country on a consistent basis currently do not qualify for federal interagency support. I work with my colleagues at our member institutions to identify emerging challenges to their operations, and I'd like to share a few of those with you today. These topics fall in the category of what keeps you up at night. Vehicle mitigation. Campus environments are full of soft targets with tailgates and team walks surrounding the stadium. A bad actor with a vehicle has become a hallmark of modern crowd attacks. Unfortunately, we saw that play out on January 1st in New Orleans as fans prepared to enjoy the Sugar Bowl. As has been mentioned multiple times today already, the UAS or drone threat. The proliferation of drones in modern warfare has exacerbated that concern, and for that threat at full stadiums across the country. As it stands, our schools can spend upwards of $500,000 on drone tracking technology, but they have no legal authority to intervene or mitigate a hostile drone. We're encouraged by the efforts of both the Senate and the House to introduce legislation that would allow federal agencies to deputize local officials with the authority to mitigate drone threats with the proper training and the access to the advanced technology. And finally, access to intelligence, staffing, equipment, and funding resources that modernize the public safety posture at our events. In closing, to put it simply, the key to public safety is communication, transparency among agencies, and access to the appropriate resources. As this committee evaluates the role of the federal government in supporting the host efforts for large public gatherings, please remember the schools, venues, promoters, and local officials hosting large gatherings on a nightly and weekly basis throughout the calendar year. And please consider a review of the methodology of establishing a SEER rating. We're encouraged by the work of this committee and the collaboration and communication that will usher in some progress. Thank you.
Mr. Hammonds, thank you for your opening statement. We're honored to have you here and each of our people here before us. Doesn't matter if you're a cat, a tiger, a dog, a volunteer, whether you scream War Eagle or Roll Tide, every one of our conferences definitely have a task to provide safety for America. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questioning. I'd like to begin by asking each of you, starting with Sheriff Barnes, what can Congress and the federal government do to better support security preparedness at mass gathering events going forward?
Thank you, Congressman. First, The collaboration among federal partners is key. The fusion centers and the funding that drive them, I think, is necessary to maintain that, and I would even probably argue for an increase. Counter-UAS capabilities, I think, is going to be an imperative going forward, as mentioned before. Currently, we can probably speak for an hour about the risks that we have experienced by drones in our different areas of responsibility. For example, in Orange County, we had an individual flying drones within hundreds of feet from departing aircraft in John Wayne Airport. Any one of those impacts would have undoubtedly placed that jet at risk and all its passengers. Fortunately, that was adopted by the U.S. Attorney's Office. He was prosecuted, but we had no way to mitigate that drone or locate it. We found him through social media as he's posting his footage online. If not for that, we probably would not know who that person was. We've had narcotics trafficking with drones into our jails. We've had them intervene with emergency response during wildland fires. And sadly, if you followed the recent news, the cartels, a foreign terrorist organization, are using drones and counter-drone technology against the United States. The cartels have advanced forward of local law enforcement's capabilities, and we should anticipate that those technologies will make their way, CONUS, inside the United States and probably be a significant factor in any one of these events as bad actors use these technologies against us for legal law enforcement overwatch efforts during any of these venues. And lastly, I would say that funding is critical. Uwashi, Shish Gap, Operation Stone Garden, which I do on behalf of the federal government's western border of the United States, which is being impacted with maritime traffic again as a result of the lockdown of the border. All of those have a significant issue, but interagency collaboration, I think, is most important. We all have to be at the table. We have to be operating on the same common operating platform, whether it's NEMS, SEMS, or ICS, and make sure we have defined roles in a unified command, working with our private sector partners, I would add, to make sure we put all this in a good place, and we are ahead of the planning stage now, and that needs to start today. We can't do these things, a year from now. We're already behind the curve when it comes to counter-UAS technologies and other planning.
Thank you, Mr. Janelle.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with the sheriff on intelligence sharing, fusion centers, collaboration. Any support to streamline the efforts would be greatly appreciated from the private sector as well as the government sectors. But streamlining particularly the response capabilities to UAS threats, if we could streamline the process, understand who is eligible, lower the thresholds to where we can cover more events. Anything to do to streamline the process would be greatly appreciated amongst all the shareholders.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond?
Yes, I think two priorities from our perspective. One, a reevaluation of the SEER rating system, developing some additional consistency there in those directives. And then, as my counterparts here have stated, streamlining that process to allow local authorities to mitigate the drone threat. I think those are the two most pressing issues on the minds of our public safety officials on campus.
As we prepare for to host these high-profile events, and some are every weekend, each of you're involved in this, is it essential that the federal government double down on planning and collaboration with state, local law enforcement?
I would say triple down, Congressman. We are already behind the curve. These investments need to take place now, and keep in mind all these things are happening. FIFA World Cup, for example, you mentioned it, 11 locations, 7 events over a prolonged period of time. The one other aspect we have is a drain on resources. We still have ConOps, continuity of operations still has to happen within all of our agents to do the everyday job that we're expected to do. So yes, it needs to happen now, and we need to get ahead of it today.
Thank you. Mr. Juneau, we have seen too many concerts and sporting events become the target of terrorist attacks. Can you describe Live Nation's role in working with law enforcement and host venues to ensure adequate security for event attendees and artists and athletes?
Yes, Chairman Strong. We work very closely with our law enforcement partners on a nationwide basis. Everything from the planning, communication, coordination, joint understanding of risk, shared situational awareness, highly encourage co-location during the events, sharing intelligence, fusion centers, as the sheriff mentioned earlier, the incident command system, to make sure that we're all on the same page and able to plan for the foreseeable risk and be resilient to those risks that may not be foreseen.
Thank you. I now recognize Ranking Member Kennedy for 5 minutes for any questions he may have.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Sheriff Barnes, thank you again for being here today. In your testimony, you make the case for sustained federal investment in Homeland Security funding. As you've mentioned already, that funding is critical, including $61 million through State Homeland Security Program, $156 million through the Urban Area Security Initiative, and $2 million through Operation Stone Garden in fiscal year 2024 in order to prepare for FIFA World Cup and the Olympics around the corner. Can you just discuss how the threat prevention and response capabilities enabled by these FEMA programs have helped your community proactively prepare for these mass events? And separately, how that funding in such a robust manner helps these programs in California and New York prepare for these upcoming mass gatherings?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. First, the funds that are being provided through those three initiatives specifically are essential in maintaining our posture of the 80 fusion centers nationally. Our HIDA programs are different funding, but that's been stagnant, has a significant risk. Operation Stone Garden, I already mentioned what would happen, but I'm going to turn the corner. Without those funds, this is what will happen. We have to step back from our posture in our fusion centers, which I think has been the most beneficial national security initiative that we maintained over the last 24 years, or 22 years since 2003 when they're stood up. Operation Stone Garden stops, we don't protect our borders, and other initiatives that we have with those funds. So without those funds, for example, I fund majority of my fusion center out of local taxpayer dollars. It subsidizes some of that program, but the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center is 100% funded through FEMA grant opportunities, Shish Gap, and UASI. That means that program stops. And they have a major initiative happening throughout the FIFA World Cup. That means no intelligence, no vetting, no collaboration that would happen in that area and other areas like it. So we've taken a huge step back of keeping our nation safe. And I'll tell you, these have worked well because nothing bad has happened. We've intervened, interdicted, acted left of bang in numerous circumstances that have kept our country safe. This is not the time to step away from those programs.
Thank you very much. Sheriff, again, a critical part of preparing for these mass events is ensuring that first responders have what they need to in the event of an emergency. DHS programs train first responders so they can respond more efficiently and effectively. Troublingly, the Trump administration has closed the National Fire Academy in Maryland, one of the nation's premier training facilities for first responders. And his proposed budget would eliminate the National Domestic Preparedness Consortium, a group of 7 nationally recognized organizations that provide training for FEMA and first responders. So, Sheriff, this program is hosting several trainings in the greater Orange County area next month, dedicated to sport and special event evacuation and protective actions. As you prepare for the 2028 Olympics, how might these expert trainings help the first responder and law enforcement community in Orange County?
Thank you again. I will tell you that I will not speak how they would retrospectively, they have been beneficial in our response platforms and protocols. The American public never sees what we do behind the scenes, and if we do it well, they never do see what we do behind the scenes because we invested in these infrastructures and planning and logistics and resources and training, and all that happens in the shadows. But you can't step up or stand up a team to be responsive on the fly. It has to happen in real time, multi-agency collaboration, which we do routinely with our partners in firefighting and other venues and platforms. So it is an investment to be ready to respond. Hopefully that we don't need to, but this is also a huge investment on resources and personnel that have to be on the ready, standing in reserve in response to these venues, and it's been that way for decades.
Thank you, Sheriff. And as you likely know, we have a Department of Homeland Security secretary who stated that this administration's intent is to eliminate FEMA. Are you concerned about the impact that might have on Orange County that you represent and the state of California, as well as our responsiveness across the nation?
Yes, and once again, that is a great question. Obviously, I'm going to hypothesize, but if we start to draw back on these investments, whether it be in Orange County, California, nationally, we're turning a corner, and we're actually, I would say, inviting something bad to happen without our ability to be responsive or to interdict prior to that act happening. So I would say this is not the time that we should be backing away from these investments. We need to maintain our posture of readiness across the nation.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
The ranking member yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you, of course, to all of our witnesses for coming. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record this statement from the Association of Uncrewed Vehicle Systems International that includes some security recommendations for mass gathering events that empower local law enforcement.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you to the witnesses. My first question will be to Mr. Barnes. I spent a combined total of a little over 2 decades in between both military and law enforcement. On the Army side, I was a Black Hawk helicopter pilot, so operating in the same airspace as a lot of the new and emerging UAS threats that we're facing, both overseas and also fighting fires and all of the things that we use in the domestic operations space here in the United States. And then as a police officer, I got to lead our mobile field force. And so I've been that user-level boots-on-the-ground individual that's operating and having to make real-time decisions whenever we have either mass gathering events that were anticipated or if you have contingencies that emerge in mass gathering events. And so my first question to you, I think we've talked a little bit about fusion centers and a lot of the pre-planning and intelligence that comes out of facilities like that. Can you talk a little bit more about the tactical level? You've done your pre-planning, the event is now in full swing. What are those critical shortcomings at the tactical level, specifically focusing on either equipment shortfalls, training shortfalls, communication shortfalls during an event that would potentially impact your ability to operate efficiently with other federal, state, and local partners?
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for your service. Your question is a good one. You look at preparedness, and from a tactical perspective, you mentioned mobile field force. Mobile field force should be a national standard for crowd control and maintaining order within our communities. We've heavily invested in mobile field force in the County of Orange and trained all the municipal agencies on mobile field force tactics and response protocols, and it's worked very well for us. From tactics, first starts with intelligence, getting good information. We know there's dis, and malinformation campaigns we should expect over the next several years, so getting good information in and being able to be responsive to that. There's a huge drain on resources when you have a tactical element in reserve for a prolonged period of time, I think we agree. And there's other resources like bomb detection canines and others that work in tandem with them that have a limited utility that you have to replicate at a much larger platform. So tactics, rapid response models, I think, are very key. Ability to have them ready to go out, but we just don't have the depth. So I think investing in that now ahead of time and making sure as a national standard we have these protocols in place. I've stressed for a long time through FEMA to have resource tasking for law enforcement. It's not as deep as it should be. Look at all the critical issues we have to face on a broad risk environment that we have to be prepared for.
Thank you. And continuing down that train, I've done a lot of the federal training in places like Anniston, Alabama, to make sure that we have that interoperability at the federal, state, and local level. What do you see as far as communication shortfalls with folks in your sheriff's office potentially having to work and collaborate in real time with folks from other agencies, particularly with regard to the communication equipment?
Well, thank you for that question again, Congressman. I'll start with Orange County has had an interoperable radio system for decades. 3.1 million people, all the law enforcement agents can communicate at the same time or a dedicated channel. That technology should be at least strive to advance it nationally or minimally have our federal partners in the same room on the same communications conduit so we're sharing information in real time for the benefit of everybody. That has not always been the case. We saw that happen in Parkland High School, in Uvalde, recently in Butler. We have learned a lot about what we need to do. We just have to make sure we solve that problem before we go forward and make sure we're on the same communication platform.
Thank you. And I got 1 minute and 5 seconds left. So final question again will be to you, Sheriff, but drawing on some of the comments from others about UASs and TFRs. So flying on wildfires, of course, you have a TFR that's going to be dropped over the wildfire area so that crews like myself can go out and do our jobs. And then you still have drones that come through. You got to shut down the fire TFR, ground all of the aircraft until we can chase the drone out. On that, again, tactical user level, what do you think are the most critical shortcomings to be able to actually kinetically intervene in real time in the event that you have malicious drone activity occurring?
I'll start with the FAA Reauthorization Act or legislation that would give local law enforcement or public safety the authority to have that. If you look forward into FIFA, there's not a depth for counter-UAS that can manage this at a national scale. I would say task force operators and locals that have dual designation and training, technology, and access to the platforms are most critical. You look at what happened with the Palisades fire. They took one of the most beneficial firefighting apparatus out of the sky because of an impact with the drone for 3 days that could have contributed to a lot of structures being saved. So we have to invest now. We can't wait a year or 2 years or when FIFA is on our doorstep. That has to happen now, in my belief. And I think we have the ability to spread that out responsibly through good policy and protocols and have that shared. We have to do it now because the cartel is already ahead of us, and we're going to be dealing with this domestically if we don't prepare for it. Not to mention, if there's a mass drone attack, a mass weaponized drone attack, we cannot be responsive to that. I'm sorry I went long, but the threat horizon is much broader, and it's advancing beyond our capabilities if we don't get in this game today.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Colorado yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, is recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everybody being here today to discuss such a serious topic about how we can protect our communities and individuals who are attending mass gatherings from terrorist attacks and other threats. My first question, I'd like to go to Mr. Janelle from Live Nation Entertainment. We are fortunate to have a venue that is being operated in coordination with Live Nation in our local community. Now it's a mid-sized venue, I would characterize it. So can you please talk to what in particular you are doing for events like that maybe not the high-profile events for the World Cup or anything like that, but communities like mine are hosting music events and gatherings on a regular basis. Tell me about what you're doing at mid-sized events like that.
Yes, regardless of the size of the event, the concern is the same. We want to make sure that we're prepared as can be. We're trained, facilitating all the intelligence sharing and everything else through our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, and working highly in a collaborative process to make sure that we have the standards, we have a clear picture of the issues that we're dealing with, understanding what our roles and responsibilities are, and then what our partners will be bringing to the table as well, so that we have that robust resilience around the event, regardless of the size.
Thank you. And for all of our testifiers, then obviously the attention of our country is going to shift next year to the America 250, the World Cup, other big events like that are taking place all across our country. So for anybody on the panel, do you feel that we are prepared at this point, or is there more work that needs to be done? And if so, is it resources, training? What can we assist with from federal level and as members of Congress?
I think we're working towards being prepared. Those plannings are being put, committees are in place, and the collaboration started, especially on FIFA and also the Olympics. Club Cup is coming next year. That brings a different clientele to the country that's different than the FIFA World Cup. And they have a tendency to operate outside social norms that we might consider in America, taking to the streets, levels of intoxication, celebrations, fan fest, what might be problematic. So yes, we are in the planning stages, but it takes resources. I look at that not as a cost, it's an investment into the planning, the preparedness, the logistics, the training, the tactics, the equipment. All of those things need to start happening now, else we'll be behind the curve when the time comes to be responsive and keeping our public safe.
And do you feel at this point in time that we are on track to be ready for those events?
I think we are in the planning stage, which for the Olympics, I think we're on track. I think there's already been some pre-planning on the Olympics with the Los Angeles City and County that has had advanced teams look at what's happened in Paris and others. The threat environment has changed and it's ever evolving, so we have to be dynamic and we look at mitigating the threats as they change over time, and they will change between now and 2028. And we have to stay ahead of the curve and make sure that we are well planned and well prepared to take whatever threat comes next, especially in the area of cyber. We should anticipate the cyber threat advancing well beyond our capabilities. I'm not picking on the administration, but stepping away from cyber at this time and putting it on the shoulders of locals. We're going to have different response capabilities across the country, and who can interdict, intervene, and be responsive to cyber attacks, DDoS attacks, whatever it might be. That's going to change. Not to mention traditional attacks like bomb threats and swatting incidents, and then intentional attacks and the normal crime that comes with these events. All of these things make this a very complex solution that needs to be implemented over a prolonged period of time. It's not doing any one thing, it's doing 100 things simultaneously. It's going to put us in a position of preparedness. And that has started, but I think we have a long way to go.
Well, again, I'd like to thank all of you. All law enforcement across the country put themselves in harm's way every single day. We appreciate that work that you do and the preparedness that we are looking for as a country. I think we are in many ways on track. I know there are some things that we want to continue to work on. As you mentioned, threats evolve and the nature of those threats change with time. And so we got to continue to stay on top of those as we prepare for an incredible year next year, again, celebrating America's 250 and also welcoming people from around the world for the World Cup. So thank you again, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes of question.
Chairman Strong, thank you very much, and for our ranking member, Mr. Kennedy, thank you for this hearing, and want to welcome our witnesses today, Sheriff Barnes from our good Orange County, Mr. Janelle, Mr. Hammond. Sheriff Barnes, let me turn to you first. Orange County vibe, Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, the Olympics, the World Cup, the Angels. You got a lot to defend, sir. And so far, I think the other guys have scored 0 on you, so good job. How serious is the threat of international terrorism to you?
Congressman Correa, thank you very much, and I appreciate your partnership over the years. Not just international terrorism, foreign terrorist organizations, CT, domestic terrorism, homegrown violent extremist groups are ever present. Again, going back to the Fusion Center, I have a Fusion Center committed to Orange County, the Orange County Intelligence Assessment Center, one of the 80 nationally routinely recognized for our product and intervention strategies. All those things are happening in real time, and not to say that bad things have been mitigated, but the last 4 years, unfortunately, through the border have undoubtedly let bad actors into our country. Without getting into any classified information, we know that we are looking for people, CONUS, who may be accelerating their plans because of actions in immigration, trying to locate them. It is a completely different threat horizon that we've ever faced. And so, yes, there are a lot
Sheriff Barnes, if I may interrupt you, you talk about this Fusion Center, and I've had the opportunity to go tour it. That's a center where you take information from all sources, international, domestic, state, local, and you put that together and it gives you a picture of the threat environment, is that correct?
Yes, and I would say when Fusion Center stood up post 9/11, they were focused on foreign terrorism abroad. They are all crimes, all hazards now. Our Fusion Center is focused on domestic terrorism, bad actors, extremist groups, narcotics trafficking, sex trafficking, human trafficking. It's looking at everything. And so...
And now you've got on top of that unmanned aerial, small aircraft. You said propaganda, misinformation, artificial intelligence. Those are on top of the other things you're doing. That's what the Fusion Centers have to challenge, deal with?
Yes, Congressman, it is an all-inclusive risk mitigation center. And for the benefit of not just the region, the state, but the nation, we're putting product out for everybody and sharing that information among Fusion Centers with our partners to make sure everybody's well informed of what the threats are and how they're evolving.
So if we want to play linebacker for you, make sure nobody scores, what is it that you would see from us? More funding, legislative action to give you more authority, for example, maybe to control, take down aerial drones?
Exactly that, Congressman. Maintaining the funding for the Fusion Centers through Shishkap, Uwasi, Stone Garden, and other avenues for funding. The HIDAs, which is a different funding source, I think is not sufficient, dealing with the worst time in our nation's history of narcotics trafficking, which does have a direct threat to these venues through users consuming products that are clandestine produced and probably fentanyl. And also the technology. The technology needs to keep up with the times, and we, I think, we're playing defense, and I don't like playing defense. I want to be in the offense. So giving us the technology that we can intervene appropriately if any of these things do happen through counter-UAS or other venues, we need to be prepared for that.
You mentioned earlier that you would want us to triple down on federal funding for your Fusion Center. Is that correct?
I think we need to not step away, but I think there's opportunities to invest larger. If I lose those funding, my fusion center is going to take a significant hit on some of the all crimes, all hazards. And this is not just for Orange County. This is across the nation. There's benefit.
So you're speaking for the nation as a whole when you talk about funding, fusion centers, coordination with the federal government, all that takes resources that you need and other sheriffs across the country need to keep Americans safe.
Not just sheriffs. If you look at the fusion center network as it operates, there isn't any major city chief that operates outside of a major county based on definition. All the venues that are being proposed are happening in major counties or major cities that are represented and supported by the Fusion Center network. And especially for the FIFA World Cup and Club Cup, the connectivity and sharing of real-time information among that venue, which we did through the elections recently, has to happen in real time as these threats present themselves, because they're likely to be replicated in other areas as bad actors share their tactics to try to bring this country down and do harm.
Sheriff, I want to thank you for your time, for your efforts in being here, informing us here in Congress about the needs that you have on Main Street. Makes us better policymakers. Thank you very much. Hope to talk to you soon again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Cray.
The gentleman from California yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Poe, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. It's wonderful to be back on this committee. Thank you. And thank you to our ranking member, Kennedy, for also holding this meeting. I'd like to begin by certainly indicating that, mass gatherings are unique opportunities to connect with others and feel like we are a part of something bigger than ourselves. Especially after the pandemic, there has been a renewed appreciation for the value of a sold-out ball game or concert. The FIFA World Cup will bring together hundreds of thousands of fans. It is a time for friendship and celebration, and I am so proud that the final match will be played in my district in New Jersey. I was recently named the co-chair of a new bipartisan task force focused on enhancing security for special events like the World Cup. And I look forward to the chairman calling our first official meeting and beginning our work. With that being said, I'd like to begin my questioning and indicate that, as my district, as I've just mentioned, ratchets up for security preparation for the World Cup, our first responders and municipalities need resources today to plan for next year. I am deeply concerned by the Trump administration's illegal withholding or otherwise delaying critical FEMA and anti-terror grants. These delays seriously undermine the ability of state and local government to protect our communities and ensure that large sporting events like the World Cup are safe and secure. Last week, I pressed Secretary Noem on when our communities will receive guidance on the Homeland Security Grant Program. Unfortunately, she did not give me an answer. So, Sheriff Barnes, how do delays in critical grant funding like the State Homeland Security Grant Program or the Urban Area Security Initiative impacts your department's ability to keep communities safe, especially as they prepare for high-profile events like the World Cup that I've just mentioned?
Yes, thank you for the question. First, there's an adage in anything we do, you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So planning is everything, and preparedness goes into many facets of equipment, tactics, training, tools, tabletop exercises, red teaming these events so we make sure that we're thinking like our adversaries. That's all very critical, and that planning needs to start today. Regarding the FIFA World Cup, there's one aspect, and I love the partnerships we have with our private sector representatives here, but a lot of the response protocols are beyond the venue itself. There's practice sites, hotels, other things, and areas that grow beyond that are contemporaneous to the actual event, but spill over into local neighborhoods, communities, maybe even those beyond your congressional district that need to be protected, and the planning that goes into that as well. And those take resources. Funding is essential. If we don't have the offset, this is a planned event. It doesn't qualify for most mutual aid plans, which means there's no reimbursement unless it's financed or funded up front for the ability to recover costs in planning. That needs to take place, in my opinion, today to put those funds and make those funds available for the planning stage.
Thank you. I can't agree with you more. Thank you so very much for your answer. You know, I'd also would want to speak about the homegrown violent extremists and domestic terrorists that preys on events like the World Cup that brings together different communities. That is why our New Jersey Office of Homeland Security identified attacks from these groups as the highest threat to New Jersey. Earlier this year, I traveled to New Orleans with the chairman and with some of our other colleagues here to learn about the devastating attack on Bourbon Street carried out by Homeland extremists. During this trip, we heard from local law enforcement about the threats our nation faces from homegrown terrorism at highly attended events. Sheriff Barnes, if you would please, what are the unique threats posed by the homegrown extremists and domestic terrorists to mass gatherings, events, and how are you working to combat these threats?
Yes, thank you. I think you mentioned several of those already. Vehicle rammings. They're mostly spontaneous actors that are not even on the grid or even known to either federal authorities or locals. So spontaneous bad actors are an evolving trend that we're seeing. Some of these people weren't even had a case open or even had any threats. Open source information is important. That's why the Fusion Centers play such a critical role. They're oftentimes tripwire events that we see immediately prior to postings or some things that happen on open source information like social media. And going back after 9/11, reinvigorated the See Something, Say Something campaign that worked so well several decades ago. So people who do have information that of individuals can be brought to the attention of law enforcement. But I'd preface all of this with, first and foremost, the protection of First Amendment rights. When people do decide to take the streets and protest responsibly or have actions, we are always focused on constitutional rights of our citizenry first, but have to be prepared when it crosses over into illegal activities to keep our nation safe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. As a member of Congress serving the city of Dallas, you can see I'm very interested in the FIFA World Cup. And this will bring in millions of dollars of revenue for small businesses and surrounding communities and millions of new visitors to the North Texas area and from around the world. We are thrilled to be hosting 9 matches, which is the largest amount of matches in the country. We're also the broadcast hub for the FIFA World Cup. And so it's going to become not only a unique, it's a sustained security need that we have, because we're going to have media professionals throughout the world in the city for a prolonged period of time, not just for the unique timelines of the matches themselves. I was thrilled to have the opportunity to travel with you, Mr. Chairman, to New Orleans and with some of my colleagues on this committee in advance of the Super Bowl. And we saw an immense amount of planning that goes into these events to keep attendees safe. Meanwhile, Secretary Noem and President Trump are expected to propose significant cuts to the FEMA preparedness grants and funding that is critical for major event security. The proposed budget also eliminates the National Domestic Preparedness Consortium, which has trained thousands of emergency response teams. In just my district alone, they have trained almost 12,000 participants. These programs not only train our local first responders at no cost to them or our cities, but also partner with the Center for Domestic Preparedness, FEMA, and other governmental agencies. When we do not have adequate funding to keep these programs afloat, we will not have the workforce to keep the public safe. By cutting funding to these programs, this administration is setting our cities up for failure and putting the lives of attendees and our security personnel at risk. The World Cup is anticipated to bring in more than 6 million visitors from around the world in a time where cybersecurity workforce is significantly understaffed and cyber attacks are on the rise. Illegal freezes on grant funding and TSA agents are being terminated, and we need to take a serious look at how prepared we actually are at just 1 year before the event takes place. I look forward to working alongside my colleagues to ensure every step of the way. And Mr. Chairman, I'm just really concerned that this Congress right now, while having this hearing is fabulous, we need to focus on the security of our country. We want to have a successful Olympics. We want to have a successful World Cup. And we had the chance to see up close and personal just how much goes into the planning of the Super Bowl. It was an enlightening experience to see just the effort, the expense, and the coordination that's required amongst so many agencies. And while we're shining that, we're talking about it, which is fabulous. But on the other hand, in this very building, in the rules debate in our Capitol, we're having a budget that guts all the funding for it. So how can we do that? How can we gut all the funding and then still say we are prioritizing this security? So, gentlemen, my question for you is, what potential threats do you see, and do you have enough resources? Do you think that we have allocated enough resources for this country and the visitors to come here to be safe when they come for World Cup?
Congresswoman, whether it's the World Cup, the Super Bowl, a large festival, or a smaller festival, we all share the same concerns. What's concerning at this moment is the threat persists from UAS, and at this time, the thresholds are too high. The authority to act upon the threats are very limited, and we just need a streamlined process to help facilitate the protection that is warranted for them.
I want to ask you a question about that. So at a different hearing, or actually maybe when we were in New Orleans, one of the things that was brought up to us was the lack of local law enforcement's ability to actually deal with the drones. You had to go through just this crazy red tape in order to take down a potential threat. Is that still in place? Has that been corrected? And are you aware of efforts on the table to correct that?
So the FAA Reauthorization Act was a step in the right direction, but it is implemented inconsistently across all the different events. And having the ability to work with venues, to work with our law enforcement partners, to be able to successfully apply for a TFR is challenging. And then whether or not the federal resources are available from the agencies, and then whether or not FAA approves, it's a complicated process that really needs some attention to streamline and make more consistent across all the events.
Do you feel, and it's Live Nation, you see lots of stuff, I can only imagine, and you see all the things. So besides, drones, and besides this lack of coordination between the agencies to give the men on the ground the ability to deal with an immediate threat, besides that issue, what other security threat issues are you concerned with, in particular to these large-scale events that are coming up?
Yeah, of course. It's homegrown violent extremists, it's terrorism, it's just crime in general. Managing large crowds, it's all the things that my colleagues have spoken about today, and making sure that we have coordinated, collaborated plans in partnership with all of our stakeholders, to include federal, state, and local partnerships. And we're all singing from the same sheet of music with planning, operations, and response.
Yes, and then at the same time, we're laying off record numbers of FBI agents, and we're going to make our country less safe. Gentlemen, I think my time has expired, and thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Texas yields back. I thank Sheriff Barnes, Mr. Junell, and Mr. Hammond for their valuable testimony, and the members for their questions. The members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for the witnesses, and we would ask the witnesses to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7D, the hearing record will be held open for 10 days. Without objection, this subcommittee stands adjourned.